Section 17 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to librivox.org. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Chapter 7, in which Mr. Allworthy appears on a sick bed. Mr. Western had become so fond of Jones that he was unwilling to part with him, though his arm had been long since cured; and Jones, either from the love of sport, or for some other reason, was easily persuaded to continue at his house, which he did sometimes for a fortnight together without paying a single visit at Mr. Allworthy's, nay, without ever hearing from thence. Mr. Allworthy had been for some days indisposed with a cold, which had been attended with a little fever. This he had, however, neglected, as it was usual with him to do all manner of disorders, which did not confine him to his bed, or prevent his several faculties from performing their ordinary functions; a conduct which we would by no means be thought to approve, or recommend to imitation. For surely the gentlemen of the Aesculapian art are in the right in advising, that the moment the disease has entered at one door, the physician should be introduced at the other. What else is meant by that old adage, venienti occurrite morbo, oppose a distemper at its first approach? Thus the doctor and the disease meet in fair and equal conflict, whereas, by giving time to the latter, we often suffer him to fortify and entrench himself like a French army; so that the learned gentleman finds it very difficult, and sometimes impossible, to come at the enemy. Nay, sometimes, by gaining time, the disease applies to the French military politics, and corrupts nature over to his side, and then all the powers of physic must arrive too late. Agreeable to these observations was, I remember, the complaint of the great Dr. Misaubin, who used very pathetically to lament the late applications which were made to his skill, saying, "Begar, me believe my patient take me for the undertaker, for they never send for me till the physician have killed 'em." Mr. Allworthy's distemper, by means of this neglect, gained such ground, that, when the increase of his fever obliged him to send for assistance, the doctor at his first arrival shook his head, wished he had been sent for sooner, and intimated that he thought him in very imminent danger. Mr. Allworthy, who had settled all his affairs in this world, and was as well prepared as it is possible for human nature to be for the other, received this information with the utmost calmness and unconcern. He could, indeed, whenever he laid himself down to rest, say with Cato in the tragical poem, "Let guilt or fear disturb man's rest, Cato knows neither of them, indifferent in his choice to sleep or die." In reality he could say this with 10 times more reason and confidence than Cato, or any other proud fellow among the ancient or modern heroes; for he was not only devoid of fear, but might be considered as a faithful labourer, when at the end of harvest he is summoned to receive his reward at the hands of a bountiful master. The good man gave immediate orders for all his family to be summoned round him. None of these were then abroad but Mrs Blifil, who had been some time in London, and Mr Jones, whom the reader hath just parted from at Mr Western's, and who received this summons just as Sophia had left him. The news of Mr Allworthy's danger, for the servants told him he was dying, drove all thoughts of love out of his head. He hurried instantly into the chariot which was sent for him, and ordered the coachman to drive with all imaginable haste, nor did the idea of Sophia, I believe, once occur to him on the way. And now the whole family, namely, Mr Blifil, Mr Jones, Mr Thwackum, Mr Square, and some of the servants, for such were Mr Allworthy's orders, being all assembled round his bed, the good man sat up in it, and was beginning to speak, when Blifil fell to blubbering, and began to express very loud and bitter lamentations. Upon this Mr Allworthy shook him by the hand, and said, "Do not sorrow thus, my dear nephew, at the most ordinary of all human occurrences. When misfortunes befall our friends we are justly grieved; for those are accidents which might often have been avoided, and which may seem to render the lot of one man more peculiarly unhappy than that of others. But death is certainly unavoidable, and is that common lot in which alone the fortunes of all men agree. Nor is the time when this happens to us very material. If the wisest of men hath compared life to a span, surely we may be allowed to consider it as a day. It is my fate to leave it in the evening; but those who are taken away earlier have only lost a few hours, at the best little worth lamenting, and much oftener hours of labour and fatigue, of pain and sorrow. One of the Roman poets, I remember, likens our leaving life to our departure from a feast; a thought which hath often occurred to me, when I have seen men struggling to protract an entertainment, and to enjoy the company of their friends a few moments longer. Alas, how short is the most protracted of such enjoyments! How immaterial the difference between him who retires the soonest and him who stays the latest! This is seeing life in the best view, and this unwillingness to quit our friends is the most amiable motive from which we can derive the fear of death. And yet the longest enjoyment which we can hope for of this kind is of so trivial a duration, that it is, to a wise man, truly contemptible. Few men, I own, think in this manner; for, indeed, few men think of death till they are in its jaws. However gigantic and terrible an object this may appear, when it approaches them, they are nevertheless incapable of seeing it at any distance; nay, though they have been ever so much alarmed and frightened when they have apprehended themselves in danger of dying, they are no sooner cleared from this apprehension than even the fears of it are erased from their minds. But, alas! he who escapes from death is not pardoned; he is only reprieved, and reprieved to a short day. Grieve therefore no more, my dear child, on this occasion; an event which may happen every hour, which every element, nay, almost every particle of matter that surrounds us, is capable of producing, and which must and will most unavoidably reach us all at last, ought neither to occasion our surprise nor our lamentation. My physician having acquainted me, which I take very kindly of him, that I am in danger of leaving you all very shortly, I have determined to say a few words to you at this our parting, before my distemper, which I find grows very fast upon me, puts it out of my power. But I shall waste my strength too much. I intend to speak concerning my will, which, though I have settled long ago, I think proper to mention such heads of it as concern any of you, that I may have the comfort of perceiving you are all satisfied with the provision I have there made for you. Nephew Blifil, I leave you the heir to my whole estate, except only £500 a year, which is to revert to you after the death of your mother, and except one other estate of £500 a year, and the sum of £6000, which I have bestowed in the following manner. The estate of £500 a year I have given to you, Mr Jones; and as I know the inconvenience which attends the want of ready money, I have added £1000 in specie. In this I know not whether I have exceeded or fallen short of your expectation. Perhaps you will think I have given you too little, and the world will be as ready to condemn me for giving you too much. But the latter censure I despise, and as to the former, unless you should entertain that common error which I have often heard in my life pleaded as an excuse for a total want of charity, namely, that instead of raising gratitude by voluntary acts of bounty, we are apt to raise demands, which of all others are the most boundless and most difficult to satisfy. Pardon me the bare mention of this. I will not suspect any such thing." Jones flung himself at his benefactor's feet, and taking eagerly hold of his hand, assured him his goodness to him, both now and all other times, had so infinitely exceeded, not only his merit, but his hopes, that no words could express his sense of it. "And I assure you, sir," said he, "your present generosity hath left me no other concern than for the present melancholy occasion. O my friend, my father!" Here his words choked him, and he turned away to hide a tear which was starting from his eye. Allworthy then gently squeezed his hand, and proceeded thus: "I am convinced, my child, that you have much goodness, generosity, and honour in your temper. If you will add prudence and religion to these, you must be happy; for the three former qualities, I admit, make you worthy of happiness, but they are the latter only which will put you in possession of it. £1,000 I have given to you, Mr Thwackum, a sum I am convinced which greatly exceeds your desires as well as your wants. However, you will receive it as a memorial of my friendship, and whatever superfluities may redound to you, that piety which you so rigidly maintain will instruct you how to dispose of them. A like sum, Mr Square, I have bequeathed to you. This, I hope, will enable you to pursue your profession with better success than hitherto. I have often observed with concern that distress is more apt to excite contempt than commiseration, especially among men of business, with whom poverty is understood to indicate want of ability. But the little I have been able to leave you will extricate you from those difficulties with which you have formerly struggled, and then, I doubt not, but you will meet with sufficient prosperity to supply what a man of your philosophical temper will require. I find myself growing faint, so I shall refer you to my will for my disposition of the residue. My servants will there find some tokens to remember me by, and there are few charities which, I trust, my executors will see faithfully performed. Bless you all. I am setting out a little before you." Here a footman came hastily into the room, and said there was an attorney from Salisbury, who had a particular message which he said he must communicate to Mr Allworthy himself; that he seemed in a violent hurry, and protested he had so much business to do, that if he could cut himself into 4 quarters all would not be sufficient. "Go, child," said Allworthy to Blifil, "see what the gentleman wants. I am not able to do business now, nor can he have any with me, in which you are not, at present, more concerned than myself. Besides, I am incapable of seeing any one at present, or of any longer attention." He then saluted them all, saying perhaps he should be able to see them again, but he should be now glad to compose himself a little, finding that he had too much exhausted his spirits in discourse. Some of the company shed tears at their parting, and even the philosopher Square wiped his eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood. As to Mrs Wilkins, she dropped her pearls as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gums; for this was a ceremonial which that gentlewoman never omitted on a proper occasion. After this Mr Allworthy again laid himself down on his pillow, and endeavoured to compose himself to rest. Chapter viii. Containing matter rather natural than pleasing. Besides grief for her master, there was another source for that briny stream, which so plentifully rose above the two mountainous cheekbones of the housekeeper. She was no sooner retired than she began to mutter to herself in the following pleasant strain: "Sure master might have made some difference, methinks, between me and the other servants. I suppose he hath left me mourning, but I fackins, if that be all, the devil shall wear it for me. I'd have his worship know I am no beggar. I have saved £500 in his service, and after all to be used in this manner. It is a fine encouragement to servants to be honest, and to be sure if I have taken a little something now and then, others have taken 10 times as much, and now we are all put in a lump together. If so be that it be so, the legacy may go to the devil with him that gave it. No, I won't give it up neither, because that will please some folks. No, I'll buy the gayest gown I can get, and dance over the old curmudgeon's grave in it. This is my reward for taking his part so often, when all the country have cried shame of him for breeding up his bastard in that manner. But he is going now, where he must pay for all. It would have become him better to have repented of his sins on his deathbed, than to glory in them, and give away his estate out of his own family to a misbegotten child. Found in his bed, forsooth, a pretty story. Ay, ay, those that hide know where to find. Lord forgive him. I warrant he hath many more bastards to answer for, if the truth was known. One comfort is, they will all be known where he is going now. The servants will find some token to remember me by. Those were the very words. I shall never forget them, if I was to live 1,000 years. Ay, ay, I shall remember you for huddling me among the servants. One would have thought he might have mentioned my name as well as that of Squire. But he is a gentleman, forsooth, though he had not cloths on his back when he come hither first. Marry come up with such gentlemen. Though he hath lived here this many years, I don't believe there is arrow servant in the house ever saw the colour of his money. The devil shall wait upon such a gentleman for me." Much more of the like kind she muttered to herself, but this taste shall suffice to the reader. Neither Thwackum nor Square were much better satisfied with their legacies. Though they breathed not their resentment so loud, yet from the discontent which appeared in their countenances, as well as from the following dialogue, we collect that no great pleasure reigned in their minds. About an hour after they had left the sick room, Square met Thwackum in the hall, and accosted him thus: "Well, sir, have you heard any news of your friend since we parted from him?" "If you mean Mr Allworthy," answered Thwackum, "I think you might rather give him the appellation of your friend, for he seems to me to have deserved that title." "The title is as good on your side," replied Square, "for his bounty, such as it is, hath been equal to both." "I should not have mentioned it first," cries Thwackum, "but since you begin, I must inform you I am of a different opinion. There is a wide distinction between voluntary favours and rewards. The duty I have done in his family, and the care I have taken in the education of his two boys, are services for which some men might have expected a greater return. I would not have you imagine I am therefore dissatisfied, for St Paul hath taught me to be content with the little I have. Had the modicum been less, I should have known my duty; but though the Scriptures obliges me to remain contented, it doth not enjoin me to shut my eyes to my own merit, nor restrain me from seeing when I am injured by an unjust comparison." "Since you provoke me," returned Square, "that injury is done to me. Nor did I ever imagine Mr Allworthy had held my friendship so light as to put me in balance with one who received his wages. I know to what it is owing. It proceeds from those narrow principles which you have been so long endeavouring to infuse into him, in contempt of everything which is great and noble. The beauty and loveliness of friendship is too strong for dim eyes, nor can it be perceived by any other medium than that unerring rule of right, which you have so often endeavoured to ridicule, that you have perverted your friend's understanding. I wish, cries Thwackum, in a rage, I wish, for the sake of his soul, your damnable doctrines have not perverted his faith. It is to this I impute his present behaviour, so unbecoming a Christian. Who but an atheist could think of leaving the world without having first made up his account, without confessing his sins, and receiving that absolution which he knew he had one in the house duly authorized to give him? He will feel the want of these necessaries when it is too late, when he is arrived at that place where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. It is then he will find in what mighty stead that heathen goddess, that virtue, which you and all other deists of the age adore, will stand him. He will then summon his priest, when there is none to be found, and will lament the want of that absolution without which no sinner can be safe. If it be so material, says Square, why don't you present it him of your own accord? It hath no virtue, cries Thwackum, but to those who have sufficient grace to require it. But why do I talk thus to a heathen and an unbeliever? It is you that taught him this lesson, for which you have been well rewarded in this world, as I doubt not your disciple will soon be in the other. I know not what you mean by reward, said Square, but if you hint at that pitiful memorial of our friendship which he hath thought fit to bequeath me, I despise it, and nothing but the unfortunate situation of my circumstances should prevail on me to accept it. The physician now arrived, and began to inquire of the two disputants how we all did above stairs. In a miserable way, answered Thwackum. It is no more than I expected, cries the doctor. But pray what symptoms have appeared since I left you? No good ones, I'm afraid, replied Thwackum. After what passed at our departure, I think there were little hopes. The bodily physician, perhaps, misunderstood the cure of souls, and before they came to an explanation, Mr Blifil came to them with a most melancholy countenance, and acquainted them that he brought sad news, that his mother was dead at Salisbury, that she had been seized on the road home with the gout in her head and stomach, which had carried her off in a few hours. Good lack-a-day, said the doctor, one cannot answer for events. But I wish I had been at hand, to have been called in. The gout is a distemper which it is difficult to treat, yet I have been remarkably successful in it. Thwackum and Square both condoled with Mr Blifil for the loss of his mother, which the one advised him to bear like a man, and the other like a Christian. The young gentleman said he knew very well we were all mortal, and he would endeavour to submit to his loss as well as he could. That he could not, however, help complaining a little against the peculiar severity of his fate, which brought the news of so great a calamity to him by surprise, and that at a time when he hourly expected the severest blow he was capable of feeling from the malice of fortune. He said the present occasion would put to the test those excellent rudiments which he had learned from Mr Thwackum and Mr Square, and it would be entirely owing to them if he was enabled to survive such misfortunes. It was now debated whether Mr Allworthy should be informed of the death of his sister. This the doctor violently opposed, in which I believe the whole college would agree with him. But Mr Blifil said he had received such positive and repeated orders from his uncle, never to keep any secret from him for fear of the disquietude which it might give him, that he durst not think of disobedience, whatever might be the consequence. He said, for his part, considering the religious and philosophic temper of his uncle, he could not agree with the doctor in his apprehensions. He was therefore resolved to communicate it to him; for if his uncle recovered, as he heartily prayed he might, he knew he would never forgive an endeavour to keep a secret of this kind from him. The physician was forced to submit to these resolutions, which the two other learned gentlemen very highly commended. So together moved Mr Blifil and the doctor toward the sick room, where the physician first entered, and approached the bed in order to feel his patient's pulse, which he had no sooner done than he declared he was much better, that the last application had succeeded to a miracle, and had brought the fever to intermit; so that, he said, there appeared now to be as little danger as he had before apprehended there were hopes. To say the truth, Mr Allworthy's situation had never been so bad as the great caution of the doctor had represented it; but as a wise general never despises his enemy, however inferior that enemy's force may be, so neither doth a wise physician ever despise a distemper, however inconsiderable. As the former preserves the same strict discipline, places the same guards, and employs the same scouts, though the enemy be never so weak, so the latter maintains the same gravity of countenance, and shakes his head with the same significant air, let the distemper be never so trifling. And both, among many other good ones, may assign this solid reason for their conduct, that by these means the greater glory redounds to them if they gain the victory, and the less disgrace if by any unlucky accident they should happen to be conquered. Mr Allworthy had no sooner lifted up his head, and thanked heaven for these hopes of his recovery, than Mr Blifil drew near, with a very dejected aspect, and having applied his handkerchief to his eye, either to wipe away his tears, or to do as Ovid somewhere expresses himself on another occasion, Si nullus erit, tamen excut nullum. If there be none, then wipe away that none. He communicated to his uncle what the reader hath been just before acquainted with. Allworthy received the news with concern, with patience, and with resignation. He dropped a tender tear, then composed his countenance, and at last cried, "The Lord's will be done in everything." He now enquired for the messenger; but Mr Blifil told him it had been impossible to detain him a moment, for he appeared, by the great hurry he was in, to have some business of importance on his hands; that he complained of being hurried and driven and torn out of his life, and repeated many times, that if he could divide himself into 4 quarters, he knew how to dispose of every one. Allworthy then desired Blifil to take care of the funeral. He said he would have his sister deposited in his own chapel, and as to the particulars, he left them to his own discretion, only mentioning the person whom he would have employed on this occasion. Chapter ix. Which, among other things, may serve as a comment on that saying of Aeschines, that drunkenness shows the mind of a man, as a mirror reflects his person. The reader may perhaps wonder at hearing nothing of Mr Jones in the last chapter. In fact, his behaviour was so different from that of the persons there mentioned, that we chose not to confound his name with theirs. When the good man had ended his speech, Jones was the last who deserted the room. Thence he retired to his own apartment, to give vent to his concern; but the restlessness of his mind would not suffer him to remain long there. He slipped softly therefore to Allworthy's chamber door, where he listened a considerable time without hearing any kind of motion within, unless a violent snoring, which at last his fears misrepresented as groans. this so alarmed him, that he could not forbear entering the room, where he found the good man in the bed, in a sweet composed sleep, and his nurse snoring in the above mentioned hearty manner at the bed's feet. He immediately took the only method of silencing this thorough bass, whose music he feared might disturb Mr Allworthy, and then sitting down by the nurse, he remained motionless till Blifil and the doctor came in together, and waked the sick man, in order that the doctor might feel his pulse, and that the other might communicate to him that piece of news, which, had Jones been apprized of it, would have had great difficulty of finding its way to Mr Allworthy's ear at such a season. When he first heard Blifil tell his uncle this story, Jones could hardly contain the wrath which kindled in him at the other's indiscretion, especially as the doctor shook his head, and declared his unwillingness to have the matter mentioned to his patient. But as his passion did not so far deprive him of all use of his understanding as to hide him from the consequences which any violent expression towards Blifil might have on the sick, this apprehension stilled his rage at the present, and he grew afterwards so satisfied with finding that this news had, in fact, produced no mischief, that he suffered his anger to die in his own bosom, without ever mentioning it to Blifil. The physician dined that day at Mr Allworthy's, and having after dinner visited his patient, he returned to the company, and told them that he had now the satisfaction to say, with assurance, that his patient was out of all danger, that he had brought his fever to a perfect intermission, and doubted not by throwing in the bark to prevent its return. This account so pleased Jones, and threw him into such immoderate excess of rapture, that he might be truly said to be drunk with joy, an intoxication which greatly forwards the effects of wine; and as he was very free too with the bottle on this occasion, for he drank many bumpers to the doctor's health, as well as to other toasts, he became very soon literally drunk. Jones had naturally violent animal spirits. These being set on float and augmented by the spirit of wine, produced most extravagant effects. He kissed the doctor, and embraced him with the most passionate endearments, swearing that next to Mr Allworthy himself, he loved him of all men living. Doctor, added he, you deserve a statue to be erected to you at the public expense, for having preserved a man who is not only the darling of all good men who know him, but a blessing to society, the glory of his country, and an honour to human nature. D me if I don't love him better than my own soul. More shame for you, cries Thwackum, though I think you have a reason to love him, for he hath provided very well for you. And perhaps it might have been better for some folks that he had not lived to see just reason for revoking his gift. Jones, now looking on Thwackum with inconceivable disdain, answered, and doth thy mean soul imagine that any such considerations could weigh with me? No, let the earth open and swallow her own dirt. If I had millions of acres I would say it, rather than swallow up my dear glorious friend. Quis desiderio sit pudor aut modus, dam cari capitis. What modesty or measure can set bounds to our desire of so dear a friend? The word desiderium here cannot be easily translated. It includes our desire of enjoying our friend again, and the grief which attends that desire. The doctor now interposed, and prevented the effects of a wrath which was kindling between Jones and Thwackum. After which the former gave a loose to mirth, sang 2 or 3 amorous songs, and fell into every frantic disorder which unbridled joy is apt to inspire. But so far was he from any disposition to quarrel, that he was 10 times better humoured, if possible, than when he was sober. To say truth, nothing is more erroneous than the common observation that men who are ill-natured and quarrelsome when they are drunk, are very worthy persons when they are sober. For drink, in reality, doth not reverse nature, or create passions in men which did not exist in them before. It takes away the guard of reason, and consequently forces us to produce those symptoms which many, when sober, have art enough to conceal. It heightens and inflames our passions, generally indeed that passion which is uppermost in our mind, so that the angry temper, the amorous, the generous, the good humoured, the avaricious, and all other dispositions of men are in their cups heightened and exposed. And yet, as no nation produces so many drunken quarrels, especially among the lower people, as England, for indeed with them to drink and to fight together are almost synonymous terms, I would not, methinks, have it thence concluded that the English are the worst natured people alive. Perhaps the love of glory only is at the bottom of this, so that the fair conclusion seems to be, that our countrymen have more of that love, and more of bravery, than any other plebeians; and this the rather as there is seldom anything ungenerous, unfair, or ill-natured exercised on these occasions. Nay, it is common for the combatants to express good will for each other, even at the time of the conflict; and as their drunken mirth generally ends in a battle, so do most of their battles end in friendship. But to return to our history. Though Jones had shown no design of giving offence, yet Mr Blifil was highly offended at a behaviour which was so inconsistent with the sober and prudent reserve of his own temper. He bore it too with the greater impatience, as it appeared to him very indecent at the season, when, as he said, the house was a house of mourning, on the account of his dear mother, and if it had pleased Heaven to give him some respect of Mr Allworthy's recovery, it would become them better to express the exultations of their hearts in thanksgiving than in drunkenness and riots, which were properer methods to increase the divine wrath than to avert it. Thwackum, who had swallowed more liquor than Jones, but without any ill effect on his brain, seconded the pious harangue of Blifil; but Square, for reasons which the reader may probably guess, was totally silent. Wine had not so totally overpowered Jones as to prevent his recollecting Mr Blifil's loss, the moment it was mentioned. As no person, therefore, was more ready to confess and condemn his own errors, he offered to shake Mr Blifil by the hand, and begged his pardon, saying, his excessive joy for Mr Allworthy's recovery had driven every other thought out of his mind. Blifil scornfully rejected his hand, and with much indignation answered, it was little to be wondered at, if tragical spectacles made no impression on the blind; but for his part, he had the misfortune to know who his parents were, and consequently must be affected with their loss. Jones, who, notwithstanding his good humour, had some mixture of the irascible in his constitution, leaped hastily from his chair, and catching hold of Blifil's collar, cried out, "Done you for a rascal! Do you insult me with the misfortune of my birth?" He accompanied these words with such rough actions, that they soon got the better of Mr Blifil's peaceful temper, and a scuffle immediately ensued, which might have produced mischief, had it not been prevented by the interposition of Thwackum and the physician. For the philosophy of Square rendered him superior to all emotions, and he very calmly smoked his pipe, as was his custom in all broils, unless when he apprehended some danger of having it broke in his mouth. The combatants being now prevented from executing present vengeance on each other, betook themselves to the common resources of disappointed rage, and vented their wrath in threats and defiance. In this kind of conflict, fortune, which in the personal attack seemed to incline to Jones, was now altogether as favourable to his enemy. A truce, nevertheless, was at length agreed on, by the mediation of the neutral parties, and the whole company again sat down at the table; where Jones being prevailed on to ask pardon, and Blifil to give it, peace was restored, and everything seemed in statu quo. But though the quarrel was, in all appearance, perfectly reconciled, the good humour which had been interrupted by it was by no means restored. All merriment was now at an end, and the subsequent discourse consisted only of grave relations of matters of fact, and of as grave observations on them; a species of conversation in which, though there is much of dignity and instruction, there is but little entertainment. As we presume therefore to convey only this last to the reader, we shall pass by whatever was said, till the rest of the company having by degrees dropped off, left only Square and the physician together; at which time the conversation was a little heightened by some comments on what had happened between the two young gentlemen, both of whom the doctor declared to be no better than scoundrels; to which appellation the philosopher, very sagaciously shaking his head, agreed. Chapter 10.
Section 18 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dennis Sayers. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 5, Chapters 10 through 12. Chapter 10. Showing the truth of many observations of Ovid, and of other more grave writers, who have proved beyond contradiction that wine is often the forerunner of incontinency. Jones retired from the company, in which we have seen him engaged, into the fields, where he intended to cool himself by a walk in the open air before he attended Mr Allworthy. There, whilst he renewed those meditations on his dear Sophia, which the dangerous illness of his friend and benefactor had for some time interrupted, an accident happened, which with sorrow we relate, and with sorrow doubtless will it be read. However, that historic truth to which we profess so inviolable an attachment obliges us to communicate it to posterity. It was now a pleasant evening in the latter end of June, when our hero was walking in a most delicious grove, where the gentle breezes fanning the leaves, together with the sweet trilling of a murmuring stream, and the melodious notes of the nightingales, formed altogether the most enchanting harmony. In this scene, so sweetly accommodated to love, he meditated on his dear Sophia, while his wanton fancy roamed unbounded over all her beauties, and his lively imagination painted the charming maid in various ravishing forms. His warm heart melted with tenderness, and at length, throwing himself on the ground, by the side of a gently murmuring brook, he broke forth into the following ejaculation: "O Sophia, would heaven give thee to my arms, how blessed would be my condition! Cursed be that fortune which sets a distance between us. Was I but possessed of thee, one only suit of rags, thy whole estate, is there a man on earth whom I would envy? How contemptible would the brightest Circassian beauty, dressed in all the jewels of the Indies, appear to my eyes. But why do I mention another woman? Could I think my eyes capable of looking at any other with tenderness, these hands should tear them from my head. No, my Sophia, if cruel fortune separates us for ever, my soul shall dote on thee alone. The chastest constancy will I ever preserve to thy image. Though I should never have possession of thy charming person, still shalt thou alone have possession of my thoughts, my love, my soul. Oh, my fond heart is so wrapt in that tender bosom, that the brightest beauties would for me have no charms, nor would a hermit be colder in their embraces. Sophia, Sophia alone shall be mine. What raptures are in that name! I will engrave it on every tree. At these words he started up, and beheld, not his Sophia, no, nor a Circassian maid richly and elegantly attired for the Grand Signore's seraglio. No, without a gown, in a shift that was somewhat of the coarsest, and none of the cleanest, bedewed likewise with some odoriferous effluvia, the produce of the day's labour, with a pitchfork in her hand, Molly Seagrim approached. Our hero had his penknife in his hand, which he had drawn for the before mentioned purpose of carving on the bark, when the girl, coming near him, cried out with a smile, "You don't intend to kill me, squire, I hope?" "Why should you think I would kill you?" answered Jones. "Nay," replied she, "after your cruel usage of me, when I saw you last, killing me would, perhaps, be too great a kindness for me to expect." Here ensued a parley, which, as I do not think myself obliged to relate it, I shall omit. It is sufficient that it lasted a full quarter of an hour, at the conclusion of which they retired into the thickest part of the grove. Some of my readers may be inclined to think this event unnatural. However, the fact is true, and perhaps may be sufficiently accounted for by suggesting that Jones probably thought one woman better than none, and Molly as probably imagined two men to be better than one. Besides the before mentioned motive assigned to the present behaviour of Jones, the reader will be likewise pleased to recollect in his favour that he was not at this time perfect master of that wonderful power of reason which so well enables grave and wise men to subdue their unruly passions, and to decline any of these prohibited amusements. Wine now had totally subdued this power in Jones. He was, indeed, in a condition in which, if reason had interposed, though only to advise, she might have received the answer which one Cleostratus gave many years ago to a silly fellow, who asked him if he was not ashamed to be drunk. "Are not you," said Cleostratus, "ashamed to admonish a drunken man? To say the truth, in a court of justice drunkenness must not be an excuse, yet in a court of conscience it is greatly so; and therefore Aristotle, who commends the laws of Pittacus, by which drunken men receive double punishment for their crimes, allows that there is more of policy than justice in that law. Now, if there are any transgressions pardonable from drunkenness, they are certainly such as Mr Jones was at present guilty of, on which head I could pour forth a vast profusion of learning, if I imagined it would either entertain my reader or teach him anything more than he knows already. For his sake, therefore, I shall keep my learning to myself, and return to my history. It hath been observed that fortune seldom doth things by halves. To say truth, there is no end to her freaks whenever she is disposed to gratify or displease. No sooner had our hero retired with his Dido, but speluncum blifil dux edivinus yandam diviniant. The parson and the young squire, who were taking a serious walk, arrived at the stile which leads into the grove, and the latter caught a view of the lovers just as they were sinking out of sight. Blifil knew Jones very well, though he was at above 100 yards distance, and he was as positive to the sex of his companion, though not to the individual person. He started, blessed himself, and uttered a very solemn ejaculation. Thwackum expressed some surprize at these sudden emotions, and asked the reason of them. To which Blifil answered, he was certain he had seen a fellow and wench retire together among the bushes, which he doubted not was with some wicked purpose. As to the name of Jones, he thought proper to conceal it, and why he did so must be left to the judgment of the sagacious reader, for we never choose to assign motives to the actions of men, when there is any possibility of our being mistaken. The parson, who was not only strictly chaste in his own person, but a great enemy to the opposite vice in all others, fired at this information. He desired Mr Blifil to conduct him immediately to the place, which, as he approached, he breathed forth vengeance mixed with lamentations; nor did he refrain from casting some oblique reflections on Mr Allworthy, insinuating that the wickedness of the country was principally owing to the encouragement he had given to vice, by having exerted such kindness to a bastard, and by having mitigated that just and wholesome vigour of the law which allots a very severe punishment to loose wenches. The way through which our hunters were to pass in pursuit of their game was so beset with briars that it greatly obstructed their walk, and caused, besides, such a rustling, that Jones had sufficient warning of their arrival before they could surprize him. Nay, indeed, so incapable was Thwackum of concealing his indignation, and such vengeance did he mutter forth every step he took, that this alone must have abundantly satisfied Jones that he was, to use the language of sportsmen, found sitting. Chapter 11. In which a simile in Mr Pope's period of a mile introduces as bloody a battle as can possibly be fought without the assistance of steel or cold iron. As in the season of rutting, an uncouth phrase by which the vulgar denote that gentle dalliance which in the well wooded forest of Hampshire, note, this is an ambiguous phrase, and may mean either a forest well clothed with wood, or well stripped of it. End of note. That gentle dalliance which in the well wooded forest of Hampshire passes between lovers of the faring kind, if while the lofty crested stag meditates the amorous sport, a couple of puppies, or any other beast of hostile note should wander so near the temple of Venus Furina, that the fair hind should shrink from the place, touched with that somewhat either of fear or frolic, of nicety or skittishness, with which nature hath bedecked all females, or hath at least instructed them how to put it on, lest through the indelicacy of males the Samian mysteries should be pried into by unhallowed eyes. For at the celebration of these rites the female priestess cries out with her in Virgil, who was then probably hard at work on such celebration, Procul, o procul este profani, proclamat vates, totoque absitite luco. Far hence be souls profane, the Sibyl cried, and from the grove abstain. Dryden. If, I say, while these sacred rites, which are in common to genus omne animatium, are in agitation between the stag and his mistress, any hostile beasts should venture too near, on the first hint given by the frighted hind, fierce and tremendous rushes forth the stag to the entrance of the thicket. There stands he sentinel over his love, stamps the ground with his foot, and with his horns brandished aloft in air, proudly provokes the apprehended foe to combat. Thus, and more terrible, when he perceived the enemy's approach, leapt forth our hero. Many a step advanced he forwards, in order to conceal the trembling hind, and, if possible, to secure her retreat. And now Thwackum, having first darted some livid lightning from his fiery eyes, began to thunder forth, Fie upon it, Mr Jones! Is it possible you should be the person? You see, answered Jones, it is possible I should be here. And who, said Thwackum, is that wicked slut with you? If I have any wicked slut with me, cries Jones, it is possible I shall not let you know who she is. I command you to tell me immediately, says Thwackum, and I would not have you imagine, young man, that your age, though it hath somewhat abridged the purpose of tuition, hath totally taken away the authority of the master. The relation of the master and scholar is indelible, as indeed all other relations are, for they all derive their original from heaven. I would have you think yourself, therefore, as much obliged to obey me now, as when I taught you your first rudiments. I believe you would, cries Jones, but that will not happen, unless you had the same birchen argument to convince me. Then I must tell you plainly, said Thwackum, I am resolved to discover the wicked wretch. And I must tell you plainly, returned Jones, I am resolved you shall not. Thwackum then offered to advance, and Jones laid hold of his arms, which Mr Blifil endeavoured to rescue, declaring he would not see his old master insulted. Jones, now finding himself engaged with two, thought it necessary to rid himself of one of his antagonists as soon as possible. He therefore applied to the weakest first, and letting the parson go, he directed a blow at the young squire's breast, which, luckily taking place, reduced him to measure his length on the ground. Thwackum was so intent on the discovery, that the moment he found himself at liberty, he stepped forward directly into the fern, without any great consideration of what might in the meantime befall his friend. But he had advanced a very few paces into the thicket before Jones, having defeated Blifil, overtook the parson, and dragged him backward by the skirt of his coat. This parson had been a champion in his youth, and had won much honour by his fist, both at school and at the university. He had now, indeed, for a great number of years, declined the practice of that noble art, yet was his courage full as strong as his faith, and his body no less strong than either. He was, moreover, as the reader may perhaps have conceived, somewhat irascible in his nature. When he looked back, therefore, and saw his friend stretched out on the ground, and found himself at the same time so roughly handled by one who had formerly been only passive in all conflicts between them, a circumstance which highly aggravated the whole, his patience at length gave way. He threw himself into a posture of offence, and collecting all his force, attacked Jones in the front with as much impetuosity as he had formerly attacked him in the rear. Our hero received the enemy's attack with the most undaunted intrepidity, and his bosom resounded with the blow. This he presently returned with no less violence, aiming likewise at the parson's breast. But he dexterously drove down the fist of Jones, so that it reached only his belly, where 2 pounds of beef and as many of pudding were then deposited, and whence consequently no hollow sound could proceed. Many lusty blows, much more pleasant as well as easy to have seen than to read or describe, were given on both sides. At last a violent fall, in which Jones had thrown his knees into Thwackham's breast, so weakened the latter that victory had been no longer dubious, had not Blifil, who had now recovered his strength, again renewed the fight, and by engaging with Jones, given the parson a moment's time to shake his ears and to regain his breath. And now both together attacked our hero, whose blows did not retain that force with which they had fallen at first, so weakened was he by his combat with Thwackum. For though the pedagogue chose rather to play solos on the human instrument, and had been lately used to those only, yet he still retained enough of his ancient knowledge to perform his part very well in a duet. The victory, according to modern custom, was like to be decided by numbers, when, on a sudden, a 4th pair of fists appeared in the battle, and immediately paid their compliments to the parson, and the owner of them at the same time crying out, "Are you not ashamed, and be damned to you, to fall 2 of you upon one?" The battle, which was of the kind that for distinction's sake is called royal, now raged with the utmost violence during a few minutes, till Blifil being a second time laid sprawling by Jones, Thwackum condescended to apply for quarter to his new antagonist, who was now found to be Mr Western himself, for in the heat of the action none of the combatants had recognized him. In fact, that honest squire, happening in his afternoon's walk with some company to pass through the field where the bloody battle was fought, and having concluded, from seeing 3 men engaged, that 2 of them must be on a side, he hastened from his companions, and with more gallantry than policy espoused the cause of the weaker party, by which generous proceeding he very probably prevented Mr Jones from becoming a victim to the wrath of Thwackum, and to the pious friendship which Blifil bore his old master; for, besides the disadvantage of such odds, Jones had not yet sufficiently recovered the former strength of his broken arm. This reinforcement, however, soon put an end to the action, and Jones, with his ally, obtained the victory. Chapter 12. In which is seen a more moving spectacle than all the blood and the bodies of Thwackum and Blifil, and of 20 other such, is capable of producing. The rest of Mr Western's company were now come up, being just at the instant when the action was over. These were the honest clergyman, whom we have formerly seen at Mr Western's table, Mrs Western, the aunt of Sophia, and lastly the lovely Sophia herself. At this time the following was the aspect of the bloody field. In one place lay on the ground, all pale, and almost breathless, the vanquished Blifil. Near him stood the conqueror Jones, almost covered with blood, part of which was naturally his own, and part had been lately the property of the Reverend Mr Thwackum. In a third place stood the said Thwackum, like King Porus, sullenly submitting to the conqueror. The last figure in the piece was Western the Great, most gloriously forbearing the vanquished foe. Blifil, in whom there was little sign of life, was at first the principal object of the concern of every one, and particularly of Mrs Western, who had drawn from her pocket a nose of hartshorn, and was herself about to apply it to his nostrils, when on a sudden the attention of the whole company was diverted from poor Blifil, whose spirit, if it had any such design, might have now taken an opportunity of stealing off to the other world without any ceremony. For now a more melancholy and a more lovely object lay motionless before them. This is no other than the charming Sophia herself, who, from the sight of blood, or from fear for her father, or from some other reason, had fallen down in a swoon, before any one could get to her assistance. Mrs Western first saw her and screamed. Immediately 2 or 3 voices cried out, "Miss Western is dead." Hartshorn, water, every remedy was called for, almost at one and the same instant. The reader may remember that in our description of this grove we mentioned a murmuring brook, which brook did not come there, as such gentle streams flow through vulgar romances, with no other purpose than to murmur. No, fortune had decreed to ennoble this little brook with a higher honour than any of those which wash the plains of Arcadia ever deserved. Jones was rubbing Blifil's temples, for he began to fear that he had given him a blow too much, when the words Miss Western and dead rushed at once on his ear. He started up, left Blifil to his fate, and flew to Sophia, whom, while all the rest were running against each other, backward and forward, looking for water in the dry paths, he caught up in his arms, and then ran away with her over the field of the rivulet above mentioned, where, plunging himself into the water, he contrived to besprinkle her face, head, and neck very plentifully. Happy was it for Sophia that the same confusion which prevented her other friends from serving her prevented them likewise from obstructing Jones. He had carried her half ways before they knew what he was doing, and he had actually restored her to life before they reached the waterside. She stretched out her arms, opened her eyes, and cried, "Oh, heavens!" just as her father, aunt, and the parson came up. Jones, who had hitherto held this lovely burthen in his arms, now relinquished his hold, but gave her at the same instant a tender caress, which, had her senses been then perfectly restored, could not have escaped her observation. As she expressed, therefore, no displeasure at this freedom, we suppose she was not sufficiently recovered from her swoon at the time. This tragical scene was now converted into a sudden scene of joy. In this our hero was certainly the principal character; for, as he probably felt more ecstatic delight in having saved Sophia than she herself received from being saved, so neither were the congratulations paid to her equal to what were conferred on Jones, especially by Mr Western himself, who, after having once or twice embraced his daughter, fell to hugging and kissing Jones. He called him the preserver of Sophia, and declared there was nothing, except her or his estate, which he would not give him. But upon recollection, he afterwards accepted his foxhounds, the Chevalier and Miss Slouch, for so he called his favourite mare. All fears for Sophia being now removed, Jones became the object of the squire's consideration. "Come, my lad," says Western, "doff thy coat and wash thy feace, for at in a devilish pickle, I promise thee. Come, come, wash thyself, and shat go home with me, and will zee to vend thee another quote." Jones immediately complied, threw off his coat, went down to the water, and washed both his face and bosom, for the latter was as much exposed and as bloody as the former. But though the water could clear off the blood, it could not remove the black and blue marks which Thwackum had imprinted on both his face and breast, and which, being discerned by Sophia, drew from her a sigh and a look of inexpressible tenderness. Jones received this full in his eyes, and it had infinitely a stronger effect on him than all the contusions which he had received before. An effect, however, widely different, for so soft and balmy was it, that had all of his former blows been stabs, it would for some minutes have prevented his feeling their smart. The company now moved backwards, and soon arrived where Thwackum had got Mr Blifil again on his legs. Here we cannot suppress a pious wish that all quarrels were to be decided by those weapons only with which nature, knowing what is proper for us, hath supplied us, and that cold iron which to be used in digging no bowels but those of the earth. Then would war, the pastime of monarchs, be almost inoffensive, and battles between great armies might be fought at the particular desire of several ladies of quality, who, together with the kings themselves, might be actual spectators of the conflict. Then might the field be this moment well strewed with human carcasses, and the next the dead men, or infinitely the greatest part of them, might get up, like Mr. Bay's troops, and march off either at the sound of a drum or fiddle, as should be previously agreed upon. I would avoid, if possible, treating this matter ludicrously, lest grave men and politicians, whom I know to be offended at a jest, may cry pish at it. But in reality, might not a battle be as well decided by the greater number of broken heads, bloody noses, and black eyes, as by the greater heaps of mangled and murdered human bodies? Might not towns be contended for in the same manner? Indeed, this may be thought too detrimental a scheme to the French interest, since they would thus lose the advantage they have over other nations in the superiority of their engineers. But when I consider the gallantry and generosity of that people, I am persuaded that they would never decline putting themselves upon a par with their adversary, or, as the phrase is, making themselves his match. But such reformations are rather to be wished than hoped for. I shall content myself, therefore, with this short hint, and return to my narrative. Western began now to inquire into the original rise of this quarrel, to which neither Blifil nor Jones gave any answer. But Thwackum said surlily, "I believe the cause is not far off. If you beat the bushes well, you may find her." "Find her!" replied Western. "What, have you been fighting for a wench?" "Ask the gentleman in his waistcoat there," said Thwackum. "He best knows." "Nay, then," cries Western, "it is a wench, certainly." "Ah, Tom, thou art a liquorish dog. But come, gentlemen, be all friends, and go home with me, and make final peace over a bottle." "I ask your pardon, sir," says Thwackum. "It is no such slight matter for a man of my character to be thus injuriously treated and buffeted by a boy, only because I would have done my duty, in endeavouring to detect and bring to justice a wanton harlot. But, indeed, the principal fault lies in Mr. Allworthy and yourself; for if you put the laws in execution, as you ought to do, you will soon rid the country of these vermin." "I would as soon rid the country of foxes," cries Western. "I think we ought to encourage the recruiting those numbers which we are every day losing in the war. But where is she? Prithee, Tom, show me." He then began to beat about, in the same language and in the same manner as if he had been beating out a hare, and at last cried out, "Soho! Puss is not far off. Here's her form, upon my soul. I believe I may cry stole away." And indeed so he might, for he had now discovered the place where the poor girl had, at the beginning of the fray, stolen away, upon as many feet as a hare generally uses in travelling. Sophia now desired her father to return home, saying she found herself very faint, and apprehended a relapse. The squire immediately complied with his daughter's request, for he was the fondest of parents. He earnestly endeavoured to prevail with the whole company to go and sup with him, but Blifil and Thwackum absolutely refused, the former saying there were more reasons than he could then mention why he must decline this honour, and the latter declaring, perhaps rightly, that it was not proper for a person of his function to be seen at any place in his present condition. Jones was incapable of refusing the pleasure of being with his Sophia, so he marched with Squire Western and his ladies, the parson bringing up the rear. This had, indeed, offered to tarry with his brother Thwackum, professing his regard for the cloth would not permit him to depart; but Thwackum would not accept the favour, and, with no great civility, pushed him after Mr Western. Thus ended the bloody fray, and thus shall end the 5th book of this history. End of Section 18 of Tom Jones. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for Librivox. Spring 2008.
Section 19 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 6, containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 1, of Love. In our last book we had been obliged to deal pretty much with the passion of love, and in our succeeding book shall be forced to handle this subject still more largely. It may not therefore in this place be improper to apply ourselves to the examination of that modern doctrine by which certain philosophers, among many other wonderful discoveries, pretend to have found out that there is no such passion in the human breast. Whether these philosophers be the same with that surprising sect who are honourably mentioned by the late Dr. Swift as having, by the mere force of genius alone, without the least assistance of any kind of learning, or even reading, discovered that profound and invaluable secret that there is no God; or whether they are not rather the same with those who some years since very much alarmed the world by showing that there were no such things as virtue or goodness really existing in human nature, and who deduced our best actions from pride, I will not here presume to determine. In reality, I am inclined to suspect that all these several finders of truth are the very identical men who are by others called the finders of gold. The method used in both these searches after truth and after gold being indeed one and the same, namely, the searching, rummaging, and examining into a nasty place, indeed, in the former instances, into the nastiest of all places, a bad mind. But though in this particular, and perhaps in their success, the truth finder and the gold finder may very properly be compared together, yet in modesty surely there can be no comparison between the two. For who ever heard of a gold finder that had the impudence or folly to assert, from the ill success of his search, that there was no such thing as gold in the world? Whereas the truth finder, having raked out that Jakes his own mind, and being there capable of tracing no ray of divinity, nor anything virtuous or good, or lovely or loving, very fairly, honestly, and logically concludes that no such things exist in the whole creation. To avoid, however, all contention, if possible, with these philosophers, if they will be called so, and to show our own disposition to accommodate matters peaceably between us, we shall here make them some concessions which may possibly put an end to the dispute. First, we will grant that many minds, and perhaps those of the philosophers, are entirely free from the least traces of such a passion. Secondly, that what is commonly called love, namely, the desire of satisfying a voracious appetite with a certain quantity of delicate white human flesh, is by no means that passion for which I here contend. This is indeed more properly hunger; and as no glutton is ashamed to apply the word love to his appetite, and to say he loves such and such dishes, so may the lover of this kind with equal propriety say he hungers after such and such women. Thirdly, I will grant, which I believe will be a most acceptable concession, that this love for which I am an advocate, though it satisfies itself in a much more delicate manner, doth nevertheless seek its own satisfaction as much as the grossest of all our appetites. And lastly, that this love, when it operates towards one of a different sex, is very apt, towards its complete gratification, to call in the aid of that hunger which I have mentioned above, and which it is so far from abating, that it heightens all its delights to a degree scarce imaginable by those who have never been susceptible of any other emotions than what have proceeded from appetite alone. In return to all these concessions, I desire of the philosophers to grant that there is in some, I believe in many, human breasts a kind and benevolent disposition, which is gratified by contributing to the happiness of others; that in this gratification alone, as in friendship, in parental and filial affection, as indeed in general philanthropy, there is a great and exquisite delight; that if we will not call such disposition love, we have no name for it; that though the pleasures arising from such pure love may be heightened and sweetened by the assistance of amorous desires, yet the former can subsist alone, nor are they destroyed by the intervention of the latter. Lastly, that esteem and gratitude are the proper motives to love, as youth and beauty are to desire, and therefore, though such desire may naturally cease when age or sickness overtakes its object, yet these can have no effect on love, nor even shake or remove from a good mind that sensation or passion which hath gratitude and esteem for its basis. To deny the existence of a passion of which we often see manifest instances seems to be very strange and absurd, and can indeed proceed only from that self-admonition which we have mentioned above. But how unfair is this! Doth the man who recognizes in his own heart no traces of avarice or ambition conclude therefore that there are no such passions in human nature? Why will we not modestly observe the same rule in judging of the good as well as the evil in others? Or why, in any case, will we, as Shakespeare phrases it, put the world in our own person? Predominant vanity is, I am afraid, too much concerned here. This is one instance of that adulation which we bestow on our own minds, and this almost universally. For there is scarce any man, how much soever he may despise the character of a flatterer, but will condescend in the meanest manner to flatter himself. To those, therefore, I apply for the truth of the above observations, whose own minds can bear testimony to what I have advanced. Examine your heart, my good reader, and resolve whether you do believe these matters with me. If you do, you may now proceed to their exemplification in the following pages. If you do not, you have, I assure you, already read more than you have understood, and it would be wiser to pursue your business or your pleasures, such as they are, than to throw away any more of your time in reading what you can neither taste nor comprehend. To treat of the effects of love to you must be as absurd as to discourse on colours to a man born blind, since possibly your idea of love may be as absurd as that which we are told such blind man once entertained of the colour scarlet. That colour seemed to him to be very much like the sound of a trumpet, and love probably may, in your opinion, very greatly resemble a dish of soup or a sirloin of roast beef. Chapter 2. The character of Mrs Western, her great learning and knowledge of the world, and an instance of the deep penetration which she derived from those advantages. The reader hath seen Mr Western, his sister and daughter, with young Jones, and the parson, going together to Mr Western's house, where the greater part of the company spent the evening with much joy and festivity. Sophia was indeed the only grave person, for as to Jones, though love had now gotten entire possession of his heart, yet the pleasing reflection of Mr Allworthy's recovery, and the presence of his mistress, joined to some tender looks which she now and then could not refrain from giving him, so elevated our hero, that he joined the mirth of the other three, who were perhaps as good humoured people as any in the world. Sophia retained the same gravity of countenance the next morning at breakfast, when she retired likewise earlier than usual, leaving her father and aunt together. The squire took no notice of this change in his daughter's disposition. To say the truth, though he was somewhat of a politician, and had been twice a candidate in the country interest at an election, he was a man of no great observation. His sister was a lady of a different turn. She had lived about the court, and had seen the world. Hence she had required all that knowledge which the said world usually communicates, and was a perfect mistress of manners, customs, ceremonies, and fashions. Nor did her erudition stop here. She had considerably improved her mind by study. She had not only read all the modern plays, operas, oratorios, poems, and romances, in all which she was a critic, but had gone through Rapin's History of England, Eachard's Roman History, and many French Memoires pour servir à l'histoire. To these she had added most of the political pamphlets and journals published within the last 20 years, from which she had attained a very competent skill in politics, and could discourse very learnedly on the affairs of Europe. She was, moreover, excellently well skilled in the doctrine of amour, and knew better than anybody who and who were together; a knowledge which she the more easily attained, as her pursuit of it was never diverted by any affairs of her own, for either she had no inclinations, or they had never been solicited, which last is indeed very probable; for her masculine person, which was near 6 foot high, added to her manner and learning, possibly prevented the other sex from regarding her, notwithstanding her petticoats, in the light of a woman. However, as she had considered the matter scientifically, she perfectly well knew, though she had never practised them, all the arts which fine ladies use when they desire to give encouragement, or to conceal liking, with all the long appendage of smiles, ogles, glances, etc., as they are at present practised in the beau monde. To sum the whole, no species of disguise or affectation had escaped her notice. but as to the plain simple workings of honest nature, as she had never seen any such, she could know but little of them. By means of this wonderful sagacity, Mrs Western had now, as she thought, made a discovery of something in the mind of Sophia. The first hint of this she took from the behaviour of the young lady in the field of battle, and the suspicion which she then conceived was greatly corroborated by some observations which she had made that evening and the next morning. However, being greatly cautious to avoid being found in a mistake, she carried the secret a whole fortnight in her bosom, giving only some oblique hints by simpering, winks, nods, and now and then dropping an obscure word, which indeed sufficiently alarmed Sophia, but did not at all affect her brother. Being at length, however, thoroughly satisfied of the truth of her observation, she took an opportunity one morning, when she was alone with her brother, to interrupt one of his whistles in the following manner: "Pray, brother, have you not observed something very extraordinary in my niece lately?" "No, not I," answered Western. "Is anything the matter with the girl?" "I think there is," replied she, "and something of much consequence too." "Why, she doth not complain of anything," cries Western, "and she hath had the small pox." "Brother," returned she, "girls are liable to other distempers besides the small pox, and sometimes possibly to much worse." Here Western interrupted her with much earnestness, and begged her, if anything ailed his daughter, to acquaint him immediately, adding, she knew he loved her more than his own soul, and that he would send to the world's end for the best physician to her. "Nay, nay," answered she, smiling, "the distemper is not so terrible. I believe, brother, you are convinced I know the world, and I promise you I was never more deceived in my life, if my niece be not most desperately in love." "How, in love?" cries Western in a passion. "In love, without acquainting me? I'll disinherit her. I'll turn her out of doors, stark naked, without a farthing. Is all my kindness for your and fondness o' your come to this? To fall in love without asking me leave?" "But you will not," answered Mrs Western, "turn this daughter, whom you love better than your own soul, out of doors, before you know whether you shall approve her choice. Suppose she should have fixed on the very person whom you yourself would wish, I hope you would not be angry then." "No, no," cries Western, "that would make a difference. If she marries the man I would ha' her, she may love whom she pleases. I shan't trouble my head about that." "That is spoken," answered the sister, "like a sensible man. But I believe the very person she hath chosen would be the very person you would choose for her. I will disclaim all knowledge of the world if it is not so; and I believe, brother, you will allow I have some." "Why, look'ee, sister," said Western, "I do believe you have as much as any woman; and to be sure those are women's matters. You know I don't love to hear you talk about politics; they belong to us, and petticoats should not meddle. But come, who is the man?" "Marry," said she, "you may find him out yourself if you please. You, who are so great a politician, can be at no great loss. The judgment which can penetrate into the cabinets of princes, and discover the secret springs which move the great state wheels in all the political machines of Europe, must surely, with very little difficulty, find out what passes in the rude, uninformed mind of a girl." "Sister," cries the squire, "I have often warned you not to talk the court gibberish to me. I tell you I don't understand the lingo, but I can read a journal or the London Evening Post. Perhaps, indeed, there may be now and then a verse which I can't make much of, because half the letters are left out; yet I know very well what is meant by that, and that our affairs don't go so well as they should do, because of bribery and corruption." I pity your country ignorance from my heart, cries the lady. Do you? Answered Western, and I pity your town learning. I had rather be anything than a courtier and a Presbyterian, and a Hanoverian too, as some people, I believe, are. If you mean, answered she, you know I am a woman, brother, and it signifies nothing what I am. Besides, I do know you are a woman, cries the squire, and it's well for thee that art one. If hadst been a man, I promise thee I had lent thee a flick long ago. Ay, there, said she, in that flick lies all your fancied superiority. Your bodies, not your brains, are stronger than ours. Believe me, it is well for you that you are able to beat us, or such is the superiority of our understanding, we should make all of you what the brave and wise and witty and polite are already, our slaves. I am glad I know your mind, answered the squire, but we'll talk more of this matter another time. At present, do tell me what man is it you mean about my daughter? Hold a moment, said she, while I digest that sovereign contempt I have for your sex, or else I ought to be angry too with you. There, I have made a shift to gulp it down. And now, good politic sir, what think you of Mr Blifil? Did she not faint away on seeing him lie breathless on the ground? Did she not, after he was recovered, turn pale again the moment we came up to that part of the field where he stood? And pray what else should be the occasion of all her melancholy that night at supper, the next morning, and indeed ever since? 'Fore George, cries the squire, now you mind me on't, I remember it all. It is certainly so, and I am glad on't with all my heart. I knew Sophy was a good girl, and would not fall in love to make me angry. I was never more rejoiced in my life, for nothing can lie so handy together as our two estates. I had this matter in my head some time ago, for certainly the two estates are in a manner joined together in matrimony already, and it would be 1,000 pities to part them. It is true, indeed, there be larger estates in the kingdom, but not in this county, and I had rather bate something than marry my daughter among strangers and foreigners. Besides, most of such great estates be in the hands of lords, and I hate the very name of them un. Well, but, sister, what would you advise me to do? For I tell you women know these matters better than we do. Oh, your humble servant, sir, answered the lady. We are obliged to you for allowing us a capacity in anything. Since you are pleased then, most politic sir, to ask my advice, I think you may propose the match to Allworthy yourself. There is no indecorum in the proposal's coming from the parent of either side. King Alcinous in Mr Pope's Odyssey offers his daughter to Ulysses. I need not caution so politic a person not to say that your daughter is in love. That would indeed be against all rules. Well, said the squire, I will propose it, but I shall certainly lend on a flick if he should refuse me. Fear not, cries Mrs Western, the match is too advantageous to be refused. I don't know that, answered the squire. Allworthy is a queer and money hath no effect on. Brother, said the lady, your politics astonish me. Are you really to be imposed on by professions? Do you think Mr Allworthy hath more contempt for money than other men, because he professes more? Such credulity would better become one of us weak women, than that wise sex which heaven hath formed for politicians. Indeed, brother, you would make a fine plenipo to negotiate with the French. They would soon persuade you that they take towns out of mere defensive principles. Sister, answered the squire with much scorn, let your friends at court answer for the towns taken. As you are a woman, I shall lay no blame upon you, for I suppose they are wiser than to trust women with secrets. He accompanied this with so sarcastical a laugh that Mrs Western could bear no longer. She had been all this time fretted in a tender part, for she was indeed very deeply skilled in these matters, and very violent in them, and therefore burst forth in a rage, declared her brother to be both a clown and a blockhead, and that she would stay no longer in his house. The squire, though perhaps he had never read Machiavel, was, however, in many points a perfect politician. He strongly held all those wise tenets which are so well inculcated in that politico peripatetic school of Exchange Alley. He knew the just value and only use of money, namely, to lay it up. He was likewise well skilled in the exact value of reversions, expectations, etc., and had often considered the amount of his sister's fortune, and the chance which here his posterity had on inheriting it. This he was infinitely too wise to sacrifice to a trifling resentment. When he found, therefore, he had carried matters too far, he began to think of reconciling them; which was no very difficult task, as the lady had great affection for her brother, and still greater for her niece; and though too susceptible of an affront offered to her skill in politics, on which she much valued herself, was a woman of a very extraordinary good and sweet disposition. Having first, therefore, laid violent hands on the horses, for whose escape from the stable no place but the window was left open, he next applied himself to his sister, softened and soothed her by unsaying all he had said, and by assertions directly contrary to those which had incensed her. Lastly, he summoned the eloquence of Sophia to his assistance, who, besides a most graceful and winning address, had the advantage of being heard with great favour and partiality by her aunt. The result of the whole was a kind smile from Mrs Western, who said, "Brother, you are absolutely a perfect Croat; but as those have their use in the army of the Empress Queen, so you likewise have some good in you. I will therefore once more sign a treaty of peace with you, and see that you do not infringe it on your side. At least, as you are so excellent a politician, I may expect you will keep your leagues, like the French, till your interest calls upon you to break them." Chapter iii. Containing two defiances to the critics. The squire, having settled matters with his sister, as we have seen in the last chapter, was so greatly impatient to communicate the proposal to Allworthy, that Mrs Western had the utmost difficulty to prevent him from visiting that gentleman in his sickness for this purpose. Mr Allworthy had been engaged to dine with Mr Western at the time when he was taken ill. He was therefore no sooner discharged out of the custody of physic, but he thought, as was usual with him on all occasions, both the highest and the lowest, of fulfilling his engagement. In the interval between the time of the dialogue in the last chapter and this day of public entertainment, Sophia had, from certain obscure hints thrown out by her aunt, collected some apprehension that the sagacious lady suspected her passion for Jones. She now resolved to take this opportunity of wiping out all such suspicion, and for that purpose to put an entire constraint on her behaviour. First, she endeavoured to conceal a throbbing melancholy heart with the utmost sprightliness in her countenance, and the highest gaiety in her manner. Secondly, she addressed her whole discourse to Mr Blifil, and took not the least notice of poor Jones the whole day. The squire was so delighted with this conduct of his daughter, that he scarce ate any dinner, and spent almost his whole time in watching opportunities of conveying signs of his approbation by winks and nods to his sister, who was not at first altogether so pleased with what she saw as was her brother. In short, Sophia so greatly overacted her part, that her aunt was at first staggered, and began to suspect some affectation in her niece; but as she was herself a woman of great art, so she soon attributed this to extreme art in Sophia. She remembered the many hints she had given her niece concerning her being in love, and imagined the young lady had taken this way to rally her out of her opinion by an overacted civility; a notion that was greatly corroborated by the excessive gaiety with which the whole was accompanied. We cannot here avoid remarking that this conjecture would have been better founded had Sophia lived 10 years in the air of Grosvenor Square, where young ladies do learn a wonderful knack of rallying and playing with that passion which is a mighty serious thing in woods and grooves 100 miles distant from London. To say the truth, in discovering the deceit of others, it matters much that our own art be wound up, if I may use the expression, in the same key with theirs; for very artful men sometimes miscarry by fancying others wiser, or in other words greater knaves than they really are. As this observation is pretty deep, I will illustrate it by the following short story. 3 countrymen were pursuing a Wiltshire thief through Brentford. The simplest of them, seeing the Wiltshire house written under a sign, advised his companions to enter it, for there most probably they would find their countryman. The second, who was wiser, laughed at this simplicity; but the third, who was wiser still, answered, "Let us go in, however, for he may think we should not suspect him of going amongst his own countrymen." They accordingly went in and searched the house, and by that means missed overtaking the thief, who was at that time but a little way before them, and who, as they all knew, but had never once reflected, could not read. The reader will pardon a digression in which so invaluable a secret is communicated, since every gamester will agree how necessary it is to know exactly the play of another, in order to countermine him. This will, moreover, afford a reason why the wiser man, as is often seen, is the bubble of the weaker, and why many simple and innocent characters are so generally misunderstood and misrepresented. But what is most material, this will account for the deceit which Sophia put on her politic aunt. Dinner being ended, and the company retired into the garden, Mr Western, who was thoroughly convinced of the certainty of what his sister had told him, took Mr Allworthy aside, and very bluntly proposed a match between Sophia and young Mr Blifil. Mr Allworthy was not one of those men whose hearts flutter at any unexpected and sudden tidings of worldly profit. His mind was, indeed, tempered with that philosophy which becomes a man and a Christian. He affected no absolute superiority to all pleasure and pain, to all joy and grief, but was not at the same time to be discomposed and ruffled by every accidental blast, by every smile or frown of fortune. He received therefore Mr Western's proposal without any visible emotion, or without any alteration of countenance. He said the alliance was such as he sincerely wished; then launched forth into a very just encomium of the young lady's merit, acknowledged the offer to be advantageous in point of fortune, and after thanking Mr Western for the good opinion he had professed of his nephew, concluded, that if the young people liked each other, he should be very desirous to complete the affair. Western was a little disappointed at Mr Allworthy's answer, which was not so warm as he had expected. He treated the doubt whether the young people might like one another with great contempt, saying that parents were the best judges of proper matches for their children, that for his part he should insist on the most resigned obedience from his daughter, and if any young fellow could refuse such a bedfellow, he was his humble servant, and hoped there was no harm done. Allworthy endeavoured to soften this resentment by many eulogiums on Sophia, declaring he had no doubt but that Mr Blifil would very gladly receive the offer. But all was ineffectual. He could obtain no other answer from the squire but "I say no more. I humbly hope there's no harm done. That's all," which words he repeated at least 100 times before they parted. Allworthy was too well acquainted with his neighbour to be offended at this behaviour; and though he was so averse to the rigour which some parents exercise on their children in the article of marriage, that he had resolved never to force his nephew's inclinations, he was nevertheless much pleased with the prospect of this union; for the whole country resounded the praises of Sophia, and he had himself greatly admired the uncommon endowments of both her mind and person. To which I believe we may add the consideration of her vast fortune, which, though he was too sober to be intoxicated with it, he was too sensible to despise. And here, in defiance of all the barking critics in the world, I must and will introduce a digression concerning true wisdom, of which Mr Allworthy was in reality as great a pattern as he was of goodness. True wisdom, then, notwithstanding all which Mr Hogarth's poor poet may have writ against riches, and in spite of all which any rich well-fed divine may have preached against pleasure, consists not in the contempt of either of these. A man may have as much wisdom in the possession of an affluent fortune as any beggar in the streets; or may enjoy a handsome wife or a hearty friend, and still remain as wise as any sour popish recluse, who buries all his social faculties, and starves his belly while he well lashes his back. To say truth, the wisest man is the likeliest to possess all worldly blessings in an eminent degree; for as that moderation which wisdom prescribes is the surest way to useful wealth, so can it alone qualify us to taste many pleasures. The wise man gratifies every appetite and every passion, while the fool sacrifices all the rest to pall and satiate one. It may be objected that very wise men have been notoriously avaricious. I answer, not wise in that instance. It may likewise be said that the wisest men have been in their youth immoderately fond of pleasure. I answer, they were not wise then. Wisdom, in short, whose lessons have been represented as so hard to learn by those who never were at her school, only teaches us to extend a simple maxim universally known and followed, even in the lowest life, a little farther than that life carries it; and this is, not to buy at too dear a price. Now, whoever takes this maxim abroad with him into the grand market of the world, and constantly applies it to honours, to riches, to pleasures, and to every other commodity which that market affords, is, I will venture to affirm, a wise man, and must be so acknowledged in the worldly sense of the word; for he makes the best of bargains, since in reality he purchases everything at the price only of a little trouble, and carries home all the good things I have mentioned, while he keeps his health, his innocence, and his reputation, the common prices which are paid for them by others, entire and to himself. From this moderation, likewise, he learns two other lessons, which complete his character. First, never to be intoxicated when he hath made the best bargain, nor dejected when the market is empty, or when its commodities are too dear for his purchase. But I must remember on what subject I am writing, and not trespass too far on the patience of a good natured critic. Here, therefore, I put an end to the chapter. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding, Book 6, containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 4, containing sundry curious matters. As soon as Mr Allworthy returned home, he took Mr Blifil apart, and after some preface communicated to him the proposal which had been made by Mr Western, and at the same time informed him how agreeable this match would be to himself. The charms of Sophia had not made the least impression on Blifil. Not that his heart was pre-engaged, neither was he totally insensible of beauty, or had any aversion to women, but his appetites were by nature so moderate that he was able by philosophy, or by study, or by some other method, easily to subdue them. And as to that passion which we have treated of in the first chapter of this book, he had not the least tincture of it in his whole composition. But though he was so entirely free from that mixed passion of which we there treated, and of which the virtues and beauty of Sophia formed so notable an object, yet was he altogether as well furnished with some other passions that promised themselves very full gratification in the young lady's fortune. Such were avarice and ambition, which divided the dominion of his mind between them. He had more than once considered the possession of this fortune as a very desirable thing, and had entertained some distant views concerning it. But his own youth, and that of the young lady, and indeed principally a reflection that Mr Western might marry again and have more children, had restrained him from too hasty or eager a pursuit. This last and most material objection was now in great measure removed, as the proposal came from Mr Western himself. Blifil, therefore, after a very short hesitation, answered Mr Allworthy that matrimony was a subject on which he had not yet thought, but that he was so sensible of his friendly and fatherly care, that he should in all things submit himself to his pleasure. Allworthy was naturally a man of spirit, and his present gravity arose from true wisdom and philosophy, not from any original phlegm in his disposition, for he had possessed much fire in his youth, and had married a beautiful woman for love. He was not therefore greatly pleased with this cold answer of his nephew, nor could he help launching forth into the praises of Sophia, and expressing some wonder that the heart of a young man should be impregnable to the force of such charms, unless it was guarded by some prior affection. Blifil assured him he had no such guard, and then proceeded to discourse so wisely and religiously on love and marriage, that he would have stopped the mouth of a parent much less devoutly inclined than was his uncle. In the end the good man was satisfied that his nephew, far from having any objections to Sophia, had that esteem for her which in sober and virtuous minds is the sure foundation of friendship and love. And as he doubted not but the lover would, in a little time, become altogether as agreeable to his mistress, he foresaw great happiness arising to all parties by so proper and desirable a union. With Mr Blifil's consent, therefore, he wrote the next morning to Mr Western, acquainting him that his nephew had very thankfully and gladly received the proposal, and would be ready to wait on the young lady whenever she should be pleased to accept his visit. Western was much pleased with this letter, and immediately returned an answer, in which, without having mentioned a word to his daughter, he appointed that very afternoon for opening the scene of courtship. As soon as he had dispatched this messenger, he went in quest of his sister, whom he found reading and expounding the Gazette to Parson Supple. To this exposition he was obliged to attend near a quarter of an hour, though with great violence to his natural impetuosity, before he was suffered to speak. At length, however, he found an opportunity of acquainting the lady that he had business of great consequence to impart to her, to which she answered, "Brother, I am entirely at your service. Things look so well in the north that I was never in a better humour." The parson then withdrawing, Western acquainted her with all that had passed, and desired her to communicate the affair to Sophia, which she readily and cheerfully undertook, though perhaps her brother was a little obliged to that agreeable northern aspect which had so delighted her, that he heard no comment on his proceedings, for they were certainly somewhat too hasty and violent. Chapter v. In which is related what passed between Sophia and her aunt. Sophia was in her chamber reading when her aunt came in. The moment she saw Mrs Western, she shut the book with so much eagerness that the good lady could not forbear asking her what book that was which she seemed so much afraid of showing. "Upon my word, madam," answered Sophia, "it is a book which I am neither ashamed nor afraid to own I have read. It is the production of a young lady of fashion, whose good understanding, I think, doth honour to her sex, and whose good heart is an honour to human nature." Mrs Western then took up the book, and immediately after threw it down, saying, "Yes, the author is of a very good family, but she is not much among people one knows. I have never read it, for the best judges say there is not much in it." "I dare not, madam, set up my own opinion," says Sophia, "against the best judges, but there appears to me a great deal of human nature in it, and in many parts so much true tenderness and delicacy that it hath cost me many a tear." "Ay, and do you love to cry then?" says the aunt. "I love a tender sensation," answered the niece, "and would pay the price of a tear for it at any time." "Well, but show me," said the aunt, "what was you reading when I came in? There was something very tender in that, I believe, and very loving too. You blush, my dear Sophia." "Ah, child, you should read books which would teach you a little hypocrisy, which would instruct you how to hide your thoughts a little better." "I hope, madam," answered Sophia, "I have no thoughts which I ought to be ashamed of discovering." "Ashamed! No," cries the aunt, "I don't think you have any thoughts which you ought to be ashamed of; and yet, child, you blushed just now when I mentioned the word loving. Dear Sophy, be assured you have not one thought which I am not well acquainted with. As well, child, as the French are with our motions long before we put them in execution. Did you think, child, because you have been able to impose upon your father, that you could impose upon me? Do you imagine I did not know the reason of your overacting all that friendship for Mr Blifil yesterday? I have seen a little too much of the world to be so deceived. Nay, nay, do not blush again. I tell you it is a passion you need not be ashamed of. It is a passion I myself approve, and have already brought your father into the approbation of it. Indeed, I solely consider your inclination, for I would always have that gratified, if possible, though one may sacrifice higher prospects. Come, I have news which will delight your very soul. Make me your confidant, and I will undertake you shall be happy to the very extent of your wishes." "La, madam," says Sophia, looking more foolishly than ever she did in her life, "I know not what to say. Why, madam, should you suspect?" "Nay, no dishonesty," returned Mrs Western. "Consider, you are speaking to one of your own sex, to an aunt, and I hope you are convinced you speak to a friend. Consider, You are only revealing to me what I know already, and what I plainly saw yesterday, through that most artful of all disguises which you had put on, and which must have deceived any one who had not perfectly known the world. Lastly, consider it as a passion which I highly approve. La, madam, says Sophia, you come upon one so unawares and on a sudden. To be sure, madam, I am not blind, and certainly, if it be a fault to see all human perfections assembled together. But is it possible my father and you, madam, can see with my eyes? I tell you, answered the aunt, we do entirely approve, and this very afternoon your father hath appointed for you to receive your lover. My father! This afternoon! cries Sophia, with the blood starting from her face. Yes, child, said the aunt, this afternoon. You know the impetuosity of my brother's temper. I acquainted him with the passion which I first discovered in you that evening, when you fainted away in the field. I saw it in your fainting. I saw it immediately upon your recovery. I saw it that evening at supper, and the next morning at breakfast. You know, child, I have seen the world. Well, I no sooner acquainted my brother, but he immediately wanted to propose it to Allworthy. He proposed it yesterday. Allworthy consented, as to be sure he must, with joy. And this afternoon, I tell you, you are to put on all your best airs. This afternoon, cries Sophia. Dear aunt, you frighten me out of my senses. Oh, my dear, said the aunt, you will soon come to yourself again, for he is a charming young fellow, that's the truth on't. Nay, I will own, says Sophia, I know none with such perfections, so brave and yet so gentle, so witty yet so inoffensive, so humane, so civil, so genteel, so handsome. What signifies his being base born, when compared with such qualifications as these? Base born? What do you mean? said the aunt. Mr Blifil base born? Sophia turned instantly pale at this name, and faintly repeated it, upon which the aunt cried, Mr Blifil! Ay, Mr Blifil, of whom else have we been talking? Good heavens, answered Sophia, ready to sink. Of Mr Jones, I thought. I am sure I know no other who deserves... I protest, cried the aunt. You frighten me in your turn. Is it Mr Jones, and not Mr Blifil, who is the object of your affection? Mr Blifil, repeated Sophia. Sure it is impossible you can be in earnest. If you are, I am the most miserable woman alive. Mrs Western now stood a few moments silent, while sparks of fiery rage flashed from her eyes. At length, collecting all her force of voice, she thundered forth in the following articulate sounds. And is it possible you can think of disgracing your family by allying yourself to a bastard? Can the blood of the Westerns submit to such contamination? If you have not sense sufficient to restrain such monstrous inclinations, I thought the pride of our family would have prevented you from giving the least encouragement to so base an affection. Much less did I imagine you would ever have had the assurance to own it to my face. Madam, answered Sophia, trembling, what I have said you have extorted from me. I do not remember to have ever mentioned the name of Mr Jones with approbation to any one before, nor should I now, had I not conceived he had your approbation. Whatever were my thoughts of that poor unhappy young man, I intended to have carried them with me to the grave. To that grave where only now I find I am to seek repose. Here she sunk down in her chair, drowned in her tears, and in all the moving silence of unutterable grief presented a spectacle which must have affected almost the hardest heart. All this tender sorrow, however, raised no compassion in her aunt. On the contrary, she now fell into the most violent rage, and I would rather, she cried in a most vehement voice, follow you to your grave, than I would see you disgrace yourself and your family by such a match. O heavens! Could I have ever suspected that I should live to hear a niece of mine declare a passion for such a fellow? You are the first, yes, Miss Western, you are the first of your name who ever entertained so grovelling a thought. A family so noted for the prudence of its women. Here she ran on a full quarter of an hour, till, having exhausted her breath rather than her rage, she concluded with threatening to go immediately and acquaint her brother. Sophia then threw herself at her feet, and laying hold of her hands, begged her with tears to conceal what she had drawn from her, urging the violence of her father's temper, and protesting that no inclination of hers should ever prevail with her to do anything which might offend him. Mrs Western stood a moment looking at her, and then, having recollected herself, said, that on one consideration only she would keep the secret from her brother, and this was, that Sophia should promise to entertain Mr Blifil that very afternoon as her lover, and to regard him as the person who was to be her husband. Poor Sophia was too much in her aunt's power to deny her anything positively. She was obliged to promise that she would see Mr Blifil, and be as civil to him as possible, but begged her aunt that the match might not be hurried on. She said, Mr Blifil was by no means agreeable to her, and she hoped her father would be prevailed on not to make her the most wretched of women. Mrs Western assured her that the match was entirely agreed upon, and that nothing could or should prevent it. I must own, said she, I looked on it as a matter of indifference, nay, perhaps had some scruples about it before, which were actually got over by my thinking it highly agreeable to your own inclinations; but now I regard it as the most eligible thing in the world, nor shall there be, if I can prevent it, a moment of time lost on the occasion. Sophia replied, delay at least, madam, I may expect from both your goodness and my father's. Surely you will give me time to endeavour to get the better of so strong a disinclination as I have at present to this person. The aunt answered, she knew too much of the world to be so deceived, that as she was sensible another man had her affections, she should persuade Mr Western to hasten the match as much as possible. It would be bad politics indeed, added she, to protract a siege when the enemy's army is at hand and in danger of relieving it. No, no, Sophy, said she, as I am convinced you have a violent passion which you can never satisfy with honour, I will do all I can to put your honour out of the care of your family, for when you are married those matters will belong only to the consideration of your husband. I hope, child, you will always have prudence enough to act as becomes you, but if you should not, marriage has saved many a woman from ruin. Sophia well understood what her aunt meant, but did not think proper to make her an answer. However, she took a resolution to see Mr Blifil, and to behave to him as civilly as she could, for on that condition only she obtained a promise from her aunt to keep secret the liking which her ill fortune, rather than any scheme of Mrs Western, had unhappily drawn from her. Chapter VI, containing a dialogue between Sophia and Mrs Honour, which may a little relieve those tender affections which the foregoing scene may have raised in the mind of a good-natured reader. Mrs Western, having obtained that promise from her niece which we have seen in the last chapter, withdrew, and presently after arrived Mrs Honour. She was at work in a neighbouring apartment, and had been summoned to the keyhole by some vociferation in the preceding dialogue, where she had continued during the remaining part of it. At her entry into the room she found Sophia standing motionless, with the tears trickling from her eyes; upon which she immediately ordered a proper quantity of tears into her own eyes, and then began, "O Gemini, my dear lady, what is the matter?" "Nothing," cries Sophia. "Nothing! O dear madam," answers Honour, "you must not tell me that, when your ladyship is in this taking, and when there has been such a preamble between your ladyship and Madam Western." "Don't tease me," cries Sophia, "I tell you nothing is the matter. Good heavens, why was I born?" "Nay, madam," says Mrs Honour, "you shall never persuade me that your ladyship can lament yourself so for nothing. To be sure I am but a servant, but to be sure I have been always faithful to your ladyship, and to be sure I would serve your ladyship with my life." "My dear Honour," says Sophia, "'tis not in thy power to be of any service to me. I am irretrievably undone." "Heaven forbid," answered the waiting woman; "but if I can't be of any service to you, pray tell me, madam. It will be some comfort to me to know. Pray, dear madam, tell me what's the matter." "My father," cries Sophia, "is going to marry me to a man I both despise and hate." "O dear, ma'am," answered the other, "who is this wicked man? For to be sure he is very bad, or your ladyship would not despise him." "His name is poison to my tongue," replied Sophia. "Thou wilt know it too soon." Indeed, to confess the truth, she knew it already, and therefore was not very inquisitive as to that point. She then proceeded thus: "I don't pretend to give your ladyship advice, whereof your ladyship knows much better than I can pretend to, being but a servant; but if Akins, no father in England should marry me against my consent; and to be sure the squire is so good, that if he did but know your ladyship despises and hates the young man, to be sure he would not desire you to marry him; and if your ladyship would but give me leave to tell my master so, to be sure it would be more proper to come from your own mouth; but as your ladyship does not care to foul your tongue with his nasty name." "You are mistaken, Honour," says Sophia. "My father was determined before he ever thought fit to mention it to me." "More shame for him," cries Honour. "You are to go to bed to him, and not master. And though a man may be a very proper man, yet every woman mayn't think him handsome alike. I am sure my master would never act in this manner of his own head. I wish some people would trouble themselves only with what belongs to them. They would not, I believe, like to be served so if it was their own case; for though I am a maid, I can easily believe as how all men are not equally agreeable. And what signifies your ladyship having so great a fortune, if you can't please yourself with the man you think most handsomest? Well, I say nothing, but to be sure it is a pity some folks had not been better born. Nay, as for that matter, I should not mind it myself; but then there's not so much money, and what of that? Your ladyship hath money enough for both, and where can your ladyship bestow your fortune better? For to be sure every one must allow that he is the most handsomest, charmingest, finest, tallest, properest man in the world." "What do you mean by running on in this manner to me?" cries Sophia, with a very grave countenance. "Have I ever given any encouragement for these liberties?" "Nay, madam, I ask pardon, I meant no harm," answered she; "but to be sure the poor gentleman hath run in my head ever since I saw him this morning." To be sure, if your ladyship had but seen him just now, you must have pitied him. Poor gentleman! I wishes some misfortune hath not happened to him, for he hath been walking about with his arms across, and looking so melancholy all this morning. I vow and protest it made me almost cry to see him." "To see whom?" says Sophia. "Poor Mr Jones," answered Honour. "See him! Why, where did you see him?" cries Sophia. "By the canal, ma'am," says Honour. "There he hath been walking all this morning, and at last there he laid himself down. I believe he lies there still. To be sure, if it had not been for my modesty, being a maid as I am, I should have gone and spoke to him. Do, ma'am, let me go and see, only for a fancy, whether he is there still." "Pooh!" cries Sophia. "There! No, no. What should he do there? He is gone before this time, to be sure. Besides, why should you go to see? Besides, I want you for something else. Go, fetch me my hat and gloves. I shall walk with my aunt in the grove before dinner." Honour did immediately as she was bid, and Sophia put her hat on, when, looking in the glass, she fancied the ribbon with which her hat was tied did not become her, and so sent her maid back again for a ribbon of a different colour, and then, giving Mrs Honour repeated charges not to leave her work on any account, as she said it was in violent haste and must be finished that very day, she muttered something more about going to the grove, and then sallied out the contrary way, and walked, as fast as her tender trembling limbs would carry her, directly towards the canal. Jones had been there, as Mrs Honour had told her. He had indeed spent 2 hours there that morning in melancholy contemplation on his Sophia, and had gone out from the garden at one door the moment she entered it at another, so that those unlucky minutes which had been spent in changing the ribbons had prevented the lovers from meeting at this time. A most unfortunate accident, from which my fair readers will not fail to draw a very wholesome lesson. And here I strictly forbid all male critics to intermeddle with a circumstance which I have recounted only for the sake of the ladies, and upon which they only are at liberty to comment. End of section 20. Section 21 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 6, containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 7. A picture of formal courtship in miniature, as it always ought to be drawn, and a scene of a tenderer kind painted at full length. It was well remarked by one, and perhaps by more, that misfortunes do not come single. This wise maxim was now verified by Sophia, who was not only disappointed of seeing the man she loved, but had the vexation of being obliged to dress herself out in order to receive a visit from the man she hated. That afternoon Mr Western for the first time acquainted his daughter with his intention, telling her he knew very well that she had heard it before from her aunt. Sophia looked very grave upon this, nor could she prevent a few pearls from stealing from her eyes. "Come, come," says Western, "none of your maidenish airs. I know all. I assure you sister hath told me all." "Is it possible," says Sophia, "that my aunt can have betrayed me already?" "Ay, ay," says Western, "betrayed you! Ay, why, you betrayed yourself yesterday at dinner. You showed your fancy very plainly, I think. But you young girls never know what you would be at. So you cry because I'm going to marry you to the man you're in love with. Your mother, I remember, whimpered and whined just in the same manner, but it was all over within 24 hours after we were married. Mr Blifil is a brisk young man, and will soon put an end to your squeamishness. Come, cheer up, cheer up. I expect en every minute." Sophia was now convinced that her aunt had behaved honourably to her, and she determined to go through the disagreeable afternoon with as much resolution as possible, and without giving the least suspicion in the world to her father. Mr Blifil soon arrived, and Mr Western, soon after withdrawing, left the young couple together. Here a long silence of near a quarter of an hour ensued, for the gentleman who was to begin the conversation had all the unbecoming modesty which consists in bashfulness. He often attempted to speak, and as often suppressed his words just at the very point of utterance. At last out they broke in a torrent of far-fetched and high-strained compliments, which were answered on her side by downcast looks, half-bows, and civil monosyllables. Blifil, from his inexperience in the ways of women, and from his conceit of himself, took this behaviour for a modest assent to his courtship; and when, to shorten a scene which she could no longer support, Sophia rose up and left the room, he imputed that too merely to bashfulness, and comforted himself that he should soon have enough of her company. He was indeed perfectly well satisfied with his prospect of success; for as to that entire and absolute possession of the heart of his mistress which romantic lovers require, the very idea of it never entered his head. Her fortune and her person were the sole objects of his wishes, of which he made no doubt soon to obtain the absolute property. As Mr Western's mind was so earnestly bent on the match, and as he well knew the strict obedience which Sophia was always ready to pay to her father's will, and the greatest still which her father would exact if there was occasion, this authority, therefore, together with the charms which he fancied in his own person and conversation, could not fail, he thought, of succeeding with a young lady whose inclinations were, he doubted not, entirely disengaged. Of Jones he certainly had not even the least jealousy, and I have often thought it wonderful that he had not. Perhaps he imagined the character which Jones bore all over the country, how justly let the reader determine, of being one of the wildest fellows in England, might render him odious to a lady of the most exemplary modesty. Perhaps his suspicions might be laid asleep by the behaviour of Sophia and of Jones himself when they were all in company together. Lastly, and indeed principally, he was well assured there was not another self in the case. He fancied that he knew Jones to the bottom, and had in reality a great contempt for his understanding, for not being more attached to his own interest. He had no apprehension that Jones was in love with Sophia, and as for any lucrative motives, he imagined they would sway very little with so silly a fellow. Blifil, moreover, thought the affair of Molly Seagrim still went on, and indeed believed it would end in marriage, for Jones really loved him from his childhood, and had kept no secret from him, till his behaviour on the sickness of Mr Allworthy had entirely alienated his heart. And it was by means of the quarrel which had ensued on this occasion, and which was not yet reconciled, that Mr Blifil knew nothing of the alteration which had happened in the affection which Jones had formerly borne towards Molly. From these reasons, therefore, Mr Blifil saw no bar to his success with Sophia. He concluded her behaviour was like that of all other young ladies on a first visit from a lover, and it had indeed entirely answered his expectations. Mr Western took care to waylay the lover at his exit from his mistress. He found him so elevated with his success, so enamoured with his daughter, and so satisfied with her reception of him, that the old gentleman began to caper and dance about his hall, and by many other antic actions to express the extravagance of his joy. For he had not the least command over any of his passions, and that which had at any time the ascendant in his mind hurried him to the wildest excesses. As soon as Blifil was departed, which was not till after many hearty kisses and embraces bestowed on him by Western, the good squire went instantly in quest of his daughter, whom he no sooner found than he poured forth the most extravagant raptures, bidding her choose what clothes and jewels she pleased, and declaring that he had no other use for fortune but to make her happy. He then caressed her again and again with the utmost profusion of fondness, called her the most endearing names, and protested she was his only joy on earth. Sophia, perceiving her father in this fit of affection, which she did not absolutely know the reason of, for fits of fondness were not unusual to him, though this was rather more violent than ordinary, thought she should never have a better opportunity of disclosing herself than at present, as far at least as regarded Mr Blifil, and she too well foresaw the necessity which she should soon be under of coming to a full explanation. After having thanked the squire, therefore, for all his professions of kindness, she added, with a look full of inexpressible softness, "And is it possible my papa can be so good to place all his joy in his Sophie's happiness?" Which Western having confirmed by a great oath and a kiss, she then lay hold of his hand, and falling on her knees, after many warm and passionate declarations of affection and duty, she begged him not to make her the most miserable creature on earth by forcing her to marry a man whom she detested. "This I entreat of you, dear sir," said she, "for your sake as well as my own, since you are so very kind to tell me your happiness depends on mine." "How? What?" says Western, staring wildly. "O sir," continued she, "not only your poor Sophie's happiness, her very life, her being, depends upon your granting her request. I cannot live with Mr Blifil. To force me into this marriage would be killing me." "You can't live with Mr Blifil?" says Western. "No, upon my soul I can't," answered Sophia. "Then die and be damned," cries he, spurning her from him. "O sir," cries Sophia, catching hold of the skirt of his coat, "take pity on me, I beseech you. Don't look and say such cruel... Can you be unmoved while you see your Sophie in this dreadful condition? Can the best of fathers break my heart? Will he kill me by the most painful, cruel, lingering death?" "Pooh, pooh!" cries the squire, "all stuff and nonsense, all maidenish tricks. Kill you indeed! Will marriage kill you?" "O sir," answered Sophia, "such a marriage is worse than death. He is not even indifferent. I hate and detest him." "If you detest un never so much," cries Western, "you shall have un." This he bound by an oath too shocking to repeat, and after many violent asseverations concluded in these words: "I am resolved upon the match, and unless you consent to it, I will not give you a groat, not a single farthing. No, though I saw you expiring with famine in the street, I would not relieve you with a morsel of bread. This is my fixed resolution, and so I leave you to consider on it." He then broke from her with such violence that her face dashed against the floor, and he burst directly out of the room, leaving poor Sophia prostrate on the ground. When Western came into the hall, he there found Jones, who, seeing his friend looking wild, pale, and almost breathless, could not forbear inquiring the reason of all these melancholy appearances. Upon which the squire immediately acquainted him with the whole matter, concluding with bitter denunciations against Sophia, and very pathetic lamentations of the misery of all fathers who are so unfortunate to have daughters. Jones, to whom all the resolutions which had been taken in favour of Blifil were yet a secret, was at first almost struck dead with this relation; but recovering his spirits a little, mere despair, as he afterwards said, inspired him to mention a matter to Mr Western, which seemed to require more impudence than a human forehead was ever gifted with. He desired leave to go to Sophia, that he might endeavour to obtain her concurrence with her father's inclinations. If the squire had been as quick-sighted as he was remarkable for the contrary, passion might at present very well have blinded him. He thanked Jones for offering to undertake the office, and said, "Go, go, prithee, try what canst do," and then swore many execrable oaths that he would turn her out of doors unless she consented to the match. Chapter 8. The meeting between Jones and Sophia. Jones departed instantly in quest of Sophia, whom he found just risen from the ground where her father had left her, with the tears trickling from her eyes and the blood running from her lips. He presently ran to her, and with a voice full at once of tenderness and terror, cried, "O my Sophia, what means this dreadful sight?" She looked softly at him for a moment before she spoke, and then said, "Mr Jones, for heaven's sake, how came you here? Leave me, I beseech you, this moment." "Do not," says he, "impose so harsh a command upon me. My heart bleeds faster than those lips. O Sophia, how easily could I drain my veins to preserve one drop of that dear blood." "I have too many obligations to you already," answered she, "for sure you meant them such." Here she looked at him tenderly almost a minute, and then bursting into an agony, cried, "O Mr Jones, why did you save my life? My death would have been happier for us both." "Happier for us both!" cried he. "Could racks or wheels kill me so painfully as Sophia's? I cannot bear the dreadful sound. Do I live but for her?" Both his voice and looks were full of inexpressible tenderness when he spoke these words, and at the same time he laid gently hold on her hand, which she did not withdraw from him. To say the truth, she hardly knew what she did or suffered. A few moments now passed in silence between these lovers, while his eyes were eagerly fixed on Sophia, and hers declining towards the ground. At last she recovered strength enough to desire him again to leave her, for that her certain ruin would be the consequence of their being found together, adding, "O Mr Jones, you know not what hath passed this cruel afternoon." "I know all, my Sophia," answered he. "Your cruel father hath told me all, and he himself hath sent me hither to you." "My father sent you to me!" replied she. "Sure you dream." "Would to heaven," cries he, "it was but a dream! O Sophia, your father has sent me to you to be an advocate for my odious rival, to solicit you in his favour. I took any means to get access to you. O speak to me, Sophia, comfort my bleeding heart. Sure no one ever loved, ever doted like me. Do not unkindly withhold this dear, this soft, this gentle hand. One moment perhaps tears you for ever from me. Nothing less than this cruel occasion could, I believe, have ever conquered the respect and awe with which you have inspired me." She stood a moment silent and covered with confusion, then lifting up her eyes gently towards him, she cried, "What would Mr Jones have me say?" "Oh, do but promise," cries he, "that you never will give yourself to Blifil." "Name not," answered she, "the detested sound. Be assured I never will give him what is in my power to withhold from him." "Now then," cries he, "while you are so perfectly kind, go a little farther, and add, that I may hope." "Alas!" says she, "Mr Jones, whither will you drive me? What hope have I to bestow? You know my father's intentions." "But I know," answered he, "your compliance with them cannot be compelled." "What," says she, "must be the dreadful consequence of my disobedience? My own ruin is my least concern. I cannot bear the thoughts of being the cause of my father's misery." "He is himself the cause," cries Jones, "by exacting a power over you which nature hath not given him. Think on the misery which I am to suffer if I am to lose you, and see on which side pity will turn the balance." "Think of it!" replied she. "Can you imagine I do not feel the ruin which I must bring on you, should I comply with your desire? It is that thought which gives me resolution to bid you fly from me for ever, and avoid your own destruction." "I fear no destruction," cries he, "but the loss of Sophia. If you would save me from the most bitter agonies, recall that cruel sentence. Indeed I can never part with you. Indeed I cannot." The lovers now stood both silent and trembling, Sophia being unable to withdraw her hand from Jones, and he almost as unable to hold it, when the scene, which I believe some of my readers will think had lasted long enough, was interrupted by one of so different a nature that we shall reserve the relation of it for a different chapter. Chapter ix. Being of a much more tempestuous kind than the former. Before we proceed with what now happened to our lovers, it may be proper to recount what had passed in the hall during their tender interview. Soon after Jones had left Mr Western in the manner above mentioned, his sister came to him, and was presently informed of all that had passed between her brother and Sophia relating to Blifil. This behaviour in her niece the good lady construed to be an absolute breach of the condition on which she had engaged to keep her love for Mr Jones a secret. She considered herself therefore at full liberty to reveal all she knew to the squire, which she immediately did in the most explicit terms, and without any ceremony or preface. The idea of a marriage between Jones and his daughter had never once entered into the squire's head, either in the warmest minutes of his affection towards that young man, or from suspicion, or on any other occasion. He did indeed consider a parity of fortune and circumstances to be physically as necessary an ingredient in marriage as difference of sexes, or any other essential, and had no more apprehension of his daughter's falling in love with a poor man than with any animal of a different species. He became therefore like one thunderstruck at his sister's relation. He was at first incapable of making any answer, having been almost deprived of his breath by the violence of the surprize. This, however, soon returned, and, as is usual in other cases after an intermission, with redoubled force and fury. The first use he made of the power of speech, after his recovery from the sudden effects of his astonishment, was to discharge a round volley of oaths and imprecations; after which he proceeded hastily to the apartment where he expected to find the lovers, and murmured, or rather indeed roared forth, intentions of revenge every step he went. As when two doves, or two wood-pigeons, or as when Strephon and Phyllis, for that comes nearest to the mark, are retired into some pleasant solitary grove to enjoy the delightful conversation of love, that bashful boy who cannot speak in public, and is never a good companion to more than two at a time, here, while every object is serene, should hoarse thunder burst suddenly through the shattered clouds, and rumbling roll along the sky, the frightened maid starts from the mossy bank or verdant turf, the pale livery of death succeeds the red regimentals in which love had before dressed her cheeks, fear shakes her whole frame, and her lover scarce supports her trembling tottering limbs. Or, as when two gentlemen, strangers to the wondrous wit of the place, are cracking a bottle together at some inn or tavern at Salisbury, if the great Dowdy, who acts the part of a madman as well as some of his setters-on do that of a fool, should rattle his chains and dreadfully hum forth the grumbling catch along the gallery, the frighted strangers stand aghast. Scared at the horrid sound, they seek some place of shelter from the approaching danger, and if the well-barred windows did admit their exit, would venture their necks to escape the threatening fury now coming upon them. So trembled poor Sophia, so turned she pale at the noise of her father, who in a voice most dreadful to hear came on swearing, cursing, and vowing the destruction of Jones. To say the truth, I believe the youth himself would, from some prudent considerations, have preferred another place of abode at this time, had his terror on Sophia's account given him liberty to reflect a moment on what any other ways concerned himself, than as his love made him partake whatever affected her. And now the squire, having burst open the door, beheld an object which instantly suspended all his fury against Jones. This was the ghastly appearance of Sophia, who had fainted away in her lover's arms. This tragical sight Mr Western no sooner beheld than all his rage forsook him. He roared for help with his utmost violence, ran first to his daughter, then back to the door calling for water, and then back again to Sophia, never considering in whose arms she then was, nor perhaps once recollecting that there was such a person in the world as Jones, for indeed I believe the present circumstances of his daughter were now the sole consideration which employed his thoughts. Mrs Western and a great number of servants soon came to the assistance of Sophia, with water, cordials, and everything necessary on those occasions. These were applied with such success that Sophia in a very few minutes began to recover, and all the symptoms of life to return, upon which she was presently led off by her own maid and Mrs Western. Nor did that good lady depart without leaving some wholesome admonitions with her brother on the dreadful effects of his passion, or, as she pleased to call it, madness. The squire perhaps did not understand this good advice, as it was delivered in obscure hints, shrugs, and notes of admiration. At least, if he did understand it, he profited very little by it, for no sooner was he cured of his immediate fears for his daughter than he relapsed into his former frenzy, which must have produced an immediate battle with Jones, had not Parson Supple, who was a very strong man, been present, and by mere force restrained the squire from acts of hostility. The moment Sophia was departed, Jones advanced in a very suppliant manner to Mr Western, whom the parson held in his arms, and begged him to be pacified, for that, while he continued in such a passion, it would be impossible to give him any satisfaction. "I will have satisfaction o' thee," answered the squire, "so doff thy clothes. At'nt half a man, and I'll lick thee as well as wast ever licked in thy life." He then bespattered the youth with abundance of that language which passes between country gentlemen who embrace opposite sides of the question, with frequent applications to him to salute that part which is generally introduced into all controversies that arise among the lower orders of the English gentry, at horse races, cock matches, and other public places. Allusions to this part are likewise often made for the sake of the jest, and here I believe the wit is generally misunderstood. In reality it lies in desiring another to kiss your ass, for having just before threatened to kick his. For I have observed very accurately that no one ever desires you to kick that which belongs to him, nor offers to kiss this part in another. It may likewise seem surprising that in the many thousand kind invitations of this sort, which every one who hath conversed with country gentlemen must have heard, no one, I believe, hath ever seen a single instance where the desire hath been complied with. A great instance of their want of politeness; for in town nothing can be more common than for the finest gentlemen to perform this ceremony every day to their superiors, without having that favour once requested of them. To all such wit Jones very calmly answered, "Sir, this usage may perhaps cancel every other obligation you have conferred on me, but there is one you can never cancel, nor will I be provoked by your abuse to lift my hand against the father of Sophia." At these words the squire grew still more outrageous than before, so that the parson begged Jones to retire, saying, "You behold, sir, how he waxeth wroth at your abode here; therefore let me pray you not to tarry any longer. His anger is too much kindled for you to commune with him at present. You had better therefore conclude your visit, and refer what matters you have to urge in your behalf to some other opportunity." Jones accepted this advice with thanks, and immediately departed. The squire now regained the liberty of his hands, and so much temper as to express some satisfaction in the restraint which had been laid upon him, declaring that he should certainly have beat his brains out, and adding, "It would have vexed one confoundedly to have been hanged for such a rascal." The parson now began to triumph in the success of his peacemaking endeavours, and proceeded to read a lecture against anger, which might perhaps rather have tended to raise than to quiet that passion in some hasty minds. This lecture he enriched with many valuable quotations from the ancients, particularly from Seneca, who hath indeed so well handled this passion, that none but a very angry man can read him without great pleasure and profit. The doctor concluded this harangue with the famous story of Alexander and Clitus; but as I find that entered in my commonplace under title drunkenness, I shall not insert it here. The squire took no notice of this story, nor perhaps of anything he said, for he interrupted him before he had finished by calling for a tankard of beer, observing, which is perhaps as true as any observation on this fever of the mind, that anger makes a man dry. No sooner had the squire swallowed a large draught than he renewed the discourse on Jones, and declared a resolution of going the next morning early to acquaint Mr Allworthy. His friend would have dissuaded him from this from the mere motive of good nature, but his dissuasion had no other effect than to produce a large volley of oaths and curses, which greatly shocked the pious ears of Supple. But he did not dare to remonstrate against a privilege which the squire claimed as a free-born Englishman. To say truth, the parson submitted to please his palate at the squire's table, at the expense of suffering now and then to this violence to his ears. He contented himself with thinking he did not promote this evil practice, and that the squire would not swear an oath the less if he never entered within his gates. However, though he was not guilty of ill manners by rebuking a gentleman in his own house, he paid him off obliquely in the pulpit, which had not indeed the good effect of working a reformation in the squire himself, yet it so far operated on his conscience that he put the laws very severely in execution against others, and the magistrate was the only person in the parish who could swear with impunity. Chapter 10, in which Mr Western visits Mr Allworthy. Mr Allworthy was now retired from breakfast with his nephew, well satisfied with the report of the young gentleman's successful visit to Sophia, for he greatly desired the match, more on account of the young lady's character than of her riches, when Mr Western broke abruptly in upon them, and without any ceremony began as follows. There, you have done a fine piece of work truly. You have brought up your bastard to a fine purpose. Not that I believe you have had any hand in it neither, that is, as a man may say, designedly, but there is a fine kettle of fish made on't up at our house. What can be the matter, Mr Western? said Allworthy. Oh, matter enow of all conscience. My daughter hath fallen in love with your bastard, that's all. But I won't gi' her a halfpenny, not the 20th part of a brass farden. I always thought what would come of breeding up a bastard like a gentleman, and letting him come about to folks' houses. It's well for un I could not get at un. I'd a licked un. I'd a spoiled his caterwauling. I'd a taught the son of a whore to meddle with meat for his master. He shan't ever have a morsel of meat of mine, or a varden to buy it. If she will have un, one smock shall be her portion. I'd sooner give my estate to the zinking fund than it may be sent to Hanover to corrupt our nation with. I am heartily sorry, cries Allworthy. Pox o' your sorrow, says Western. It will do me abundance of good when I've lost my only child, my poor Sophy, that was the joy of my heart and all the hope and comfort of my age. But I am resolved I will turn her out of doors. She shall beg and starve and rot in the streets. Not one halfpenny, not a halfpenny shall she ever ha' mine. The son of a bitch was always good at finding a hare sitting, and be rotted to't. I little thought what puss he was looking after, but it shall be the worst he ever found in his life. She shall be no better than carrion. The skin o'er is all he shall ha, and so you may tell un. I am in amazement, cries Allworthy, at what you tell me, after what passed between my nephew and the young lady no longer ago than yesterday. Yes, sir, answered Western, it was after what passed between your nephew and she that the whole matter came out. Mr Blifil there was no sooner gone than the son of a whore came lurching about the house. Little did I think, when I used to love him for a sportsman, that he was all the while a poaching after my daughter. Why truly, says Allworthy, I could wish you had not given him so many opportunities with her; and you will do me the justice to acknowledge that I have always been averse to his staying so much at your house, though I own I had no suspicion of this kind. Why, zounds, cries Western, who would have thought it? What the devil had she to do with un? He did not come there a courting to her, he came there a hunting with me. But was it possible, says Allworthy, that you should never discern any symptoms of love between them, when you have seen them so often together? Never in my life, as I hope to be saved, cries Western. I never so much as seed him kiss her in all my life; and so far from courting her, he used rather to be more silent when she was in company than at any other time. And as for the girl, she was always less civil to him than to any young man that came to the house. As to that matter, I'm not more easy to be deceived than another. I would not have you think that I am, neighbour. Allworthy could scarce refrain laughter at this, but he resolved to do a violence to himself, for he perfectly well knew mankind, and had too much good breeding and good nature to offend the squire in his present circumstances. He then asked Western what he would have him do upon this occasion, to which the other answered, that he would have him keep the rascal away from his house, and that he would go and lock up the wench, for he was resolved to make her marry Mr Blifil in spite of her teeth. He then shook Blifil by the hand, and swore he would have no other son-in-law. Presently after which he took his leave, saying his house was in such disorder that it was necessary for him to make haste home, to take care his daughter did not give him the slip; and as for Jones, he swore, if he caught him at his house, he would qualify him to run for the gelding's plate. When Allworthy and Blifil were again left together, a long silence ensued between them, all which interval the young gentleman filled up with sighs, which proceeded partly from disappointment, but more from hatred, for the success of Jones was much more grievous to him than the loss of Sophia. At length his uncle asked him what he was determined to do, and he answered in the following words: Alas, sir, can it be a question what step a lover will take when reason and passion point different ways? I am afraid it is too certain he will, in that dilemma, always follow the latter. Reason dictates to me to quit all thoughts of a woman who places her affections on another. My passion bids me hope she may in time change her inclinations in my favour. Here, however, I conceive an objection may be raised, which, if it could not fully be answered, would totally deter me from any further pursuit. I mean the injustice of endeavouring to supplant another in a heart of which he seems already in possession; but the determined resolution Mr Western shows that in this case I shall, by so doing, promote the happiness of every party, not only that of the parent, who will thus be preserved from the highest degree of misery, but of both the others, who must be undone by this match. The lady, I am sure, will be undone in every sense, for, besides the loss of most part of her own fortune, she will be not only married to a beggar, but the little fortune which her father cannot withhold from her will be squandered on that wench with whom I know he yet converses. Nay, that is a trifle, for I know him to be one of the worst men in the world. For had my dear uncle known what I have hitherto endeavoured to conceal, he must have long since abandoned so profligate a wretch. How? said Allworthy. Hath he done anything worse than I already know? Tell me, I beseech you." "No," replied Blifil, "it is now past, and perhaps he may have repented of it." "I command you on your duty," said Allworthy, "to tell me what you mean." "You know, sir," says Blifil, "I never disobeyed you, but I am sorry I mentioned it, since it may now look like revenge, whereas I thank heaven no such motive ever entered my heart; and if you oblige me to discover it, I must be his petitioner to you for your forgiveness." "I will have no conditions," answered Allworthy. "I think I have shown tenderness enough towards him, and more perhaps than you ought to thank me for." "More indeed, I fear, than he deserved," cries Blifil; "for in the very day of your utmost danger, when myself and all the family were in tears, he filled the house with riot and debauchery. He drank and sung and roared; and when I gave him a gentle hint of the indecency of his actions, he fell into a violent passion, swore many oaths, called me rascal, and struck me." "How!" cries Allworthy, "did he dare to strike you?" "I am sure," cries Blifil, "I have forgiven him that long ago." "I wish I could so easily forget his ingratitude to the best of benefactors; and yet even that I hope you will forgive him, since he must have certainly been possessed with the devil. For that very evening, as Mr Thwackum and myself were taking the air in the fields, and exulting in the good symptoms which then first began to discover themselves, we unluckily saw him engaged with a wench in a manner not fit to be mentioned. Mr Thwackum, with more boldness than prudence, advanced to rebuke him, when, I am sorry to say it, he fell upon the worthy man, and beat him so outrageously, that I wish he may have yet recovered the bruises. Nor was I without my share of the effects of his malice, while I endeavoured to protect my tutor. But that I have long forgiven. Nay, I prevailed with Mr Thwackum to forgive him too, and not to inform you of a secret which I feared might be fatal to him. And now, sir, since I have unadvisedly dropt a hint of this matter, and your commands have obliged me to discover the whole, let me intercede with you for him." "O child," said Allworthy, "I know not whether I should blame or applaud your goodness in concealing such villainy a moment. But where is Mr Thwackum? Not that I want any confirmation of what you say, but I will examine all the evidence of this matter, to justify to the world the example I am resolved to make of such a monster." Thwackum was now sent for, and presently appeared. He corroborated every circumstance which the other had deposed. Nay, he produced the record upon his breast, where the handwriting of Mr Jones remained very legible in black and blue. He concluded with declaring to Mr Allworthy that he should have long since informed him of this matter, had not Mr Blifil, by the most earnest interpositions, prevented him. "He is," says he, "an excellent youth, though such forgiveness of enemies is carrying the matter too far." In reality, Blifil had taken some pains to prevail with the parson, and to prevent the discovery at that time, for which he had many reasons. He knew that the minds of men are apt to be softened and relaxed from their usual severity by sickness. Besides, he imagined that if the story was told when the fact was so recent, and the physician about the house, who might have unravelled the real truth, he should never be able to give it the malicious turn which he intended. Again he resolved to hoard up this business till the indiscretion of Jones should afford some additional complaints, for he thought the joint weight of many facts falling upon him together would be the most likely to crush him, and he watched therefore some such opportunity as that with which fortune had now kindly presented him. Lastly, by prevailing with Thwackum to conceal the matter for a time, he knew he should confirm an opinion of his friendship to Jones, which he had greatly laboured to establish in Mr Allworthy. Section 21. Section 22 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 6, containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 11. A short chapter, but which contains sufficient matter to affect the good-natured reader. It was Mr Allworthy's custom never to punish any one, not even to turn away a servant, in a passion. He resolved therefore to delay passing sentence on Jones till the afternoon. The poor young man attended at dinner as usual, but his heart was too much loaded to suffer him to eat. His grief too was a good deal aggravated by the unkind looks of Mr Allworthy, whence he concluded that Western had discovered the whole affair between him and Sophia. But as to Mr Blifil's story he had not the least apprehension, for of much the greater part he was entirely innocent, and for the residue, as he had forgiven and forgotten it himself, so he suspected no remembrance on the other side. When dinner was over and the servants departed, Mr Allworthy began to harangue. He set forth in a long speech the many iniquities of which Jones had been guilty, particularly those which this day had brought to light, and concluded by telling him that unless he could clear himself of the charge, he was resolved to banish him his sight for ever. Many disadvantages attended poor Jones in making his defence. Nay, indeed, he hardly knew his accusation; for as Mr Allworthy, in recounting the drunkenness, etc., while he lay ill, out of modesty sunk everything that related particularly to himself, which indeed principally constituted the crime, Jones could not deny the charge. His heart was, besides, almost broken already, and his spirits were so sunk that he could say nothing for himself, but acknowledged the whole, and like a criminal in despair threw himself upon mercy, concluding, that though he must own himself guilty of many follies and inadvertencies, he hoped he had done nothing to deserve what would be to him the greatest punishment in the world. Allworthy answered that he had forgiven him too often already in compassion to his youth, and in hopes of his amendment, that he now found he was an abandoned reprobate, and such as it would be criminal in any one to support and encourage. Nay, said Mr Allworthy to him, your audacious attempt to steal away the young lady calls upon me to justify my own character in punishing you. The world, who have already censured the regard I have shown for you, may think, with some colour at least of justice, that I connive at so base and barbarous an action of which you must have known my abhorrence, and which, had you had any concern for my ease and honour as well as for my friendship, you would never have thought of undertaking. Fie upon it, young man! Indeed, there is scarce any punishment equal to your crimes, and I can scarce think myself justifiable in what I am now going to bestow on you. However, as I have educated you like a child of my own, I will not turn you naked into the world. When you open this paper, therefore, you will find something which may enable you with industry to get an honest livelihood. but if you employ it to worse purposes, I shall not think myself obliged to supply you farther, being resolved from this day forward to converse no more with you on any account. I cannot avoid saying there is no part of your conduct which I resent more than your ill treatment of that good young man, meaning Blifil, who hath behaved with so much tenderness and honour towards you." These last words were a dose almost too bitter to be swallowed. A flood of tears now gushed from the eyes of Jones, and every faculty of speech and motion seemed to have deserted him. It was some time before he was able to obey Allworthy's peremptory commands of departing, which he at length did, having first kissed his hands with a passion difficult to be affected, and as difficult to be described. The reader must be very weak, if, when he considers the light in which Jones then appeared to Mr Allworthy, he should blame the rigour of his sentence, and yet all the neighbourhood, either from this weakness or from some worse motive, condemned his justice and severity as the highest cruelty. Nay, the very persons who had before censured the good man for the kindness and tenderness shown to a bastard, his own according to the general opinion, now cried out as loudly against turning his own child out of doors. The women especially were unanimous in taking the part of Jones, and raised more stories on the occasion than I have room in this chapter to set down. One thing must not be omitted, that in their censures on this occasion none ever mentioned the sum contained in the paper which Allworthy gave Jones, which was no less than £500, but all agreed that he was sent away penniless, and some said naked, from the house of his inhuman father. Chapter 12. Containing love letters, etc. Jones was commanded to leave the house immediately, and told that his clothes and everything else should be sent to him whithersoever he should order them. He accordingly set out, and walked above a mile, not regarding, and indeed scarce knowing, whither he went. At length a little brook obstructing his passage, he threw himself down by the side of it, nor could he help muttering with some little indignation, "Sure my father will not deny me this place to rest in." Here he presently fell into the most violent agonies, tearing his hair from his head, and using most other actions which generally accompany fits of madness, rage, and despair. When he had in this manner vented the first emotions of passion, he began to come a little to himself. His grief now took another turn, and discharged itself in a gentler way, till he became at last cool enough to reason with his passion, and to consider what steps were proper to be taken in his deplorable condition. And now the great doubt was, how to act with regard to Sophia. The thoughts of leaving her almost rent his heart asunder, but the consideration of reducing her to ruin and beggary still racked him, if possible, more. And if the violent desire of possessing her person could have induced him to listen one moment to this alternative, still he was by no means certain of her resolution to indulge his wishes at so high an expense. The resentment of Mr Allworthy, and the injury he must do to his quiet, argued strongly against this latter; and lastly, the apparent impossibility of his success, even if he would sacrifice all these considerations to it, came to his assistance, and thus honour at last, backed with despair, with gratitude to his benefactor, and with real love to his mistress, got the better of burning desire, and he resolved rather to quit Sophia than pursue her to her ruin. It is difficult for any who have not felt it to conceive the glowing warmth which filled his breast on the first contemplation of this victory over his passion. Pride flattered him so agreeably that his mind perhaps enjoyed perfect happiness. But this was only momentary. Sophia soon returned to his imagination, and allayed the joys of his triumph with no less bitter pangs than a good-natured general must feel when he surveys the bleeding heaps, at the price of whose blood he hath purchased his laurels. For thousands of tender ideas lay murdered before our conqueror. Being resolved, however, to pursue the paths of this giant honour, as the gigantic poet Lee calls it, he determined to write a farewell letter to Sophia, and accordingly proceeded to a house not far off, where, being furnished with proper materials, he wrote as follows: Madam, when you reflect on the situation in which I write, I am sure your good nature will pardon any inconsistency or absurdity which my letter contains, for everything here flows from a heart so full that no language can express its dictates. I have resolved, madam, to obey your commands in flying for ever from your dear, your lovely sight. Cruel indeed those commands are, but it is a cruelty which proceeds from fortune, not from my Sophia. Fortune hath made it necessary to your preservation, to forget there ever was such a wretch as I am. Believe me, I would not hint all my sufferings to you if I imagined they could possibly escape your ears. I know the goodness and tenderness of your heart, and would avoid giving you any of those pains which you always feel for the miserable. O let nothing which you shall hear of my hard fortune cause a moment's concern, for, after the loss of you, everything else is to me a trifle. O Sophia, it is hard to leave you. It is harder still to desire you to forget me, yet the sincerest love obliges me to both. Pardon my conceiving that any remembrance of me can give you disquiet, but if I am so gloriously wretched, sacrifice me every way to your relief. Think I never loved you, or think truly how little I deserve you, and learn to scorn me for a presumption which can never be too severely punished. I am unable to say more. May guardian angels protect you for ever. He was now searching his pockets for his wax, but found none, nor indeed anything else therein, for in truth he had, in his frantic disposition, tossed everything from him, and amongst the rest his pocket-book, which he had received from Mr Allworthy, which he had never opened, and which now first occurred to his memory. The house supplied him with a wafer for his present purpose, with which, having sealed his letter, he returned hastily towards the brook side, in order to search for the things which he had there lost. In his way he met his old friend, Black George, who heartily condoled with him on his misfortune, for this had already reached his ears, and indeed those of all the neighbourhood. Jones acquainted the gamekeeper with his loss, and he as readily went back with him to the brook, where they searched every tuft of grass in the meadow, as well where Jones had not been as where he had been, but all to no purpose, for they found nothing, for indeed, though the things were then in the meadow, they omitted to search the only place where they were deposited, to wit, in the pockets of the said George, for he had just before found them, and being luckily apprized of their value, had very carefully put them up for his own use. The gamekeeper, having exerted as much diligence in quest of the lost goods as if he had hoped to find them, desired Mr Jones to recollect if he had been in no other place. For sure, he said, if you'd lost them here so lately, the things must have been here still, for this is a very unlikely place for any one to pass by. And indeed it was by great accident that he himself had passed through that field in order to lay wires for hares, with which he was to supply a poulterer at Bath the next morning. Jones now gave over all hopes of recovering his loss, and almost all thoughts concerning it, and turning to Black George, asked him earnestly if he would do him the greatest favour in the world. George answered with some hesitation, "Sir, you know you may command me whatever is in my power, and I heartily wish it was in my power to do you any service." In fact, the question staggered him, for he had, by selling game, amassed a pretty good sum of money in Mr Western's service, and was afraid that Jones wanted to borrow some small matter of him. But he was presently relieved from his anxiety by being desired to convey a letter to Sophia, which with great pleasure he promised to do. And indeed I believe there are few favours which he would not have gladly conferred on Mr Jones, for he bore as much gratitude towards him as he could, and was as honest as men who love money better than any other thing in the universe generally are. Mrs Honour was agreed by both to be the proper means by which this letter should pass to Sophia. They then separated. The gamekeeper returned home to Mr Western's, and Jones walked to an alehouse at half a mile's distance to wait for his messenger's return. George no sooner came home to his master's house than he met with Mrs Honour, to whom, having first sounded her with a few previous questions, he delivered the letter for her mistress, and received at the same time another from her to Mr Jones, which Honour told him she had carried all that day in her bosom, and began to despair of finding any means of delivering it. The gamekeeper returned hastily and joyfully to Jones, who, having received Sophia's letter from him, instantly withdrew, and eagerly breaking it open, read as follows: "Sir, it is impossible to express what I have felt since I saw you. Your submitting on my account to such cruel insults from my father lays me under an obligation I shall ever own. As you know his temper, I beg you will for my sake avoid him. I wish I had any comfort to send you, but believe this, that nothing but the last violence shall ever give my hand or heart where you would be sorry to see them bestowed." Jones read this letter 100 times over, and kissed it 100 times as often. His passion now brought all tender desires back into his mind. He repented that he had writ to Sophia in the manner we have seen above, but he repented more that he had made use of the interval of his messenger's absence to write and dispatch a letter to Mr Allworthy, in which he had faithfully promised and bound himself to quit all thoughts of his love. However, when his cool reflections returned, he plainly perceived that his case was neither mended nor altered by Sophia's belay, unless to give him some little glimpse of hope from her constancy of some favourable accident hereafter. He therefore resumed his resolution, and taking leave of Black George, set forward to a town about 5 miles distant, whither he had desired Mr Allworthy, unless he pleased to revoke his sentence, to send his things after him. Chapter 13. The behaviour of Sophia on the present occasion, which none of her sex will blame who are capable of behaving in the same manner, and the discussion of a knotty point in the court of conscience. Sophia had passed the last 24 hours in no very desirable manner. During a large part of them she had been entertained by her aunt with lectures of prudence, recommending to her the example of the polite world, where love, so the good lady said, is at present entirely laughed at, and where women consider matrimony, as men do offices of public trust, only as the means of making their fortunes, and of advancing themselves in the world. In commenting on which text, Mrs Western had displayed her eloquence during several hours. These sagacious lectures, though little suited either to the taste or inclination of Sophia, were however less irksome to her than her own thoughts, that formed the entertainment of the night, during which she never once closed her eyes. But though she could neither sleep nor rest in her bed, yet having no avocation from it, she was found there by her father at his return from Allworthy's, which was not till past 10 o'clock in the morning. He went directly up to her apartment, opened the door, and seeing she was not up, cried, "Oh, you're safe then, and I am resolved to keep you so." He then locked the door and delivered the key to Honour, having first given her the strictest charge, with great promises of rewards for her fidelity, and most dreadful menaces of punishment in case she should betray her trust. Honour's orders were, not to suffer her mistress to come out of her room without the authority of the squire himself, and to admit none to her but him and her aunt, but she was herself to attend her with whatever Sophia pleased, except only pen, ink, and paper, of which she was forbidden the use. The squire ordered his daughter to dress herself and attend him at dinner, which she obeyed, and having sat the usual time, was again conducted to her prison. In the evening the gaoler, Honour, brought her the letter which she received from the gamekeeper. Sophia read it very attentively twice or thrice over, and then threw herself upon the bed and burst into a flood of tears. Mrs Honour expressed great astonishment at this behaviour in her mistress, nor could she forbear very eagerly begging to know the cause of this passion. Sophia made her no answer for some time, and then, starting suddenly up, caught her maid by the hand, and cried, "Oh, Honour, I am undone." "Marry forbid," cries Honour. "I wish the letter had been burnt before I had brought it to your ladyship. I'm sure I thought it would have comforted your ladyship, or I would have seen it at the devil before I would have touched it." "Honour," says Sophia, "you are a good girl, and it is vain to attempt concealing longer my weakness from you. I have thrown away my heart on a man who hath forsaken me." "And is Mr Jones," answered the maid, "such a perfidy man?" "He hath taken his leave of me," says Sophia, "for ever in that letter. Nay, he hath desired me to forget him. Could he have desired that if he had loved me? Could he have borne such a thought? Could he have written such a word?" "No, certainly, ma'am," cries Honour; "and to be sure, if the best man in England was to desire me to forget him, I'd take him at his word. Marry, come up. I am sure your ladyship hath done him too much honour ever to think on him. A young lady who may take her choice of all the young men in the country. And to be sure, if I may be so presumptuous as to offer my poor opinion, there is young Mr Blifil, who, besides that he is come of honest parents, and will be one of the greatest squires all hereabouts, he is, to be sure, in my poor opinion, a more handsomer and a more politer man by half, and besides he is a young gentleman of a sober character, and who may defy any of the neighbours to say black is his eye. He follows no dirty trollops, nor can any bastards be laid at his door. Forget him indeed! I thank heaven I myself am not so much at my last prayers as to suffer any man to bid me forget him twice. If the best he that wears a head was for to go for to offer to say such an affronting word to me, I would never give him my company afterwards, if there was another young man in the kingdom. And as I was a saying, to be sure, there is young Mr Blifil." "Name not his detested name," cries Sophia. "Nay, ma'am," says Honour, "if your ladyship doth not like him, there be more jolly handsome young men that would court your ladyship, if they had but the least encouragement. I don't believe there is e'er a young gentleman in this county, or in the next to it, that if your ladyship was but to look as if you had a mind to him, would not come about to make his offers directly." "What a wretch dost thou imagine me," cries Sophia, "by affronting my ears with such stuff? I detest all mankind." "Nay, to be sure, ma'am," answered Honour, Your ladyship hath had enough to give you a surfeit of them. To be used ill by such a poor, beggarly, bastardly fellow." "Hold your blasphemous tongue," cries Sophia. "How dare you mention his name with disrespect before me? He used me ill? No, his poor bleeding heart suffered more when he writ cruel words than mine from reading them. Oh, he is all heroic virtue and angelic goodness. I am ashamed of the weakness of my own passion for blaming what I ought to admire. O Honour, it is my good only that he consults. To my interest he sacrifices both himself and me. The apprehension of ruining me hath driven him to despair." "I am very glad," says Honour, "to hear your ladyship takes that into your consideration; for to be sure it must be nothing less than ruin to give your mind to one that is turned out of doors, and is not worth a farthing in the world." "Turned out of doors!" cries Sophia hastily. "How? What dost thou mean?" "Why, to be sure, ma'am, my master no sooner told Squire Allworthy about Mr Jones having offered to make love to your ladyship, than the squire stripped him stark naked, and turned him out of doors." "Ah!" says Sophia, "I have been the cursed wretched cause of his destruction. Turned naked out of doors! Here, Honour, take all the money I have. Take the rings from my fingers. Here, my watch. Carry him all. Go, find him immediately." "For heaven's sake, ma'am," answered Mrs Honour, "do but consider, if my master should miss any of these things, I should be made to answer for them. Therefore let me beg your ladyship not to part with your watch and jewels. Besides, the money, I think, is enough of all conscience; and as for that, my master can never know anything of the matter." "Here then," cries Sophia, "take every farthing I am worth, find him out immediately, and give it to him. Go, go, lose not a moment." Mrs Honour departed according to orders, and finding Black George below stairs, delivered him the purse, which contained 16 guineas, being indeed the whole stock of Sophia; for though her father was very liberal to her, she was much too generous to be rich. Black George, having received the purse, set forward towards the alehouse; but in the way a thought occurred to him, whether he should not detain this money likewise. His conscience, however, immediately started at this suggestion, and began to upbraid him with ingratitude to his benefactor. To this his avarice answered, that his conscience should have considered the matter before, when he deprived poor Jones of his £500; that having quietly acquiesced in what was of so much greater importance, it was absurd, if not downright hypocrisy, to affect any qualms at this trifle. In return to which conscience, like a good lawyer, attempted to distinguish between an absolute breach of trust, as here, where the goods were delivered, and a bare concealment of what was found, as in the former case. Avarice presently treated this with ridicule, called it a distinction without a difference, and absolutely insisted that when once all pretensions of honour and virtue were given up in any one instance, that there was no precedent for resorting to them upon a second occasion. In short, poor conscience had certainly been defeated in the argument, had not fear stepped in to her assistance, and very strenuously urged that the real distinction between the two actions did not lie in the different degrees of honour, but of safety; for that the secreting the £500 was a matter of very little hazard, whereas the detaining the 16 guineas was liable to the utmost danger of discovery. By this friendly aid of fear, conscience obtained a complete victory in the mind of Black George, and after making him a few compliments on his honesty, forced him to deliver the money to Jones. Chapter 14. A short chapter, containing a short dialogue between Squire Western and his sister. Mrs Western had been engaged abroad all that day. The squire met her at her return home, and when she inquired after Sophia, he acquainted her that he had secured her safe enough. "She's locked up in chamber," cries he, "and honour keeps the key." As his looks were full of prodigious wisdom and sagacity when he gave his sister this information, it is probable he expected much applause from her for what he had done. But how was he disappointed when, with a most disdainful aspect, she cried, "Sure, brother, you are the weakest of all men. Why will you not confide in me for the management of my niece? Why will you interpose? You have now undone all that I have been spending my breath in order to bring about. While I have been endeavouring to fill her mind with maxims of prudence, you have been provoking her to reject them. English women, brother, I thank heaven, are no slaves. We are not to be locked up like the Spanish and Italian wives. We have as good a right to liberty as yourselves. We are to be convinced by reason and persuasion only, and not governed by force. I have seen the world, brother, and know what arguments to make use of, and if your folly had not prevented me, should have prevailed with her to form her conduct by those rules of prudence and discretion which I formerly taught her." "To be sure," said the squire, "I am always in the wrong." "Brother," answered the lady, "you are not in the wrong, unless when you meddle with matters beyond your knowledge. You must agree that I have seen most of the world, and happy had it been for my niece if she had not been taken from under my care. It is by living at home with you that she has learnt romantic notions of love and nonsense." "You don't imagine, I hope," cries the squire, "that I have taught her any such things?" "Your ignorance, brother," returned she, "as the great Milton says, almost subdues my patience." Footnote: the reader may perhaps subdue his own patience if he searches for this in Milton. "Damn Milton!" answered the squire. "If he had the impudence to say so to my face, I'd lend him a douse, though he was ever so great a man. Patience, and come to that, sister, I have more occasion of patience to be used like an overgrown schoolboy as I am by you. Do you think no one hath any understanding unless he hath been about at court? Pox! The world is come to a fine pass indeed, if we're all fools except a parcel of Roundheads and Hanover rats. Pox! I hope the times are coming when we shall make fools of them, and every man shall enjoy his own. That's all, sister, and every man shall enjoy his own. I hope to see it, sister, before the Hanover rats have eat up all our corn, and left us nothing but turnips to feed upon." "I protest, brother," cries she, "you are now got beyond my understanding. Your jargon of turnips and Hanover rats is to me perfectly unintelligible. I believe," cries he, "you don't care to hear of 'em, but the country interest may succeed one day or other for all that." "I wish," answered the lady, "you would think a little of your daughter's interest, for believe me she is in greater danger than the nation." "Just now," said he, "you chid me for thinking on her, and would have her left to you." "And if you will promise to interpose no more," answered she, "I will, out of my regard to my niece, undertake the charge." "Well, do then," said the squire, "for you know I always agreed that women are the properest to manage women." Mrs Western then departed, muttering something with an air of disdain concerning women and management of the nation. She immediately repaired to Sophia's apartment, who was now, after a day's confinement, released again from her captivity. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 7, containing 3 days. Chapter 1. A comparison between the world and the stage. The world hath been often compared to the theatre, and many grave writers, as well as the poets, have considered human life as a great drama, resembling in almost every particular those scenical representations which Thespis is first reported to have invented, and which have been since received with so much approbation and delight in all polite countries. This thought hath been carried so far, and is become so general, that some words proper to the theatre, and which were at first metaphorically applied to the world, are now indiscriminately and literally spoken of both. Thus stage and scene are by common use grown as familiar to us, when we speak of life in general, as when we confine ourselves to dramatic performances. And when transactions behind the curtain are mentioned, St. James's is more likely to occur to our thoughts than Drury Lane. It may seem easy enough to account for all this, by reflecting that the theatrical stage is nothing more than a representation, or, as Aristotle calls it, an imitation, of what really exists. And hence perhaps we might fairly pay a very high compliment to those who by their writings or actions have been so capable of imitating life, as to have their pictures in a manner confounded with, or mistaken for, the originals. But in reality we are not so fond of paying compliments to these people, whom we use as children frequently do the instruments of their amusement, and have much more pleasure in hissing and buffeting them than in admiring their excellence. There are many other reasons which have induced us to see this analogy between the world and the stage. Some have considered the larger part of mankind in the light of actors, as personating characters no more their own, and to which in fact they have no better title than the player hath to be in earnest thought the king or emperor whom he represents. Thus the hypocrite may be said to be a player, and indeed the Greeks called them both by one and the same name. The brevity of life hath likewise given occasion to this comparison. So the immortal Shakespeare, "Life's a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more." For which hackneyed quotation I will make the reader amends by a very noble one, which few, I believe, have read. It is taken from a poem called "The Deity," published about 9 years ago, and long since buried in oblivion, a proof that good books, no more than good men, do always survive the bad. From thee all human actions take their springs, the rise of empires and the fall of kings. See the vast theatre of time displayed, while o'er the scenes succeeding heroes tread. With pomp the shining images succeed, what leaders triumph, and what monarchs bleed. Perform the parts thy providence assigned, their pride, their passions, to thy ends inclined. A while they glitter in the face of day, then at thy nod the phantoms pass away. No trace is left of all the busy scene, but that remembrance says, these things have been. In all things, however, and in every other similitude of life to the theatre, the resemblance hath been always taken from the stage only. None, as I remember, have at all considered the audience at this great drama. But as nature often exhibits some of her best performances to a very full house, so will the behaviour of her spectators no less admit the above-mentioned comparison than that of her actors. In the vast theatre of time are seated the friend and the critic. Here are claps and shouts, hisses and groans, in short everything which was ever seen or heard at the Theatre Royal. Let us examine in this one example, for instance, in the behaviour of the great audience on that scene which nature was pleased to exhibit in the 12th chapter of the preceding book, where she introduced Black George running away with the £500 from his friend and benefactor. Those who sat in the world's upper gallery treated that incident, I am well convinced, with their usual vociferation, and every term of scurrilous reproach was most probably vented on that occasion. If we had descended to the next order of spectators, we should have found an equal degree of abhorrence, though less of noise and scurrility. Here the good women gave Black George to the devil, and many of them expected every minute that the cloven-footed gentleman would fetch his own. The pit, as usual, was no doubt divided. Those who delight in heroic virtue and perfect character objected to the producing such instances of villainy, without punishing them very severely for the sake of example. Some of the author's friends cried, "Look ye, gentlemen, the man is a villain, but it is nature for all that." And all the young critics of the age, the clerks, apprentices, etc., called it low, and fell a-groaning. As for the boxes, they behaved with their accustomed politeness. Most of them were attending to something else. Some of those few who regarded the scene at all declared he was a bad kind of man, while others refused to give their opinion till they had heard that of the best judges. Now we, who are admitted behind the scenes of this great theatre of nature, and no author ought to write anything besides dictionaries and spelling books who hath not this privilege, can censure the action, without conceiving any absolute detestation of the person, whom perhaps nature may not have designed to act an ill part in all her dramas, for in this instance life most exactly resembles the stage, since it is often the same person who represents the villain and the hero, and he who engages your admiration today will probably attract your contempt tomorrow. As Garrick, whom I regard in tragedy to be the greatest genius the world hath ever produced, sometimes condescends to play the fool, so did Scipio the Great, and Laelius the Wise, according to Horace, many years ago. Nay, Cicero reports them to have been incredibly childish. These, it is true, played the fool, like my friend Garrick, in jest only, but several eminent characters have, in numberless instances of their lives, played the fool egregiously in earnest, so far as to render it a matter of some doubt whether their wisdom or folly was predominant, and whether they were better entitled to the applause or censure, the admiration or contempt, the love or hatred of mankind. Those persons, indeed, who have passed any time behind the scenes of this great theatre, and are thoroughly acquainted not only with several disguises which are there put on, but also with the fantastic and capricious behaviour of the passions, who are the managers and directors of the theatre. For as to Reason, the patentee, he is known to be a very idle fellow, and seldom to exert himself, may most probably have learned to understand the famous nil admirari of Horace, or in the English phrase, to stare at nothing. A single bad act no more constitutes a villain in life than a single bad part on the stage. The passions, like the managers of a playhouse, often force men upon parts without consulting their judgment, and sometimes without any regard to their talents. Thus the man, as well as the player, may condemn what he himself acts. Nay, it is common to see vice sit as awkwardly on some men as the character of Iago would on the honest face of Mr. William Mills. Upon the whole, then, the man of candour and of true understanding is never hasty to condemn. He can censure an imperfection, or even a vice, without rage against the guilty party. In a word, they are the same folly, the same childishness, the same ill-breeding, the same ill-nature, which raise all the clamours and uproars, both in life and on the stage. The worst of men generally have the words rogue and villain most in their mouths, as the lowest of all wretches are the aptest to cry out "Lo!" in the pit. Chapter 2. Containing a conversation which Mr. Jones had with himself. Jones received his effects from Mr. Allworthy's early in the morning, with the following answer to his letter. Sir, I am commanded by my uncle to acquaint you, that as he did not proceed to those measures he had taken with you without the greatest deliberation, and after the fullest evidence of your unworthiness, so will it be always out of your power to cause the least alteration in his resolution. He expresses great surprise at your presumption in saying you have resigned all pretensions to a young lady, to whom it is impossible you should ever have had any, her birth and fortune having made her so infinitely your superior. Lastly, I am commanded to tell you, that the only instance of your compliance with my uncle's inclinations which he requires, is your immediately quitting this country. I cannot conclude this without offering you my advice, as a Christian, that you would seriously think of amending your life. That you may be assisted with grace to do so, will always be the prayer of your humble servant, W. Blifil. Many contending passions were raised in our hero's mind by this letter, but the tender prevailed at last over the indignant and irascible, and a flood of tears came seasonably to his assistance, and possibly prevented his misfortunes from either turning his head or bursting his heart. He grew, however, soon ashamed of indulging this remedy, and starting up, he cried, "Well, then, I will give Mr. Allworthy the only instance he requires of my obedience. I will go this moment. But whither? Why, let fortune direct. Since there is no other who thinks it of any consequence what becomes of this wretched person, it shall be a matter of equal indifference to myself. Shall I alone regard what no other—" "Ha! Have I not reason to think there is another, one whose value is above that of the whole world? I must imagine my Sophia is not indifferent to what becomes of me. Shall I then leave this only friend? And such a friend! Shall I not stay with her? Where? How can I stay with her? Have I any hopes of ever seeing her, though she was as desirous as myself, without exposing her to the wrath of her father? And to what purpose? Can I think of soliciting such a creature to consent to her own ruin? Shall I indulge any passion of mine at such a price? Shall I lurk about this country like a thief with such intentions? No, I disdain, I detest the thought. Farewell, Sophia. Farewell, most lovely, most beloved. Here passion stopped his mouth, and found a vent at his eyes. And now, having taken a resolution to leave the country, he began to debate with himself whither he should go. The world, as Milton phrases it, lay all before him, and Jones, no more than Adam, had any man to whom he might resort for comfort or assistance. All his acquaintance were the acquaintance of Mr Allworthy, and he had no reason to expect any countenance from them, as that gentleman had withdrawn his favour from him. Men of great and good characters should indeed be very cautious how they discard their dependents, for the consequence to the unhappy sufferer is being discarded by all others. What course of life to pursue, or to what business to apply himself, was a second consideration, and here the prospect was all a melancholy void. Every profession and every trade required length of time, and what was worse, money, for matters are so constituted that nothing out of nothing is not a truer maxim in physics than in politics, and every man who is greatly destitute of money is on that account entirely excluded from all means of acquiring it. At last the ocean, that hospitable friend to the wretched, opened her capacious arms to receive him, and he instantly resolved to accept her kind invitation. To express myself less figuratively, he determined to go to sea. This thought indeed no sooner suggested itself than he eagerly embraced it, and having presently hired horses, he set out for Bristol to put it in execution. But before we attend him on this expedition, we shall resort a while to Mr Western's, and see what further happened to the charming Sophia. Chapter 3. Containing several dialogues. The morning in which Mr Jones departed, Mrs Western summoned Sophia into her apartment, and having first acquainted her that she had obtained her liberty of her father, she proceeded to read her a long lecture on the subject of matrimony, which she treated not as a romantic scheme of happiness arising from love, as it hath been described by the poets, nor did she mention any of those purposes for which we are taught by divines to regard it as instituted by sacred authority. She considered it rather as a fund in which prudent women deposit their fortunes to the best advantage, in order to receive a larger interest from them than they could have elsewhere. When Mrs Western finished, Sophia answered, that she was very incapable of arguing with a lady of her aunt's superior knowledge and experience, especially on a subject which she had so very little considered as this of matrimony. "Argue with me, child," replied the other. "I do not indeed expect it. I should have seen the world to very little purpose truly, if I am to argue with one of your years. I have taken this trouble in order to instruct you. The ancient philosophers, such as Socrates, Alcibiades, and others, did not use to argue with their scholars. You are to consider me, child, as Socrates, not asking your opinion, but only informing you of mine." From which last words the reader may possibly imagine that this lady had read no more of the philosophy of Socrates than she had of Alcibiades, and indeed we cannot resolve his curiosity as to this point. "Madam," cries Sophia, "I have never presumed to controvert any opinion of yours, and this subject, as I said, I have never yet thought of, and perhaps never may." "Indeed, Sophy," replied the aunt, "this dissimulation with me is very foolish. The French shall as soon persuade me that they take foreign towns in defence only of their own country, as you can impose on me to believe you have never yet thought seriously of matrimony. How can you, child, affect to deny that which you have considered of contracting an alliance, when you so well know I am acquainted with the party with whom you desire to contract it? An alliance as unnatural and contrary to your interest as a separate league with the French would be to the interest of the Dutch. But, however, if you have not hitherto considered of this matter, I promise you it is now high time, for my brother is resolved immediately to conclude the treaty with Mr Blifil, and indeed I am a sort of guarantee in the affair, and have promised your concurrence." "Indeed, madam," cries Sophia, "this is the only instance in which I must disobey both yourself and my father, for this is a match which requires very little consideration in me to refuse." "If I was not as great a philosopher as Socrates himself," returned Mrs Western, "you would overcome my patience. What objection can you have to the young gentleman?" "A very solid objection, in my opinion," says Sophia. "I hate him." "Will you never learn a proper use of words?" answered the aunt. "Indeed, child, you should consult Bailey's Dictionary. It is impossible you should hate a man from whom you have received no injury. By hatred, therefore, you mean no more than dislike, which is no sufficient objection against your marrying him. I have known many couples, who have entirely disliked each other, lead very comfortable genteel lives. Believe me, child, I know these things better than you. You will allow me, I think, to have seen the world, in which I have not an acquaintance who would not rather be thought to dislike her husband than to like him. The contrary is such out of fashion romantic nonsense, that the very imagination of it is shocking." "Indeed, madam," replied Sophia, "I shall never marry a man I dislike. If I promise my father never to consent to any marriage contrary to his inclinations, I think I may hope he will never force me into that state contrary to my own." "Inclinations!" cries the aunt, with some warmth. "Inclinations! I am astonished at your assurance. A young woman of your age, and unmarried, to talk of inclinations! But whatever your inclinations may be, my brother is resolved. Nay, since you talk of inclinations, I shall advise him to hasten the treaty. Inclinations!" Sophia then flung herself upon her knees, and tears began to trickle from her shining eyes. She entreated her aunt to have mercy upon her, and not to resent so cruelly her unwillingness to make herself miserable, often urging that she alone was concerned, and that her happiness only was at stake. As a bailiff, when well authorized by his writ, having possessed himself of the person of some unhappy debtor, views all his tears without concern, in vain the wretched captive attempts to raise compassion, in vain the tender wife bereft of her companion, the little prattling boy, or frightened girl, are mentioned as inducements to reluctance. The noble bum-trap, blind and deaf to every circumstance of distress, greatly rises above all motives to humanity, and into the hands of the gaoler resolves to deliver his miserable prey. Not less blind to the tears, or less deaf to every entreaty of Sophia was the politic aunt, nor less determined was she to deliver over the trembling maid into the arms of the gaoler Blifil. She answered with great impetuosity, "So far, madam, from your being concerned alone, your concern is the least, or surely the least important. It is the honour of your family which is concerned in this alliance. You are only the instrument. Do you conceive, mistress, that an intermarriage between kingdoms, as when a daughter of France is married into Spain, the princess herself is alone considered in the match? No, it is a match between two kingdoms, rather than between two persons. The same happens in great families, such as ours. The alliance between the families is the principal matter. You ought to have a greater regard for the honour of your family than for your own person; and if the example of a princess cannot inspire you with these noble thoughts, you cannot surely complain at being used no worse than all princesses are used." "I hope, madam," cries Sophia, with a little elevation of voice, "I shall never do anything to dishonour my family. But as for Mr Blifil, whatever may be the consequence, I am resolved against him, and no force shall prevail in his favour." Western, who had been within hearing during the greater part of the preceding dialogue, had now exhausted all his patience. He therefore entered the room in a violent passion, crying, "D me, then, if she didn't have un! D me, if she won't! That's all, that's all! D me, if she won't!" Mrs Western had collected a sufficient quantity of wrath for the use of Sophia, but she now transferred it all to the squire. "Brother," said she, "it is astonishing that you will interfere in a matter which you had totally left to my negotiation. Regard to my family hath made me take upon myself to be the mediating power, in order to rectify those mistakes in policy which you have committed in your daughter's education. For, brother, it is your preposterous conduct, which hath eradicated all the seeds that I had formerly sown in her tender mind. It is you yourself who have taught her disobedience." "Blood!" cries the squire, foaming at the mouth, "you are enough to conquer the patience of the devil. Have I ever taught my daughter disobedience? Here she stands. Speak honestly, girl. Did I ever bid you to be disobedient to me? Have not I done everything to humour and to gratify you, and to make you obedient to me? And very obedient to me she was when a little child, before you took her in hand, and spoiled her by filling her head with a pack of court notions. Why, did I not overhear you telling her she must behave like a princess? You have made a Whig of the girl. And how should her father, or anybody else, expect any obedience from her?" "Brother," answered Mrs Western, with an air of great disdain, "I cannot express the contempt I have for your politics of all kinds. But I will appeal likewise to the young lady herself, whether I've ever taught her any principles of disobedience. On the contrary, niece, have I not endeavoured to inspire you with a true idea of the several relations in which a human creature stands in society? Have I not taken infinite pains to show you that the law of nature hath enjoined a duty on children to their parents? Have I not told you what Plato says on the subject? A subject on which you was so notoriously ignorant when you first came under my care, that I verily believe you did not know the relation between a daughter and a father. "'Tis a lie," answered Western. "The girl is no such fool as to live 11 years old without knowing that she was her father's relation." "Oh, more than Gothic ignorance," answered the lady. "And as for your manners, brother, I must tell you they deserve a cane." "Why, then, you may give it me, if you think you are able," cries the squire. "Nay, I suppose your niece there will be ready enough to help you." "Brother," said Mrs Western, "though I despise you beyond expression, yet I shall endure your insolence no longer. So I desire my coach may be got ready immediately, for I am resolved to leave your house this very morning." "And a good riddance too," answered he. "I can bear your insolence no longer, and you come to that. Blood, it is almost enough of itself to make my daughter undervalue my sense, when she hears you telling me every minute you despise me." "It is impossible, it is impossible," cries the aunt. "No one can undervalue such a boor." "Boor!" answered the squire. "I am no boor. No, nor ass, no, nor rat neither, madam. Remember that. I am no rat. I am a true Englishman, and not of your Hanover breed, that have eat up the nation." "Thou art one of those wise men," cries she, "whose nonsensical principles have undone the nation, by weakening the hands of our government at home, and by discouraging our friends and encouraging our enemies abroad." "Ho! Are you come back to your politics?" cries the squire. "As for those, I despise them as much as I do a fart." Which last words he accompanied and graced with the very action, which of all others was the most proper to it. And whether it was this word, or the contempt expressed for her politics, which most affected Mrs Western, I will not determine; but she flew into the most violent rage, uttered phrases improper to be here related, and instantly burst out of the house. Nor did her brother or her niece think proper either to stop or to follow her, for the one was so much possessed by concern, and the other by anger, that they were rendered almost motionless. The squire, however, sent after his sister the same "Hollo!" which attends the departure of a hare, when she is first started by the hounds. He was indeed a great master of this kind of vociferation, and had a "Hollo!" proper for most occasions in life. Women who, like Mrs Western, know the world, and have applied themselves to philosophy and politics, would have immediately availed themselves of the present disposition of Mr Western's mind, by throwing in a few artful compliments to his understanding at the expense of his absent adversary. But poor Sophia was all simplicity; by which word we do not intend to insinuate to the reader that she was silly, which is generally understood as a synonymous term with simple; for she was indeed a most sensible girl, and her understanding was of the first rate; but she wanted all that useful art which females convert to so many good purposes in life, and which, as it rather arises from the heart than from the head, is often the property of the silliest of women. Section 23. Section 24 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 7. Chapter 4. A picture of a country gentlewoman, taken from the life. Mr Western, having finished his "Hallo!" and taken a little breath, began to lament, in very pathetic terms, the unfortunate condition of men, who are, says he, always whipped in the humours of some damned bitch or other. "I think I was hard run enough by your mother for one man, but after giving her a dodge, here's another bitch follows me upon the foil. But curse my jacket if I'll be run down in this manner by any of 'em." Sophia never had a single dispute with her father, till this unlucky affair of Blifil, on any account, except in defence of her mother, whom she had loved most tenderly, though she had lost her in the 11th year of her age. The squire, to whom that poor woman had been a faithful upper servant all the time of their marriage, had returned that behaviour by making what the world calls a good husband. He very seldom swore at her, perhaps not above once a week, and never beat her. She had not the least occasion for jealousy, and was perfect mistress of her time, for she was never interrupted by her husband, who was engaged all the morning in his field exercises, and all the evening with his bottle companions. She scarce indeed ever saw him but at meals, where she had the pleasure of carving those dishes which she had before attended at the dressing. From these meals she retired about 5 minutes after the other servants, having only stayed to drink the king over the water. Such were, it seems, Mr Western's orders, for it was a maxim with him that women should come in with the first dish, and go out after the first glass. Obedience to these orders was perhaps no difficult task, for the conversation, if it may be called so, was seldom such as could entertain a lady. It consisted chiefly of hallooing, singing, relations of sporting adventures, and abuse of women and of the government. These, however, were the only seasons when Mr Western saw his wife, for when he repaired to her bed he was generally so drunk that he could not see, and in the sporting season he always rose from her before it was light. Thus was she perfect mistress of her time, and had besides a coach and four usually at her command, though unhappily indeed the badness of the neighbourhood and of the roads made this of little use, for none who had set much value on their necks would have passed through the one, or who had set any value on their hours would have visited the other. Now, to deal honestly with the reader, she did not make all the return expected to so much indulgence, for she had been married against her will by a fond father, the match having been rather advantageous on her side, for the squire's estate was upwards of 3000 pounds a year, and her fortune no more than a bare 8000 pounds. Hence perhaps she had contracted a little gloominess of temper, for she was rather a good servant than a good wife, nor had she always the gratitude to return the extraordinary degree of roaring mirth with which the squire received her, even with a good-humoured smile. She would, moreover, sometimes interfere with matters which did not concern her, as the violent drinking of her husband, which in the gentlest terms she would take some of the few opportunities he gave her of remonstrating against. And once in her life she very earnestly entreated him to carry her for 2 months to London, which he peremptorily denied, nay, was angry with his wife for the request ever after, being well assured that all the husbands in London are cuckolds. For this last, and for many other good reasons, Western at length heartily hated his wife, and as he never concealed this hatred before her death, so he never forgot it afterwards, but when anything in the least soured him, such as a bad scenting day, or a distemper among his hounds, or any other such misfortune, he constantly vented his spleen by invectives against the deceased, saying, if my wife was alive now, she would be glad of this. These invectives he was especially desirous of throwing forth before Sophia, for as he loved her more than he did any other, so he was really jealous that she had loved her mother better than him. And this jealousy Sophia seldom failed of heightening on these occasions, for he was not contented with violating her ears with the abuse of her mother, but endeavoured to force an explicit approbation of all this abuse, with which desire he could never prevail upon her by any promise or threats to comply. Hence some of my readers will, perhaps, wonder that the squire had not hated Sophia as much as he had hated her mother. But I must inform them that hatred is not the effect of love, even through the medium of jealousy. It is indeed very possible for jealous persons to kill the objects of their jealousy, but not to hate them; which sentiment being a pretty hard morsel, and bearing something of the air of a paradox, we shall leave the reader to chew the cud upon it until the end of the chapter. Chapter 5. The generous behaviour of Sophia towards her aunt. Sophia kept silence during the foregoing speech of her father, nor did she once answer otherwise than with a sigh. But as he understood none of the language, or as he called it lingo, of the eyes, so he was not satisfied without some further approbation of his sentiments, which he now demanded of his daughter, telling her in the usual way he expected she was ready to take the part of everybody against him, as she had always done that of the bitch her mother. Sophia remaining still silent, he cried out, "What, art dumb? Why dost unspeak? Was not thy mother a damned bitch to me? Answer me that. What, I suppose you despise your father too, and don't think him good enough to speak to?" "For heaven's sake, sir," answered Sophia, "do not give so cruel a turn to my silence. I am sure I would sooner die than be guilty of any disrespect towards you. But how can I venture to speak, when every word must either offend my dear papa, or convict me of the blackest ingratitude as well as impiety to the memory of the best of mothers, for such I am certain my mamma always was to me?" "And your aunt, I suppose, is the best of sisters too," replied the squire. "Will you be so kind as to allow that she is a bitch? I may fairly insist upon that, I think." "Indeed, sir," says Sophia, "I have great obligations to my aunt. She hath been a second mother to me." "And a second wife to me too," returned Western. "And so you will take her part too? You won't confess that she hath acted the part of the vilest sister in the world?" "Upon my word, sir," cries Sophia, "I must belie my heart wickedly if I did. I know my aunt and you differ very much in your ways of thinking, but I have heard her 1,000 times express the greatest affection for you, and I am convinced, so far from her being the very worst sister in the world, there are very few who love a brother better." "The English of all which is," answered the squire, "that I am in the wrong. Ay, certainly. Ay, to be sure, the woman is in the right, and the man in the wrong always." "Pardon me, sir," cries Sophia, "I do not say so." "What don't you say?" answered the father. "You have the impudence to say she's in the right? Doth it not follow, then, of course, that I am in the wrong? And perhaps I am in the wrong to suffer such a Presbyterian Hanoverian bitch to come into my house. She may dite me of a plot for anything I know, and give my estate to the government." "So far, sir, from injuring you or your estate," says Sophia, "if my aunt had died yesterday, I am convinced she would have left you her whole fortune." Whether Sophia intended it or no, I shall not presume to assert. But certain it is that these last words penetrated very deep into the ears of her father, and produced a much more sensible effect than all she had said before. He received the sound with much the same action as a man receives a bullet in his head. He started, staggered, and turned pale; after which he remained silent above a minute, and then began in the following hesitating manner: "Yesterday. She would have left me her estate yesterday, would she? Why, yesterday, of all the days in the year. I suppose if she dies to-morrow, she will leave it to somebody else, and perhaps out of the family." "My aunt, sir," cries Sophia, "hath very violent passions, and I can't answer what she may do under their influence." "You can't!" returned the father. "And pray who hath been the occasion of putting her into those violent passions? Nay, who hath actually put her into them? Was not you and she hard at it before I came into the room? Besides, was not all our quarrel about you? I have not quarrelled with sister this many years but upon your account; and now you would throw the whole blame upon me, as if I should be the occasion of her leaving the estate out of the family. I could have expected no better indeed. This is like the return you make to all the rest of my fondness." "I beseech you, then," cries Sophia, "upon my knees I beseech you, if I have been the unhappy occasion of this difference, that you will endeavour to make it up with my aunt, and not suffer her to leave your house in this violent rage of anger. She is a very good-natured woman, and a few civil words will satisfy her. Let me entreat you, sir." "So I must go and ask pardon for your fault, must I?" answered Western. "You have lost the hare, and I must draw every way to find her again. Indeed, if I was certain—" Here he stopped, and Sophia, throwing in more entreaties, at length prevailed upon him; so that after venting 2 or 3 bitter sarcastical expressions against his daughter, he departed as fast as he could to recover his sister, before her equipage could be gotten ready. Sophia then returned to her chamber of mourning, where she indulged herself, if the phrase may be allowed me, in all the luxury of tender grief. She read over more than once the letter which she had received from Jones. Her muff, too, was used on this occasion, and she bathed both these, as well as herself, with her tears. In this situation the friendly Mrs Honour exerted her utmost abilities to comfort her afflicted mistress. She ran over the names of many young gentlemen, and having greatly commended their parts and persons, assured Sophia that she might take her choice of any. These methods must have certainly been used with some success in disorders of the like kind, or so skilful a practitioner as Mrs Honour would never have ventured to apply them. Nay, I have heard that the College of Chambermaids hold them to be as sovereign remedies in any of the female dispensary. But whether it was that Sophia's disease differed inwardly from those cases with which it agreed in external symptoms, I will not assert. But in fact the good waiting woman did more harm than good, and at last so incensed her mistress, which was no easy matter, that with an angry voice she dismissed her from her presence. Chapter 6. Containing great variety of matter. The squire overtook his sister just as she was stepping into the coach, and partly by force, and partly by solicitations, prevailed upon her to order her horses back into their quarters. He succeeded in this attempt without much difficulty, for the lady was, as we have already hinted, of a most placable disposition, and greatly loved her brother, though she despised his parts, or rather his little knowledge of the world. Poor Sophia, who had first set on foot this reconciliation, was now made the sacrifice to it. They both concurred in their censures on her conduct, jointly declared war against her, and directly proceeded to council, how to carry it on in the most vigorous manner. For this purpose Mrs Western proposed not only an immediate conclusion of the treaty with Allworthy, but as immediately to carry it into execution, saying that there was no other way to succeed with her niece but by violent methods, which she was convinced Sophia had not sufficient resolution to resist. By violent, says she, I mean rather hasty measures, for as to confinement or absolute force, no such things must or can be attempted. Our plan must be concerted for a surprise, and not for a storm. These matters were resolved on, when Mr Blifil came to pay a visit to his mistress. The squire no sooner heard of his arrival than he stepped aside, by his sister's advice, to give his daughter orders for the proper reception of her lover, which he did with the most bitter execrations and denunciations of judgment on her refusal. The impetuosity of the squire bore down all before him, and Sophia, as her aunt very wisely foresaw, was not able to resist him. She agreed therefore to see Blifil, though she had scarce spirits or strength sufficient to utter her assent. Indeed, to give a peremptory denial to a father whom she so tenderly loved was no easy task. Had this circumstance been out of the case, much less resolution than what she was really mistress of would perhaps have served her. But it is no unusual thing to ascribe those actions entirely to fear, which are in a great measure produced by love. In pursuance, therefore, of her father's peremptory command, Sophia now admitted Mr Blifil's visit. Scenes like this, when painted at large, afford, as we have observed, very little entertainment to the reader. Here, therefore, we shall strictly adhere to a rule of Horace, by which writers are directed to pass over all those matters which they despair of placing in a shining light. A rule we conceive of excellent use as well to the historian as to the poet, and which, if followed, must at least have this good effect, that many a great evil, for so all great books are called, would thus be reduced to a small one. It is possible the great art used by Blifil at this interview would have prevailed on Sophia to have made another man in his circumstances her confidant, and to have revealed the whole secret of her heart to him. But she had contracted so ill an opinion of this young gentleman, that she was resolved to place no confidence in him; for simplicity, when set on its guard, is often a match for cunning. Her behaviour to him, therefore, was entirely forced, and indeed such as is generally prescribed to virgins upon the second formal visit from one who is appointed for their husband. But though Blifil declared himself to the squire perfectly satisfied with his reception, yet that gentleman, who, in company with his sister, had overheard all, was not so well pleased. He resolved, in pursuance of the advice of the sage lady, to push matters as forward as possible; and addressing himself to his intended son-in-law in the hunting phrase, he cried, after a loud "Hollo! Follow her, boy, follow her! Run in, run in! That's it, honeys! Dead, dead, dead! Never be bashful, nor stand, shall I? Shall I? Allworthy and I can finish all matters between us this afternoon, and let us have the wedding to-morrow." Blifil, having conveyed the utmost satisfaction into his countenance, answered, "As there is nothing, sir, in this world which I so eagerly desire as an alliance with your family, except my union with the most amiable and deserving Sophia, you may easily imagine how impatient I must be to see myself in possession of my two highest wishes. If I have not therefore importuned you on this head, you will impute it only to my fear of offending the lady, by endeavouring to hurry on so blessed an event faster than a strict compliance with all the rules of decency and decorum will permit. But if by your interest, sir, she might be induced to dispense with any formalities—" "Formalities, with a pox!" answered the squire. "Pooh! All stuff and nonsense. I tell thee she shall have thee to-morrow. You will know the world better hereafter, when you come to my age. Women never give their consent, man, if they can help it. 'Tis not the fashion. If I had stayed for her mother's consent, I might have been a bachelor to this day. To her, go to her. That's it, you jolly dog. I tell thee shall have her to-morrow morning." Blifil suffered himself to be overpowered by the forcible rhetoric of the squire, and it being agreed that Western should close with Allworthy that very afternoon, the lover departed home, having first earnestly begged that no violence might be offered to the lady by this haste, in the same manner as the popish inquisitor begs the lay power to do no violence to the heretic delivered over to it, and against whom the church has passed sentence. And to say the truth, Blifil had passed sentence against Sophia; for however pleased he had declared himself to Western with his reception, he was by no means satisfied, unless it was that he was convinced of the hatred and scorn of his mistress; and this had produced no less reciprocal hatred and scorn in him. It may perhaps be asked, why then did he not put an immediate end to the further courtship? I answer for that very reason, as well as several others equally good, which we shall now proceed to open to the reader. Though Mr Blifil was not of the complexion of Jones, nor ready to eat every woman he saw, yet he was far from being destitute of that appetite which is said to be the common property of all animals. With this he had likewise that distinguishing taste, which serves to direct men in their choice of the object or food of their several appetites. And this taught him to consider Sophia as a most delicious morsel, indeed to regard her with the same desires which an Ortolian inspires into the soul of an epicure. Now the agonies which affected the mind of Sophia rather augmented than impaired her beauty, for her tears added brightness to her eyes, and her breasts rose higher with her sighs. Indeed, no one hath seen beauty in its highest lustre, who hath never seen it in distress. Blifil therefore looked on this human Ortolan with greater desire than when he viewed her last. Nor was his desire at all lessened by the aversion which he discovered in her to himself. On the contrary, this served rather to heighten the pleasure he proposed in rifling her charms, as it added triumph to lust. Nay, he had some further views, from obtaining the absolute possession of her person, which we detest too much even to mention, and revenge itself was not without its share in the gratifications which he promised himself. The rivalling poor Jones, and supplanting him in her affections, added another spur to his pursuit, and promised another additional rapture to his enjoyment. Besides all these views, which to some scrupulous persons may seem to savour too much of malevolence, he had one prospect, which few readers will regard with any great abhorrence, and this was the estate of Mr Western, which was all to be settled on his daughter and her issue. For so extravagant was the affection of that fond parent, that provided his child would but consent to be miserable with the husband he chose, he cared not at what price he purchased him. For these reasons Mr Blifil was so desirous of the match that he intended to deceive Sophia by pretending to love her, and to deceive her father and his own uncle by pretending he was beloved by her. In doing this he availed himself of the piety of Thwackum, who held that if the end proposed was religious, as surely matrimony is, it mattered not how wicked were the means. As to other occasions, he used to apply the philosophy of Squire, which taught that the end was immaterial, so that the means were fair and consistent with moral rectitude. To say truth, there were few occurrences in life on which he could not draw advantage from the precepts of one or other of those great masters. Little deceit was indeed necessary to be practised on Mr Western, who thought the inclinations of his daughter of as little consequence as Blifil himself conceived them to be. But as the sentiments of Mr Allworthy were of a very different kind, so it was absolutely necessary to impose on him. In this, however, Blifil was so well assisted by Western, that he succeeded without difficulty. For as Mr Allworthy had been assured by her father that Sophia had a proper affection for Blifil, and that all which he had suspected concerning Jones was entirely false, Blifil had nothing more to do than to confirm these assertions, which he did with such equivocations that he preserved a salvo for his conscience, and had the satisfaction of conveying a lie to his uncle, without the guilt of telling one. When he was examined touching the inclinations of Sophia by Allworthy, who said he would on no account be accessory to forcing a young lady into marriage contrary to her own will, he answered, that the real sentiments of young ladies were very difficult to be understood, that her behaviour to him was full as forward as he wished it, and that if he could believe her father, she had all the affection for him which any lover could desire. As for Jones, said he, who I am loth to call villain, though his behaviour to you, sir, sufficiently justifies the appellation, his own vanity, or perhaps some wicked views, might make him boast of a falsehood, for if there had been any reality in Miss Western's love to him, the greatness of her fortune would never have suffered him to desert her, as you are well informed he hath. Lastly, sir, I promise you I would not myself for any consideration, no, not for the whole world, consent to marry this young lady, if I was not persuaded that she had all the passion for me which I desire she should have. This excellent method of conveying a falsehood with the heart only, without making the tongue guilty of an untruth, by the means of equivocation and imposture, hath quieted the conscience of many a notable deceiver. And yet, when we consider that it is omniscience on which these endeavour to impose, it may possibly seem capable of affording only a very superficial comfort, and that this artful and refined distinction between communicating a lie and telling one is hardly worth the pains it costs them. Allworthy was pretty well satisfied with what Mr Western and Mr Blifil told him, and the treaty was now, at the end of 2 days, concluded. Nothing then remained previous to the office of the priest but the office of the lawyers, which threatened to take up so much time that Western offered to bind himself by all manner of covenants rather than defer the happiness of the young couple. Indeed, he was so very earnest and pressing that an indifferent person might have concluded he was more a principal in this match than he really was. But this eagerness was natural to him on all occasions, and he conducted every scheme he undertook in such a manner, as if the success of that alone was sufficient to constitute the whole happiness of his life. The joint importunities of both father and son-in-law would probably have prevailed on Mr Allworthy, who brooked but ill any delay of giving happiness to others, had not Sophia herself prevented it, and taken measures to put a final end to the whole treaty, and to rob both church and law of those taxes which these wise bodies have thought proper to receive from the propagation of the human species in a lawful manner, of which in the next chapter. End of section 24. Section 25 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 7. Chapter 7. A strange resolution of Sophia, and a more strange stratagem of Mrs Honour. Though Mrs Honour was principally attached to her own interest, she was not without some little attachment to Sophia. To say truth, it was very difficult for any one to know that young lady without loving her. She no sooner, therefore, heard a piece of news which she imagined to be of great importance to her mistress, than, quite forgetting the anger which she had conceived 2 days before, at her unpleasant dismission from Sophia's presence, she ran hastily to inform her of the news. The beginning of her discourse was as abrupt as her entrance to the room. "Oh, dear ma'am," says she, "what doth your ladyship think? To be sure I am frightened out of my wits, and yet I thought it my duty to tell your ladyship, though perhaps it may make you angry, for we servants don't always know what will make our ladies angry, for to be sure everything is always laid to the charge of a servant. When our ladies are out of humour, to be sure we must be scolded, and to be sure I should not wonder if your ladyship should be out of humour. Nay, it must surprise you certainly, ay, and shock you too." "Good Honour, let me know it without any longer preface," says Sophia. "There are few things, I promise you, which will surprise, and fewer which will shock me." "Dear ma'am," answered Honour, "to be sure, I overheard my master talking to Parson Supple about getting a licence this very afternoon, and to be sure I heard him say your ladyship should be married to-morrow morning." Sophia turned pale at these words, and repeated eagerly, "To-morrow morning?" "Yes, ma'am," replied the trusty waiting woman. "I will take my oath I heard my master say so." "Honour," says Sophia, "you have both surprised and shocked me to such a degree that I have scarce any breath or spirits left. What is to be done in such a dreadful situation?" "I wish I was able to advise your ladyship," says she. "Do advise me," cries Sophia. "Pray, dear Honour, advise me. Think what you would attempt if it was your own case." "Indeed, ma'am," cries Honour, "I wish your ladyship and I could change situations. That is, I mean, without hurting your ladyship. For to be sure, I don't wish you so bad as to be a servant, but because that if so be it was my case, I should find no manner of difficulty in it. For in my poor opinion, young Squire Blifil is a charming, sweet, handsome man." "Don't mention such stuff," cries Sophia. "Such stuff," repeated Honour. "Why, there, well, to be sure, what's one man's meat is another man's poison, and the same is altogether as true of women." "Honour," said Sophia, "rather than submit to be the wife of that contemptible wretch, I would plunge a dagger into my heart." "Oh, Lord, ma'am," answered the other, "I am sure you frighten me out of my wits now. Let me beseech your ladyship not to suffer such wicked thoughts to come into your head." "Oh, Lord, to be sure I tremble every inch of me. Dear ma'am, consider that to be denied Christian burial, and to have your corpse buried in the highway, and a stake drove through you, as Farmer Halfpenny was served at Oxcross, and to be sure his ghost hath walked there ever since, for several people have seen him. To be sure it can be nothing but the devil which can put such wicked thoughts into the head of anybody, for certainly it is less wicked to hurt all the world than one's own dear self, and so I have heard said by more parsons than one. If your ladyship hath such a violent aversion, and hates the young gentleman so very bad, that you can't bear to think of going into bed to him, for to be sure there may be such antipathies in nature, and one had liever touch a toad than the flesh of some people." Sophia had been too much wrapped in contemplation to pay any great attention to the foregoing excellent discourse of her maid. Interrupting her, therefore, without making any answer to it, she said, "Honour, I am come to a resolution. I am determined to leave my father's house this very night, and if you have the friendship for me which you have often professed, you will keep me company." "That I will, ma'am, to the world's end," answered Honour; "but I beg your ladyship to consider the consequence before you undertake any rash action. Where can your ladyship possibly go?" "There is," replied Sophia, "a lady of quality in London, a relation of mine, who spent several months with my aunt in the country, during all which time she treated me with great kindness, and expressed so much pleasure in my company, that she earnestly desired my aunt to suffer me to go with her to London; and as she is a woman of very great note, I shall easily find her out, and I make no doubt of being very well and kindly received by her." "I would not have your ladyship too confident of that," cries Honour; "for the first lady I lived with used to invite people very earnestly to her house, but if she heard afterwards they were coming, she used to get out of the way. Besides, though this lady would be very glad to see your ladyship, as to be sure anybody would be glad to see your ladyship, yet when she hears your ladyship is run away from my master—" "You are mistaken, Honour," said Sophia. "She looks upon the authority of a father in a much lower light than I do, for she pressed me violently to go to London with her, and when I refused to go without my father's consent, she laughed me to scorn, called me a silly country girl, and said I should make a pure loving wife, since I could be so dutiful a daughter. So I have no doubt but she will both receive me and protect me too, till my father, finding me out of his power, can be brought to some reason." "Well, but, ma'am," answered Honour, "how doth your ladyship think of making your escape? Where will you get any horses or conveyance? For as for your own horse, all the servants know a little how matters stand between my master and your ladyship. Robin will be hanged before he will suffer it to go out of the stable without my master's express orders." "I intend to escape," said Sophia, "by walking out of doors when they are open. I thank heaven my legs are very able to carry me. They have supported me many a long evening. Yes, to be sure, cries Honour, I will follow your ladyship through the world. But your ladyship had almost as good be alone, for I should not be able to defend you if any robbers or other villains should meet with you. Nay, I should be in as horrible a fright as your ladyship, for to be certain they would ravish us both. Besides, ma'am, consider how cold the nights are now. We shall be frozen to death." "A good brisk pace," answered Sophia, "will preserve us from the cold. And if you cannot defend me from a villain, Honour, I will defend you, for I will take a pistol with me. There are always two charged in the hall." "Dear ma'am, you frighten me more and more," cries Honour. "Sure your ladyship would not venture to fire it off. I had rather run any chance than your ladyship would do that." "Why so?" says Sophia, smiling. "Would you not, Honour, fire a pistol at any one who should attack your virtue?" "To be sure, ma'am," cries Honour, "one's virtue is a dear thing, especially to us poor servants, for it is our livelihood, as a body may say. Yet I mortally hate firearms, for so many accidents happen by them." "Well, well," said Sophia, "I believe I may ensure your virtue at a very cheap rate, without carrying any arms with us, for I intend to take horses at the very first town we come to, and we shall hardly be attacked in our way thither. Look'ee, Honour, I am resolved to go, and if you will attend me, I promise you I will reward you to the very utmost of my power." This last argument had a stronger effect on Honour than all the preceding; and since she saw her mistress so determined, she desisted from any further dissuasions. They then entered into a debate on ways and means of executing their project. Here a very stubborn difficulty occurred, and this was the removal of their effects, which was much more easily got over by the mistress than the maid; for when a lady hath once taken a resolution to run to a lover, or to run from him, all obstacles are considered as trifles. But Honour was inspired by no such motive. She had no raptures to expect, nor any terrors to shun; and besides the real value of her clothes, in which consisted a great part of her fortune, she had a capricious fondness for several gowns and other things, either because they became her, or because they were given her by such a particular person, because she had bought them lately, or because she had had them long, or for some other reasons equally good; so that she could not endure the thoughts of leaving the poor things behind her exposed to the mercy of Western, who, she doubted not, would in his rage make them suffer martyrdom. The ingenious Mrs Honour having applied all her oratory to dissuade her mistress from her purpose, when she found her positively determined, at last started the following expedient to remove her clothes, viz., to get herself turned out of doors that very evening. Sophia highly approved this method, but doubted how it could be brought about. "Oh, ma'am," cries Honour, "your ladyship may trust that to me. We servants very well know how to obtain this favour of our masters and mistresses, though sometimes, indeed, where they owe us more wages than they can readily pay, they will put up with all our affronts, and will hardly take any warning we give them. But the squire is none of those; and since your ladyship is resolved upon setting out to-night, I warrant I get discharged this afternoon." It was then resolved that she should pack up some linen and a nightgown for Sophia, with her own things; and as for all her other clothes, the young lady abandoned them with no more remorse than the sailor feels when he throws over the goods of others in order to save his own life. Chapter VIII. Containing scenes of altercation, of no very uncommon kind. Mrs Honour had scarce sooner parted from her young lady, than something, for I would not, like the old woman in Quevedo, injure the devil by any false accusation, and possibly he might have no hand in it, but something, I say, suggested itself to her, that by sacrificing Sophia and all her secrets to Mr Western, she might probably make her fortune. Many considerations urged this discovery. The fair prospect of a handsome reward for so great and acceptable a service to the squire tempted her avarice, and again the danger of the enterprise she had undertaken, the uncertainty of its success, night, cold, robbers, ravishers, all alarmed her fears. So forcibly did all these operate upon her, that she was almost determined to go directly to the squire, and to lay open the whole affair. She was, however, too upright a judge to decree on one side, before she had heard the other. And here first a journey to London appeared very strongly in support of Sophia. She eagerly longed to see a place in which she fancied charms short only of those which a raptured saint imagines in heaven. In the next place, as she knew Sophia to have much more generosity than her master, so her fidelity promised her a greater reward than she could gain by treachery. She then cross-examined all the articles which had raised her fears on the other side, and found, on fairly sifting the matter, that there was really very little in them. And now, both scales being reduced to a pretty even balance, her love to her mistress being thrown into the scale of her integrity, made that rather preponderant, when a circumstance struck upon her imagination which might have had a dangerous effect, had its whole weight been fairly put into the other scale. This was the length of time which must intervene before Sophia would be able to fulfil her promises. For though she was entitled to her mother's fortune at the death of her father, and to the sum of 3000 pounds left her by an uncle when she came of age, yet these were distant days, and many accidents might prevent the intended generosity of the young lady, whereas the rewards she might expect from Mr Western were immediate. But while she was pursuing this, thought the good genius of Sophia, or that which presided over the integrity of Mrs Honour, or perhaps mere chance, sent an accident in her way, which at once preserved her fidelity, and even facilitated the intended business. Mrs Western's maid claimed great superiority over Mrs Honour on several accounts. First, her birth was higher, for her great-grandmother by the mother's side was a cousin not far removed to an Irish peer. Secondly, her wages were greater. And lastly, she had been at London, and had of consequence seen more of the world. She had always behaved, therefore, to Mrs Honour with that reserve, and had always exacted of her those marks of distinction which every order of females preserves and requires in conversation with those of an inferior order. Now, as Honour did not at all times agree with this doctrine, but would frequently break in upon the respect which the other demanded, Mrs Western's maid was not at all pleased with her company. Indeed, she earnestly longed to return home to the house of her mistress, where she domineered at will over all the other servants. She had been greatly, therefore, disappointed in the morning, when Mrs Western had changed her mind on the very point of departure, and had been in what is vulgarly called a glouting humour ever since. In this humour, which was none of the sweetest, she came into the room where Honour was debating with herself in the manner we have above related. Honour no sooner saw her than she addressed her in the following obliging phrase: "So, madam, I find we are to have the pleasure of your company longer, which I was afraid the quarrel between my master and your lady would have robbed us of." "I don't know, madam," answered the other, "what you mean by we and us. I assure you I do not look on any of the servants in this house to be proper company for me. I am company, I hope, for their betters every day in the week. I do not speak on your account, Mrs Honour, for you are a civilized young woman, and when you have seen a little more of the world, I should not be ashamed to walk with you in St James's Park." Hoity-toity, cries Honour, madam is in her airs, I protest. Mrs Honour, forsooth! Sure, madam, you might call me by my surname, for though my lady calls me Honour, I have a surname as well as other folks. Ashamed to walk with me, quotha! Marry, as good as yourself, I hope. Since you make such a return to my civility, said the other, I must acquaint you, Mrs Honour, that you are not so good as me. In the country, indeed, one is obliged to take up with all kind of trumpery, but in town I visit none but the women of quality. Indeed, Mrs Honour, there is some difference, I hope, between you and me. I hope so too, answered Honour. There is some difference in our ages, and, I think, in our persons. Upon speaking which last words, she strutted by Mrs Western's maid with the most provoking air of contempt, turning up her nose, tossing her head, and violently brushing the hoop of her competitor with her own. The other lady put on one of her most malicious sneers, and said, Creature, you are below my anger, and it is beneath me to give ill words to such an audacious saucy trollop. But, hussy, I must tell you, your breeding shows the meanness of your birth as well as of your education, and both very properly qualify you to be the mean serving woman of a country girl. Don't abuse my lady, cries Honour. I won't take that of you. She's as much better than yours as she is younger, and 10,000 times more handsomer. Here ill luck, or rather good luck, sent Mrs Western to see her maid in tears, which began to flow plentifully at her approach, and of which being asked the reason by her mistress, she presently acquainted her that the tears were occasioned by the rude treatment of that creature there, meaning Honour. And, madam, continued she, I could have despised all she said to me, but she hath had the audacity to affront your ladyship, and to call you ugly. Yes, madam, she called you ugly old cat to my face. I could not bear to hear your ladyship called ugly. Why do you repeat her impudence so often? Said Mrs Western. And then turning to Mrs Honour, she asked her, how she had the assurance to mention her name with disrespect? Disrespect, madam, answered Honour. I never mentioned your name at all. I said somebody was not as handsome as my mistress, and to be sure you know that as well as I. Hussy, replied the lady, I will make such a saucy trollop as yourself know that I am not a proper subject of your discourse. And if my brother does not discharge you this moment, I will never sleep in his house again. I will find him out, and have you discharged this moment. Discharged, cries Honour. And suppose I am? There are more places in the world than one. Thank heaven, good servants need not want places, and if you turn away all who do not think you handsome, you will want servants very soon, let me tell you that. Mrs Western spoke, or rather thundered, in answer, but as she was hardly articulate, we cannot be very certain of the identical words. We shall therefore omit inserting a speech which at best would not greatly redound to her honour. She then departed in search of her brother, with a countenance so full of rage that she resembled one of the Furies rather than a human creature. The two chambermaids being again left alone, began a second bout at altercation, which soon produced a combat of a more active kind. In this the victory belonged to the lady of the inferior rank, but not without some loss of blood, of hair, and of lawn and muslin. Chapter 9. The wise demeanour of Mr Western in the character of a magistrate. A hint to justices of peace, concerning the necessary qualifications of a clerk, with extraordinary instances of paternal madness and filial affection. Logicians sometimes prove too much by an argument, and politicians often overreach themselves in a scheme. Thus had it like to have happened to Mrs Honour, who, instead of recovering the rest of her clothes, had like to have stopped even those she had on her back from escaping. For the squire no sooner heard of her having abused his sister, than he swore 20 oaths he would send her to Bridewell. Mrs Western was a very good-natured woman, and ordinarily of a forgiving temper. She had lately remitted the trespass of a stage-coachman, who had overturned her post-chaise into a ditch. Nay, she had even broken the law in refusing to prosecute a highwayman who had robbed her, not only of a sum of money, but of her earrings, at the same time damning her, and saying, such handsome bishes as you don't want jewels to set them off, and be damned to you. But now, so uncertain are our tempers, and so much do we at different times differ from ourselves, she would hear of no mitigation, nor could all the affected penitence of Honour, nor all the entreaties of Sophia for her own servant, prevail with her to desist from earnestly desiring her brother to execute justiceship, for it was indeed a syllable more than justice, on the wench. But luckily the clerk had a qualification, which no clerk to a justice of peace ought ever to be without, namely, some understanding in the law of this realm. He therefore whispered in the ear of the justice that he would exceed his authority by committing the girl to Bridewell, as there had been no attempt to break the peace. "For I am afraid, sir," says he, "you cannot legally commit any one to Bridewell for only ill breeding." In matters of high importance, particularly in cases relating to the game, the justice was not always attentive to these admonitions of his clerk; for indeed, in executing the laws under that head, many justices of peace suppose they have a large discretionary power, by virtue of which, under the notion of searching for and taking away engines for the destruction of the game, they often commit trespasses, and sometimes felony, at their pleasure. But this offence was not of quite so high a nature, nor so dangerous to the society. Here, therefore, the justice behaved with some attention to the advice of his clerk; for, in fact, he had already had 2 informations exhibited against him in the King's Bench, and he had no curiosity to try a third. The squire, therefore, putting on a most wise and significant countenance, after a preface of several hums and haws, told his sister that upon more mature deliberation he was of opinion that, as there was no breaking up of the peace, such as the law, says he, calls breaking open a door, or breaking a hedge, or breaking a head, or any such sort of breaking, the matter did not amount to a felonious kind of thing, nor trespasses, nor damages, and therefore there was no punishment in the law for it. Mrs Western said she knew the law much better, that she had known servants very severely punished for affronting their masters, and then named a certain justice of the peace in London, who, she said, would commit a servant to Bridewell at any time when a master or mistress desired it. "Like enough," cries the squire, "it may be so in London, but the law is different in the country." Here followed a very learned dispute between the brother and sister concerning the law, which we would insert, if we imagined many of our readers could understand it. This was, however, at length referred by both parties to the clerk, who decided it in favour of the magistrate; and Mrs Western was in the end obliged to content herself with the satisfaction of having honour turned away, to which Sophia herself very readily and cheerfully consented. Thus fortune, after having diverted itself, according to custom, with 2 or 3 frolics, at last disposed all manners to the advantage of our heroine, who indeed succeeded admirably well in her deceit, considering it was the first she had ever practised. And to say truth, I have often concluded that the honest part of mankind would be much too hard for the knavish, if they could bring themselves to incur the guilt, or thought it worth their while to take the trouble. Honour acted her part to the utmost perfection. She no sooner saw herself secure from all danger of Bridewell, a word which had raised most horrible ideas in her mind, than she resumed those airs which her terrors before had a little abated, and laid down her place, with as much affectation of content, and indeed of contempt, as was ever practised at the resignation of places of much greater importance. If the reader pleases, therefore, we choose rather to say she resigned, which hath indeed always been held a synonymous expression with being turned out, or turned away. Mr Western ordered her to be very expeditious in her packing, for his sister declared she would not sleep another night under the same roof with so impudent a slut. To work therefore she went, and that so earnestly, that everything was ready early in the evening, when, having received her wages, away packed bag and baggage, to the great satisfaction of every one, but of none more than of Sophia, who, having appointed her maid to meet her at a certain place not far from the house, exactly at the dreadful and ghostly hour of 12, began to prepare for her own departure. But first she was obliged to give 2 painful audiences, the one to her aunt, and the other to her father. In these Mrs Western herself began to talk to her in a more peremptory style than before, but her father treated her in so violent and outrageous a manner that he frightened her into an affected compliance with his will, which so highly pleased the good squire that he changed his frowns into smiles, and his menaces into promises. He vowed that his whole soul was wrapped in hers, that her consent, for so he construed the words, "You know, sir, I must not, nor can, refuse to obey any absolute command of yours," had made him the happiest of mankind. He then gave her a large bank bill to dispose of in any trinkets she pleased, and kissed and embraced her in the fondest manner, while tears of joy trickled from those eyes which a few moments before had darted fire and rage against the dear object of all his affection. Instances of this behaviour in parents are so common that the reader, I doubt not, will be very little astonished at the whole conduct of Mr Western. If he should, I own I am not able to account for it, since that he loved his daughter most tenderly is, I think, beyond dispute. So indeed have many others, who have rendered their children most completely miserable by the same conduct, which, though it is almost universal in parents, hath always appeared to me to be the most unaccountable of all absurdities which ever entered into the brain of that strange prodigious creature man. The latter part of Mr Western's behaviour had so strong an effect on the tender heart of Sophia, that it suggested a thought to her, which not all the sophistry of her politic aunt, nor all the menaces of her father, had ever once brought into her head. She reverenced her father so piously, and loved him so passionately, that she had scarce ever felt more pleasing sensations than what arose from the share she frequently had of contributing to his amusement, and sometimes perhaps to higher gratifications; for he never could contain the delight of hearing her commended, which he had the satisfaction of hearing almost every day of her life. The idea, therefore, of the immense happiness she should convey to her father by her consent to this match made a strong impression on her mind. Again, the extreme piety of such an act of obedience worked very forcibly, as she had a very deep sense of religion. Lastly, when she reflected how much she herself was to suffer, being indeed to become little less than a sacrifice or a martyr to filial love and duty, she felt an agreeable tickling in a certain little passion, which, though it bears no immediate affinity either to religion or virtue, is often so kind as to lend great assistance in executing the purposes of both. Sophia was charmed with the contemplation of so heroic an action, and began to compliment herself with much premature flattery, when Cupid, who lay hid in her muff, suddenly crept out, and like Punchinello in a puppet show, kicked out all before him. In truth, for we scorn to deceive our reader, or to vindicate the character of our heroine by ascribing her actions to supernatural impulse, the thoughts of her beloved Jones, and some hopes, however distant, in which he was very particularly concerned, immediately destroyed all which filial love, piety, and pride had, with their joint endeavours, been labouring to bring about. But before we proceed any further with Sophia, we must now look back to Mr Jones. End of section 25. Section 26 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 7. Chapter 10, containing several matters, natural enough perhaps, but low. The reader will be pleased to remember that we left Mr Jones, in the beginning of this book, on his road to Bristol, being determined to seek his fortune at sea, or rather indeed to fly away from his fortune on shore. It happened, a thing not very unusual, that the guide who undertook to conduct him on his way was unluckily unacquainted with the road, so that having missed the right track, and being ashamed to ask information, he rambled about backwards and forwards till night came on and it began to grow dark. Jones, suspecting what had happened, acquainted the guide with his apprehensions, but he insisted on it that they were in the right road, and added it would be very strange if he should not know the road to Bristol, though in reality it would have been much stranger if he had known it, having never passed through it in his life before. Jones had not such implicit faith in his guide, but that on their arrival at a village he inquired of the first fellow he saw whether they were in the road to Bristol. "Whence did you come?" cries the fellow. "No matter," says Jones a little hastily. "I want to know if this be the road to Bristol." "The road to Bristol!" cries the fellow, scratching his head. "Why, measter, I believe you will hardly get to Bristol this way to-night." "Prithee, friend, then," answered Jones, "do tell us which is the way." "Why, measter," cries the fellow, "you must be come out of your road the Lord knows whither, for this way goeth to Gloucester." "Well, and which way goes to Bristol?" said Jones. "Why, you be going away from Bristol," answered the fellow. "Then," said Jones, "we must go back again?" "Ay, you must," said the fellow. "Well, and when we come back to the top of the hill, which way must we take?" "Why, you must keep the straight road." but I remember there are two roads, one to the right and the other to the left." "Why, you must keep the right-hand road, and then go straight forwards. Only remember to turn first to your right, then to your left again, and then to your right, and that brings you to the squire's, and then you must keep straight forwards and turn to the left." Another fellow now came up, and asked which way the gentlemen were going, of which being informed by Jones, he first scratched his head, and then leaning upon a pole he had in his hand, began to tell him, that he must keep the right-hand road for about a mile, or a mile and a half, or such a matter, and then he must turn short to the left, which would bring him round by Mr. John Beirne's. "But which way is Mr. John Beirne's?" says Jones. "Oh, Lord!" cries the fellow, "why, you don't know Mr. John Beirne's? Whence then did you come?" These two fellows had almost conquered the patience of Jones, when a plain well-looking man, who was indeed a Quaker, accosted him thus: "Friend, I perceive thou hast lost thy way, and if thou wilt take my advice, thou wilt not attempt to find it tonight. It is almost dark, and the road is difficult to hit. Besides, there have been several robberies committed lately between this and Bristol. Here is a very creditable good house just by, where thou mayest find good entertainment for thyself and thy cattle till morning." Jones, after a little persuasion, agreed to stay in this place till the morning, and was conducted by his friend to the public house. The landlord, who was a very civil fellow, told Jones he hoped he would excuse the badness of his accommodation, for that his wife was gone from home, and had locked up almost everything, and carried the keys along with her. Indeed, the fact was, that a favourite daughter of hers was just married, and gone that morning home with her husband, and that she and her mother together had almost stripped the poor man of all his goods, as well as money, for though he had several children, this daughter only, who was the mother's favourite, was the object of her consideration, and to the humour of this one child she would with pleasure have sacrificed all the rest, and her husband into the bargain. Though Jones was very unfit for any kind of company, and would have preferred being alone, yet he could not resist the importunities of the honest Quaker, who was the more desirous of sitting with him, from having remarked the melancholy which appeared both in his countenance and behaviour, and which the poor Quaker thought his conversation might in some measure relieve. After they had passed some time together, in such a manner that my honest friend might have thought himself at one of his silent meetings, the Quaker began to be moved by some spirit or other, probably that of curiosity, and said, "Friend, I perceive some sad disaster hath befallen thee. But pray be of comfort. Perhaps thou hast lost a friend. If so, thou must consider we are all mortal. And why shouldst thou grieve, when thou knowest thy grief will do thy friend no good? We are all born to affliction. I myself have my sorrows as well as thee, and most probably greater sorrows. Though I have a clear estate of 100 pounds a year, which is as much as I want, and I have a conscience, I thank the Lord, void of offence. My constitution is sound and strong, and there is no man can demand a debt of me, nor accuse me of an injury. Yet, friend, I should be concerned to think thee as miserable as myself." Here the Quaker ended with a deep sigh, and Jones presently answered, "I am very sorry, sir, for your unhappiness, whatever is the occasion of it." "Ah, friend," replied the Quaker, "one only daughter is the occasion, one who was my greatest delight upon the earth, and who within this week is run away from me, and is married against my consent. I had provided her a proper match, a sober man, and one of substance, but she, forsooth, would choose for herself, and away she is gone with a young fellow not worth a groat. If she had been dead, as I suppose thy friend is, I should have been happy." "That is very strange, sir," said Jones. "Why, would it not be better for her to be dead than to be a beggar?" replied the Quaker. "For, as I told you, the fellow is not worth a groat, and surely she cannot expect that I shall ever give her a shilling. No, she hath married for love. Let her live on love if she can. Let her carry her love to the market, and see whether any one will change it into silver, or even into halfpence." "You know your own concerns best, sir," said Jones. "It must have been," continued the Quaker, "a long premeditated scheme to cheat me, for they have known one another from their infancy, and I always preached to her against love, and told her 1,000 times over it was all folly and wickedness. Now the cunning slut pretended to hearken to me, and to despise all wantonness of the flesh, and yet at last broke out a window 2 pair of stairs, for I began, indeed, a little to suspect her, and had locked her up carefully, intending the very next morning to have married her up to my liking. But she disappointed me within a few hours, and escaped away to the lover of her own choosing, who lost no time, for they were married and bedded all within an hour." But it shall be the worst hour's work for them both that ever they did, for they may starve, or beg, or steal together. For me, I will never give either of them a farthing." Here Jones, starting up, cried, "I really must be excused. I wish you would leave me." "Come, come, friend," said the Quaker, "don't give way to concern. You see there are other people miserable besides yourself." "I see there are madmen and fools and villains in the world," cries Jones. "But let me give you a piece of advice. Send for your daughter and son-in-law home, and don't be yourself the only cause of misery to one you pretend to love." "Send for her and her husband home?" cries the Quaker loudly. "I would sooner send for the two greatest enemies I have in the world." "Well, go home yourself, or where you please," said Jones, "for I will sit no longer in such company." "Nay, friend," answered the Quaker, "I scorn to impose my company on any one." He then offered to pull money from his pocket, but Jones pushed him with some violence out of the room. The subject of the Quaker's discourse had so deeply affected Jones, that he stared very wildly all the time he was speaking. This the Quaker had observed, and this, added to the rest of his behaviour, inspired honest Broadbrim with a conceit that his companion was in reality out of his senses. Instead of resenting the affront, therefore, the Quaker was moved with compassion for his unhappy circumstances, and having communicated his opinion to the landlord, he desired him to take great care of his guest, and to treat him with the highest civility. "Indeed," says the landlord, "I shall use no such civility towards him, for it seems, for all his laced waistcoat there, that he is no more a gentleman than myself, but a poor parish bastard bred up at a great squire's about 30 miles off, and now turned out of doors, not for any good to be sure. I shall get him out of my house as soon as possible. If I do lose my reckoning, the first loss is always the best. It is not above a year ago that I lost a silver spoon." "What dost thou talk of a parish bastard, Robin?" answered the Quaker. "Thou must certainly be mistaken in thy man." "Not at all," replied Robin. "The guide, who knows him very well, told it me." For indeed the guide had no sooner taken his place at the kitchen fire than he acquainted the whole company with all he knew or had ever heard concerning Jones. The Quaker was no sooner assured by this fellow of the birth and low fortune of Jones than all compassion for him vanished, and the honest plain man went home fired with no less indignation than a duke would have felt at receiving an affront from such a person. The landlord himself conceived an equal disdain for his guest, so that when Jones rung the bell in order to retire to bed, he was acquainted that he could have no bed there. Besides disdain of the mean condition of his guest, Robin entertained violent suspicion of his intentions, which were, he supposed, to watch some favourable opportunity of robbing the house. In reality, he might have been very well eased of these apprehensions by the prudent precautions of his wife and daughter, who had already removed everything which was not fixed to the freehold; but he was by nature suspicious, and had been more particularly so since the loss of his spoon. In short, the dread of being robbed totally absorbed the comfortable consideration that he had nothing to lose. Jones, being assured that he could have no bed, very contentedly betook himself to a great chair made with rushes, when sleep, which had lately shunned his company in much better apartments, generously paid him a visit in his humble cell. As for the landlord, he was prevented by his fears from retiring to rest. He returned therefore to the kitchen fire, whence he could survey the only door which opened into the parlour, or rather hole, where Jones was seated. And as for the window to that room, it was impossible for any creature larger than a cat to have made his escape through it. Chapter 11. The Adventure of a Company of Soldiers. The landlord, having taken his seat directly opposite to the door of the parlour, determined to keep guard there the whole night. The guide and another fellow remained long on duty with him, though they neither knew his suspicions nor had any of their own. The true cause of their watching did indeed at length put an end to it, for this was no other than the strength and goodness of the beer, of which, having tippled a very large quantity, they grew at first very noisy and vociferous, and afterwards fell both asleep. But it was not in the power of liquor to compose the fears of Robin. He continued still waking in his chair, with his eyes fixed steadfastly on the door which led into the apartment of Mr Jones, till a violent thundering at his outward gate called him from his seat, and obliged him to open it, which he had no sooner done than his kitchen was immediately full of gentlemen in red coats, who all rushed upon him in as tumultuous a manner as if they intended to take his little castle by storm. The landlord was now forced from his post to furnish his numerous guests with beer, which they called for with great eagerness; and upon his second or third return from the cellar, he saw Mr Jones standing before the fire in the midst of the soldiers. for it may easily be believed that the arrival of so much good company should put an end to any sleep, unless that from which we are to be awakened only by the last trumpet. The company having now pretty well satisfied their thirst, nothing remained but to pay the reckoning, a circumstance often productive of much mischief and discontent among the inferior rank of gentry, who are apt to find great difficulty in assessing the sum, with exact regard to distributive justice, which directs that every man shall pay according to the quantity which he drinks. This difficulty occurred upon the present occasion, and it was the greater, as some gentlemen had in extreme hurry marched off after their first draught, and had entirely forgot to contribute anything towards the said reckoning. A violent dispute now arose, in which every word may be said to have been deposed upon oath, for the oaths were at least equal to all the other words spoken. In this controversy the whole company spoke together, and every man seemed wholly bent to extenuate the sum which fell to his share, so that the most probable conclusion which could be foreseen was that a large portion of the reckoning would fall to the landlord's share to pay, or, what is much the same thing, would remain unpaid. All this while Mr Jones was engaged in conversation with the serjeant, for that officer was entirely unconcerned in the present dispute, being privileged by immemorial custom from all contribution. The dispute now grew so very warm that it seemed to draw towards a military decision, when Jones, stepping forward, silenced all their clamours at once by declaring that he would pay the whole reckoning, which indeed amounted to no more than 3 shillings and 4 pence. This declaration procured Jones the thanks and applause of the whole company. The terms honourable, noble, and worthy gentleman resounded through the room. Nay, my landlord himself began to have a better opinion of him, and almost to disbelieve the account which the guide had given. The serjeant had informed Mr Jones that they were marching against the rebels, and expected to be commanded by the glorious Duke of Cumberland, by which the reader may perceive, a circumstance which we have not thought necessary to communicate before, that this was the very time when the late rebellion was at the highest, and indeed the banditti were now marching into England, intending, as it was thought, to fight the king's forces, and to attempt pushing forward to the metropolis. Jones had some heroic ingredients in his composition, and was a hearty well-wisher to the glorious cause of liberty and of the Protestant religion. It is no wonder, therefore, that in circumstances which would have warranted a much more romantic and wild undertaking, it should occur to him to serve as a volunteer in this expedition. Our commanding officer had said all in his power to encourage and promote this good disposition, from the first moment he had been acquainted with it. He now proclaimed the noble resolution aloud, which was received with great pleasure by the whole company, who all cried out, "God bless King George and your honour," and then added with many oaths, "We will stand by you both till the last drops of our blood." The gentleman who had been up all night tippling at the alehouse was prevailed on by some arguments which a corporal had put into his hands to undertake the same expedition. And now the portmanteau belonging to Mr Jones being put up in the baggage cart, the forces were about to move forwards, when the guide, stepping up to Jones, said, "Sir, I hope you will consider that the horses have been kept out all night, and we have travelled a great ways out of our way." Jones was surprised at the impudence of this demand, and acquainted the soldiers with the merits of his cause, who were all unanimous in condemning the guide for his endeavours to put upon a gentleman. Some said he ought to be tied neck and heels, others that he deserved to run the gauntlet, and the serjeant shook his cane at him, and wished he had him under his command, swearing heartily that he would make an example of him. Jones contented himself, however, with a negative punishment, and walked off with his new comrades, leaving the guide to the poor revenge of cursing and reviling him, in which latter the landlord joined, saying, "Ay, ay, he is a pure one, I warrant you. A pretty gentleman indeed to go for a soldier. He shall wear a laced waistcoat truly. It is an old proverb and a true one, all is not gold that glisters. I am glad my house is well rid of him." All that day the serjeant and the young soldier marched together, and the former, who was an arch fellow, told the latter many entertaining stories of his campaigns, though in reality he had never made any, for he was but lately come into the service, and had by his own dexterity so well ingratiated himself with his officers that he had promoted himself to a halberd, chiefly indeed by his merit in recruiting, in which he was most excellently well skilled. Much mirth and festivity passed among the soldiers during their march, in which the many occurrences that had passed at their last quarters were remembered, and every one with great freedom made what jokes he pleased on his officers, some of which were of the coarser kind, and very near bordering on scandal. This brought to our hero's mind the custom which he had read of among the Greeks and Romans, of indulging on certain festivals and solemn occasions the liberty to slaves of using an uncontrolled freedom of speech towards their masters. Our little army, which consisted of 2 companies of foot, were now arrived at the place where they were to halt that evening. The sergeant then acquainted his lieutenant, who was the commanding officer, that they had picked up 2 fellows in that day's march, one of which, he said, was as fine a man as he ever saw, meaning the tippler, for that he was near 6 feet, well proportioned and strongly limbed, and the other, meaning Jones, would do well enough for the rear rank. The new soldiers were now produced before the officer, who, having examined the 6 feet man, he being first produced, came next to survey Jones, at the first sight of whom the lieutenant could not help showing some surprise, for besides that he was very well dressed, and was naturally genteel, he had a remarkable air of dignity in his look, which is rarely seen among the vulgar, and is indeed not inseparably annexed to the features of their superiors. "Sir," said the lieutenant, "my sergeant informed me that you are desirous of enlisting in the company I have at present under my command. If so, sir, we shall very gladly receive a gentleman who promises to do much honour to the company by bearing arms in it." Jones answered, he had not mentioned anything of enlisting himself, that he was most zealously attached to the glorious cause for which they were going to fight, and was very desirous of serving as a volunteer, concluding with some compliments to the lieutenant, and expressing the great satisfaction he should have in being under his command. The lieutenant returned his civility, commended his resolution, shook him by the hand, and invited him to dine with himself and the rest of the officers. Chapter 12. The Adventure of a Company of Officers. The lieutenant, whom we mentioned in the preceding chapter, and who commanded this party, was now near 60 years of age. He had entered very young into the army, and had served in the capacity of an ensign at the battle of Tannière, where he had received 2 wounds, and had so well distinguished himself, that he was, by the Duke of Marlborough, advanced to be a lieutenant immediately after that battle. In this commission he had continued ever since, viz. near 40 years, during which time he had seen vast numbers preferred over his head, and had now the mortification to be commanded by boys whose fathers were at nurse when he first entered into the service. Nor was this ill success in his profession solely owing to his having no friends among the men in power. He had the misfortune to incur the displeasure of his colonel, who for many years continued in the command of this regiment. Nor did he owe the implacable ill will which this man bore him to any neglect or deficiency as an officer, nor indeed to any fault in himself, but solely to the indiscretion of his wife, who was a very beautiful woman, and who, though she was remarkably fond of her husband, would not purchase his preferment at the expense of certain favours which the colonel required of her. The poor lieutenant was more peculiarly unhappy in this, that while he felt the effects of the enmity of his colonel, he neither knew nor suspected that he really bore him any, for he could not suspect an ill will for which he was not conscious of giving any cause; and his wife, fearing what her husband's nice regard to his honour might have occasioned, contented herself with preserving her virtue, without enjoying the triumphs of her conquest. This unfortunate officer, for so I think he may be called, had many good qualities besides his merit in his profession, for he was a religious, honest, good-natured man, and had behaved so well in his command that he was highly esteemed and beloved not only by the soldiers of his own company, but by the whole regiment. The other officers who marched with him were a French lieutenant, who had been long enough out of France to forget his own language, but not long enough in England to learn ours, so that he rarely spoke no language at all, and could barely make himself understood on the most ordinary occasions. There were likewise 2 ensigns, both very young fellows, one of whom had been bred under an attorney, and the other was son to the wife of a nobleman's butler. As soon as dinner was ended, Jones informed the company of the merriment which had passed among the soldiers upon their march. "And yet," says he, "notwithstanding all their vociferation, I dare swear they will behave more like Grecians than Trojans when they come to the enemy." "Grecians and Trojans!" said one of the ensigns. "Who the devil are they? I have heard of all the troops in Europe, but never of any such as these." "Don't pretend more ignorance than you have, Mr Northerton," said the worthy lieutenant. "I suppose you have heard of the Greeks and Trojans, though perhaps you never read Pope's Homer, who, I remember, now the gentleman mentions it, compares the march of Trojans to the cackling of geese, and greatly commends the silence of the Grecians. And upon my honour there is great justice in the cadet's observation." "Begad, me remember dem ver well," said the French lieutenant. Me have read them at school in dans Madame Dacier, de Greek, de Trojan, de fight for one woman. Oui, oui, me have read all that. Damn homo with all my heart, says Northerton. I have the marks of him on my ass yet. There's Thomas of our regiment, always carries a homo in his pocket. Damn me, if ever I come at it, if I don't burn it. And there's Corderius, another damned son of a whore, that had got me many a flogging. Then you have been at school, Mr. Northerton? Said the lieutenant. Ay, damn me, have I, answered he. The devil take my father for sending me thither. The old put wanted to make a parson of me, but damn me, thinks I to myself, I'll nick you there, old cull. The devil a smack of your nonsense shall you ever get into me. There's Jemmy Oliver of our regiment. He narrowly escaped being a pimp too, and that would have been 1,000 pities, for damn me if he is not one of the prettiest fellows in the whole world. But he went further than I with the old cull, for Jimmy can neither read nor write. You give your friend a very good character, says the lieutenant, and a very deserved one, I dare say. But prithee, Northerton, leave off that foolish as well as wicked custom of swearing. For you are deceived, I promise you, if you think there is wit or politeness in it. I wish, too, you would take my advice and desist from abusing the clergy. Scandalous names and reflections cast on any body of men must be always unjustifiable, but especially so when thrown on so sacred a function. For to abuse the body is to abuse the function itself, and I leave you to judge how inconsistent such behaviour is in men who are going to fight in defence of the Protestant religion. Mr. Adderley, who was the name of the other ensign, had sat hitherto kicking his heels and humming a tune, without seeming to listen to the discourse. He now answered, "Oh, monsieur, on ne parle pas de la religion dans la guerre." Well said, Jack, cries Northerton. If la religion was the only matter, the parsons should fight their own battles for me. I don't know, gentlemen, said Jones, what may be your opinion, but I think no man can engage in a nobler cause than that of his religion, and I have observed, in the little I have read of history, that no soldiers have fought so bravely as those who have been inspired with a religious zeal. For my own part, though I love my king and country, I hope, as well as any man in it, yet the Protestant interest is no small motive to my becoming a volunteer in the cause. Northerton now winked on Adderley, and whispered to him slyly, "Smoke the prig, Adderley, smoke him." Then, turning to Jones, said to him, "I am very glad, sir, you have chosen our regiment to be a volunteer in, for if our parson should at any time take a cup too much, I find you can supply his place. I presume, sir, you have been at the university? May I crave the favour to know what college?" "Sir," answered Jones, "so far from having been at the university, I have even had the advantage of yourself, for I was never at school." "I presumed," cries the ensign, "only upon the information of your great learning." "Oh, sir," answered Jones, "it is as possible for a man to know something without having been at school, as it is to have been at school and to know nothing." "Well said, young volunteer," cries the lieutenant. "Upon my word, Northerton, you had better let him alone, for he will be too hard for you." Northerton did not very well relish the sarcasm of Jones, but he thought the provocation was scarce sufficient to justify a blow, or a rascal, or scoundrel, which were the only repartees that suggested themselves. He was therefore silent at present, but resolved to take the first opportunity of returning the jest by abuse. It now came to the turn of Mr. Jones to give a toast, as it is called, who could not refrain from mentioning his dear Sophia. This he did the more readily, as he imagined it utterly impossible that any one present should guess the person he meant. But the lieutenant, who was the toastmaster, was not contented with Sophia only. He said he must have her surname, upon which Jones hesitated a little, and presently after named Miss Sophia Western. Ensign Northerton declared he would not drink her health in the same round with his own toast, unless somebody would vouch for her. "I knew one Sophie Western," says he, "that was lain with by half the young fellows at Bath, and perhaps this is the same woman." Jones very solemnly assured him of the contrary, asserting that the young lady he named was one of great fashion and fortune. "Ay, ay," says the ensign, "and so she is. Damn me, it is the same woman, and I'll hold half a dozen of Burgundy. Tom French of our regiment brings her into company with us at any tavern in Bridges Street." He then proceeded to describe her person exactly, for he had seen her with her aunt, and concluded with saying that her father had a great estate in Somersetshire. The tenderness of lovers can ill brook the least jesting with the names of their mistresses. However, Jones, though he had enough of the lover and of the hero too in his disposition, did not resent these slanders as hastily as perhaps he ought to have done. To say the truth, having seen but little of this kind of wit, he did not readily understand it, and for a long time imagined Mr Northerton had really mistaken his charmer for some other. But now, turning to the ensign with a stern aspect, he said, "Pray, sir, choose some other subject for your wit, for I promise you I will bear no jesting with this lady's character." "Jesting!" cries the other. "Damn me if ever I was more in earnest in my life. Tom French of our regiment had both her and her aunt at Bath." "Then I must tell you in earnest," cries Jones, "that you are one of the most impudent rascals upon earth." He had no sooner spoken these words than the ensign, together with a volley of curses, discharged a bottleful at the head of Jones, which, hitting him a little above the right temple, brought him instantly to the ground. The conqueror, perceiving the enemy to lie motionless before him, and blood beginning to flow pretty plentifully from his wound, began now to think of quitting the field of battle, where no more honour was to be gotten, but the lieutenant interposed, by stepping before the door, and thus cut off his retreat. Northerton was very importunate with the lieutenant for his liberty, urging the ill consequences of his stay, asking him what he could have done less. "Zounds," says he, "I was but in jest with the fellow. I have never heard any harm of Miss Western in my life." "Have you not?" said the lieutenant. "Then you richly deserve to be hanged, as well for making such jests as for using such a weapon. You are my prisoner, sir, nor shall you stir from hence till a proper guard comes to secure you." Such an ascendant had our lieutenant over this ensign, that all that fervency of courage which had levelled our poor hero with the floor would scarce have animated the said ensign to have drawn his sword against the lieutenant, had he then had one dangling at his side; but all the swords being hung up in the room, were, at the very beginning of the fray, secured by the French officer, so that Mr Northerton was obliged to attend the final issue of this affair. The French gentleman and Mr Adderley, at the desire of their commanding officer, had raised up the body of Jones, but as they could perceive but little, if any, sign of life in him, they again let him fall, Adderley damning him for having blooded his waistcoat, and the Frenchman declaring, "Begar, me no touch the Englishman de mort. Me have heard the English lay law what you call hang up de man that touch him last." When the good lieutenant applied himself to the door, he applied himself likewise to the bell, and the drawer immediately attending, he dispatched himself for a file of musketeers and a surgeon. These commands, together with the drawer's report of what he had himself seen, not only produced the soldiers, but presently drew up the landlord of the house, his wife and servants, and indeed every one else who happened at that time to be in the inn. To describe every particular, and to relate the whole conversation of the ensuing scene, is not within my power, unless I had 40 pens, and could at once write with them all together, as the company now spoke. The reader must therefore content himself with the most remarkable incidents, and perhaps he may well excuse the rest. The first thing done was securing the body of Northerton, who, being delivered into the custody of 6 men with a corporal at their head, was by them conducted from a place which he was very willing to leave, but it was unluckily to a place whither he was very unwilling to go. To say the truth, so whimsical are the desires of ambition, the very moment this youth had attained the above-mentioned honour, he would have been well contented to have retired to some corner of the world, where the fame of it should never have reached his ears. It surprises us, and so perhaps it may the reader, that the lieutenant, a worthy and good man, should have applied his chief care rather to secure the offender than to preserve the life of the wounded person. We mention this observation, not with any view of pretending to account for so odd a behaviour, but lest some critic should hereafter plume himself on discovering it. We would have these gentlemen know that we can see what is odd in our characters as well as themselves, but it is our business to relate facts as they are, which when we have done, it is the part of the learned and sagacious reader to consult that original book of nature, whence every passage in our work is transcribed, though we quote not always the particular page for its authority. The company which were now arrived were of a different disposition. They suspended their curiosity concerning the person of the ensign till they should see him hereafter in a more engaging attitude. At present their whole concern and attention were employed about the bloody object on the floor, which being placed upright in a chair, soon began to discover some symptoms of life and motion. These were no sooner perceived by the company, for Jones was at first generally concluded to be dead, than they all fell at once to prescribing for him; for as none of the physical order was present, Every one there took that office upon him. Bleeding was the unanimous voice of the whole room, but unluckily there was no operator at hand. Every one then cried, "Call the barber!" but none stirred a step. Several cordials were likewise prescribed in the same ineffective manner, till the landlord ordered up a tankard of strong beer, with a toast, which he said was the best cordial in England. The person principally assistant on this occasion, indeed the only one who did any service, or seemed likely to do any, was the landlady. She cut off some of her hair, and applied it to the wound to stop the blood. She fell to chafing the youth's temples with her hand, and having expressed great contempt for her husband's prescription of beer, she dispatched one of her maids to her own closet for a bottle of brandy, of which, as soon as it was brought, she prevailed on Jones, who was just returned to his senses, to drink a very large and plentiful draught. Soon afterwards arrived the surgeon, who, having viewed the wound, having shaken his head, and blamed everything which was done, ordered his patient instantly to bed, in which place we think proper to leave him some time to his repose, and shall here therefore put an end to this chapter. End of section 26. Section 27 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 7. Chapter 13, containing the great address of the landlady, the great learning of a surgeon, and the solid skill and casuistry of the worthy lieutenant. When the wounded man was carried to his bed, and the house began again to clear up from the hurry which this accident had occasioned, the landlady thus addressed the commanding officer. "I am afraid, sir," said she, "this young man did not behave himself as well as he should do to your honours, and if he had been killed, I suppose he had but his deserts. But to be sure, when the gentlemen admit inferior parsons into their company, they oft to keep their distance. But as my first husband used to say, few of 'em know how to do it. For my own part, I am sure I should not have suffered any fellows to include themselves into gentlemen's company, but I thought he had been an officer himself, till the sergeant told me he was but a recruit." "Landlady," answered the lieutenant, "you mistake the whole matter. The young man behaved himself extremely well, and is, I believe, a much better gentleman than the ensign who abused him. If the young fellow dies, the man who struck him will have most reason to be sorry for it, for the regiment will get rid of a very troublesome fellow, who is a scandal to the army. And if he escapes from the hands of justice, blame me, madam, that's all." "Ay, ay, good lack-a-day," said the landlady, "who could have thoft it? Ay, 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 I am satisfied your honour will see justice done, and to be sure it oft to be to every one. Gentlemen oft not to kill poor folks without answering for it. A poor man hath a soul to be saved, as well as his betters." "Indeed, madam," said the lieutenant, "you do the volunteer wrong. I dare swear he is more of a gentleman than the officer." "Ay," cries the landlady, "why, look you there now. Well, my first husband was a wise man. He used to say, you can't always know the inside by the outside. Nay, that might have been well enough too, for I never sawed him till he was all over blood. Who would have thoft it? Mayhap some young gentleman crossed in love. Good lack-a-day, if he should die, what a concern it will be to his parents. Why, sure the devil must possess the wicked wretch to do such an act. To be sure he is a scandal to the army, as your honour says, for most of the gentlemen of the army that ever I saw are quite different sort of people, and look as if they would scorn to spill any Christian blood as much as any men. I mean, that is, in a civil way, as my first husband used to say. To be sure, when they come into the wars, there must be bloodshed, but they are not to be blamed for that. The more of our enemies they kill there, the better, and I wish with all my heart they could kill every mother's son of them." "Oh, fie, madam," said the lieutenant, smiling. "All is rather too bloody-minded a wish." "Not at all, sir," answered she. "I am not at all bloody-minded, only to our enemies, and there is no harm in that. To be sure, it is natural for us to wish our enemies dead, that the wars may be at an end, and our taxes be lowered; for it is a dreadful thing to pay as we do. Why, now, there is above 40 shillings for window lights, and yet we have stopped up all we could. We have almost blinded the house, I am sure. Says I to the exciseman, says I think you ought to favour us. I'm sure we are very good friends to the government. And so we are for certain, for we pay a mint of money to 'em. And yet I often think to myself the government doth not imagine itself more obliged to us than to those who don't pay 'em a farthing. Ay, ay, it's the way of the world." She was proceeding in this manner when the surgeon entered the room. The lieutenant immediately asked how his patient did; but he resolved him only by saying, "Better, I believe, than he would have been by this time, if I had not been called. And even as it is, perhaps it would have been lucky if I had been called sooner." "I hope, sir," said the lieutenant, "the skull is not fractured." Cries the surgeon, "fractures are not always the most dangerous symptoms. Contusions and lacerations are often attended with worse phenomena, and with more fatal consequences, than fractures. People who know nothing of the matter conclude, if the skull is not fractured, all is well; whereas I had rather see a man's skull broke all to pieces than some contusions I have met with." "I hope," says the lieutenant, "there are no such symptoms here." "Symptoms," answered the surgeon, "are not always regular nor constant. I have known very unfavourable symptoms in the morning change to favourable ones at noon, and return to unfavourable again at night. Of wounds, indeed, it is rightly and truly said, Nemo repente fuit turpissimus. I was once, I remember, called to a patient who had received a violent contusion in his tibia, by which the exterior cutis was lacerated, so that there was a profuse sanguinary discharge, and the interior membranes were so divelicated, that the os, or bone, very plainly appeared through the aperture of the vulnus, or wound. Some febrile symptoms intervening at the same time, for the pulse was exuberant, and indicated much phlebotomy, I apprehended an immediate mortification; to prevent which I presently made a large orifice in the vein of the left arm, whence I drew 20 ounces of blood, which I expected to have found extremely sizy or glutinous, or indeed coagulated, as it is in pleuritic complaints; but, to my surprise, it appeared rosy and florid, and its consistency differed little from the blood of those in perfect health. I then applied a fomentation to the part, which highly answered the intention; and after 3 or 4 dressings, the wound began to discharge a thick pus or matter, by which means the cohesion... But perhaps I do not make myself perfectly well understood." "No, really," answered the lieutenant, "I cannot say I understand a syllable." "Well, sir," said the surgeon, "then I shall not tire your patience. In short, within 6 weeks my patient was able to walk upon his legs as perfectly as he could have done before he received the contusion." "I wish, sir," said the lieutenant, "you would be so kind only to inform me, whether the wound this young gentleman hath had the misfortune to receive is likely to prove mortal." "Sir," answered the surgeon, "to say whether a wound will prove mortal or not at first dressing would be very weak and foolish presumption. We are all mortal, and symptoms often occur in a cure which the greatest of our profession could never foresee." "But do you think him in danger?" says the other. "In danger! Ay, surely," cries the doctor. "Who is there among us, who, in the most perfect health, can be said not to be in danger? Can a man, therefore, with so bad a wound as this, be said to be out of danger? All I can say at present is, that it is well I was called as I was, and perhaps it would have been better if I had been called sooner. I will see him again early in the morning, and in the meantime let him be kept extremely quiet, and drink liberally of water gruel." "Won't you allow him sack whey?" said the landlady. "Ay, ay, sack whey," cries the doctor, "if you will, provided it be very small. And a little chicken broth too," added she. "Yes, yes, chicken broth," said the doctor; "it is very good." "Mayn't I make him some jellies too?" said the landlady. "Ay, ay," answered the doctor; "jellies are very good for wounds, for they promote cohesion." And indeed it was lucky she had not named soup or high sauces, for the doctor would have complied rather than have lost the custom of the house. The doctor was no sooner gone than the landlady began to trumpet forth his fame to the lieutenant, who had not, from their short acquaintance, conceived quite so favourable an opinion of his physical abilities as the good woman, and all the neighbourhood, entertained, and perhaps very rightly; for though I am afraid the doctor was a little of a coxcomb, he might be nevertheless very much of a surgeon. The lieutenant, having collected from the learned discourse of the surgeon that Mr Jones was in great danger, gave orders for keeping Mr Northerton under a very strict guard, designing in the morning to attend him to a justice of the peace, and to commit the conducting of the troops to Gloucester to the French lieutenant, who, though he could neither read, write, nor speak any language, was, however, a good officer. In the evening our commander sent a message to Mr. Jones, that if a visit would not be troublesome, he would wait on him. This civility was very kindly and thankfully received by Jones, and the lieutenant accordingly went up to his room, where he found the wounded man much better than he expected. Nay, Jones assured his friend that if he had not received express orders to the contrary from the surgeon, he should have got up long ago, for he appeared to be himself as well as ever, and felt no other inconvenience from his wound but an extreme soreness on that side of the head. "I should be very glad," quoth the lieutenant, "if you was as well as you fancy yourself, for then you could be able to do yourself justice immediately. For when a matter can't be made up, as in case of a blow, the sooner you take him out the better. But I am afraid you think yourself better than you are, and he would have too much advantage over you." "I'll try, however," answered Jones, "if you please, and will be so kind to lend me a sword, for I have none here of my own." "My sword is heartily at your service, my dear boy," cries the lieutenant, kissing him. "You are a brave lad, and I love your spirit, but I fear your strength, for such a blow, and so much loss of blood, must have very much weakened you; and though you feel no want of strength in your bed, yet you most probably would, after a thrust or two. I can't consent to your taking him out to-night, but I hope you will be able to come up with us before we get many days' march advance, and I give you my honour you shall have satisfaction, or the man who hath injured you shan't stay in our regiment." "I wish," said Jones, "it was possible to decide this matter to-night. Now you have mentioned it to me, I shall not be able to rest." "Oh, never think of it," returned the other. "A few days will make no difference. The wounds of honour are not like those in your body. They suffer nothing by the delay of cure. It will be altogether as well for you to receive satisfaction a week hence as now." "But suppose," says Jones, "I should grow worse, and die of the consequences of my present wound?" "Then your honour," answered the lieutenant, "will require no reparation at all. I myself will do justice to your character, and testify to the world your intention to have acted properly if you had recovered." "Still," replied Jones, "I am concerned at the delay. I am almost afraid to mention it to you, who are a soldier; but though I have been a very wild young fellow, still in my most serious moments, and at the bottom, I really am a Christian." "So am I too, I assure you," said the officer, "and so zealous a one, that I was pleased with you at dinner for taking up the cause of your religion; and I am a little offended with you now, young gentleman, that you should express a fear of declaring your faith before any one." "But how terrible it must be," cries Jones, "to any one who is really a Christian, to cherish malice in his breast, in opposition to the command of him who hath expressly forbid it. How can I bear to do this on a sick bed? Or how shall I make up my account, with such an article as this in my bosom against me?" "Why, I believe there is such a command," cries the lieutenant, "but a man of honour can't keep it; and you must be a man of honour if you will be in the army. I remember I once put the case to our chaplain over a bowl of punch, and he confessed there was much difficulty in it; but he said he hoped there might be a latitude granted to soldiers in this one instance; and to be sure it is our duty to hope so, for who would bear to live without his honour? No, no, my dear boy, be a good Christian as long as you live, but be a man of honour too, and never put up an affront. Not all the books, nor all the parsons in the world, shall ever persuade me to that. I love my religion very well, but I love my honour more. There must be some mistake in the wording the text, or in the translation, or in the understanding of it, or somewhere or other. But however that may be, a man must run the risk, for he must preserve his honour. So compose yourself to-night, and I promise you, you shall have an opportunity of doing yourself justice." Here he gave Jones a hearty buss, shook him by the hand, and took his leave. But though the lieutenant's reasoning was very satisfactory to himself, it was not entirely so to his friend. Jones, therefore, having resolved this matter much in his thoughts, at last came to a resolution, which the reader will find in the next chapter. Chapter 14. A most dreadful chapter indeed, and which few readers ought to venture upon in an evening, especially when alone. Jones swallowed a large mess of chicken, or rather cock, broth, with a very good appetite, as indeed he would have done the cock if it was made of, with a pound of bacon into the bargain; and now, finding in himself no deficiency of either health or spirit, he resolved to get up and seek his enemy. But first he sent for the serjeant, who was his first acquaintance among these military gentlemen. Unluckily, that worthy officer having, in a literal sense, taken his fill of liquor, had been some time retired to his bolster, where he was snoring so loud that it was not easy to convey a noise in at his ears capable of drowning that which issued from his nostrils. However, as Jones persisted in his desire of seeing him, a vociferous drawer at length found means to disturb his slumbers, and to acquaint him with the message; of which the serjeant was no sooner made sensible than he arose from his bed, and having his clothes already on, immediately attended. Jones did not think fit to acquaint the serjeant with his design, though he might have done it with great safety, for the halberdier was himself a man of honour, and had killed his man. He would therefore have faithfully kept this secret, or indeed any other which no reward was published for discovering; but as Jones knew not those virtues in so short an acquaintance, his caution was perhaps prudent and commendable enough. He began therefore by acquainting the serjeant that as he was now entered into the army, he was ashamed of being without what was perhaps the most necessary implement of a soldier, namely a sword; adding, that he should be infinitely obliged to him if he could procure one; for which, says he, I will give you any reasonable price, nor do I insist upon its being silver hilted, only a good blade, and such as may become a soldier's thigh. The serjeant, who well knew what had happened, and had heard that Jones was in a very dangerous condition, immediately concluded, from such a message, at such a time of night, and from a man in such a situation, that he was light-headed. Now as he had his wit, to use that word in its common signification, all was ready, he bethought himself of making his advantage of this humour in the sick man. "Sir," says he, "I believe I can fit you. I have a most excellent piece of stuff by me. It is not indeed silver hilted, which, as you say, doth not become a soldier, but the handle is decent enough, and the blade one of the best in Europe. It is a blade that, in short, I will fetch it you this instant, and you will see it and handle it. I am glad to see your honour so well with all my heart." Being instantly returned with the sword, he delivered it to Jones, who took it and drew it, and then told the serjeant it would do very well, and bid him name his price. The serjeant now began to harangue in praise of his goods. He said, nay, he swore very heartily, that the blade was taken from a French officer of very high rank at the battle of Dettingen. "I took it myself," says he, "from his side, after I had knocked him on the head. The hilt was a golden one. That I sold to one of our fine gentlemen, for there are some of them, and please your honour, who value the hilt of a sword more than the blade." Here the other stopped him, and begged him to name a price. The serjeant, who thought Jones absolutely out of his senses and very near his end, was afraid lest he should injure his family by asking too little. However, after a moment's hesitation, he contented himself with naming 20 guineas, and swore he would not sell it to less for his own brother. 20 guineas, says Jones in the utmost surprise. Sure you think I am mad, or that I never saw a sword in my life. 20 guineas indeed! I did not imagine you would endeavour to impose upon me. Here, take the sword. No, now I think on it, I will keep it myself, and show it your officer in the morning, acquainting him at the same time what a price you asked me for it. The serjeant, as we have said, had always his wit about him, and now plainly saw that Jones was not in the condition he had apprehended him to be. He now, therefore, counterfeited as great surprise as the other had shown, and said, "I am certain, sir, I have not asked you so much out of the way. Besides, you are to consider it is the only sword I have, and must run the risk of my officer's displeasure by going without one myself. And truly, putting all this together, I don't think 20 shillings was so much out of the way." 20 shillings! cries Jones. "Why, you just now asked me 20 guineas." "How?" cries the serjeant. "Sure your honour must have mistaken me, or else I mistook myself, and indeed I am but half awake. 20 guineas indeed! No wonder your honour flew into such a passion. I say 20 guineas too. No, I mean 20 shillings, I assure you. And when your honour comes to consider everything, I hope you will not think that so extravagant a price. It is indeed true you may buy a weapon which looks as well for less money, but—" Here Jones interrupted him, saying, "I will be so far from making any words with you, that I will give you a shilling more than your demand." He then gave him a guinea, bid him return to his bed, and wished him a good march, adding, he hoped to overtake them before the division reached Worcester. The serjeant very civilly took his leave, fully satisfied with his merchandise, and not a little pleased with his dexterous recovery from that false step into which his opinion of the sick man's light-headedness had betrayed him. As soon as the serjeant was departed, Jones rose from his bed, and dressed himself entirely, putting on even his coat, which, as its colour was white, showed very visibly the streams of blood which had flowed down it. and now, having grasped his new purchased sword in his hand, he was going to issue forth, when the thought of what he was about to undertake laid suddenly hold of him, and he began to reflect that in a few minutes he might possibly deprive a human being of life, or might lose his own. "Very well," said he, "and in what cause do I venture my life? Why, in that of my honour. And who is this human being? A rascal who hath injured and insulted me without provocation. But is not revenge forbidden by heaven? Yes, but it is enjoined by the world. Well, but shall I obey the world in opposition to the express commands of heaven? Shall I incur the divine displeasure rather than be called, coward, scoundrel? I'll think no more. I am resolved, and must fight him." The clock had now struck 12, and every one in the house were in their beds, except the sentinel who stood to guard Northerton, when Jones, softly opening his door, issued forth in pursuit of his enemy, of whose place of confinement he had received a perfect description from the drawer. It is not easy to conceive a much more tremendous figure than he now exhibited. He had on, as we have said, a light-coloured coat, covered with streams of blood. His face, which missed that very blood, as well as 20 ounces more drawn from him by the surgeon, was pallid. Round his head was a quantity of bandage, not unlike a turban. In the right hand he carried a sword, and in the left a candle, so that the bloody Banquo was not worthy to be compared to him. In fact, I believe a more dreadful apparition was never raised in a churchyard, nor in the imagination of any good people met in a winter evening over a Christmas fire in Somersetshire. When the sentinel first saw our hero approach, his hair began gently to lift up his grenadier cap, and in the same instant his knees fell to blows with each other. Presently his whole body was seized with worse than an ague fit. He then fired his piece, and fell flat on his face. Whether fear or courage was the occasion of his firing, or whether he took aim at the object of his terror, I cannot say. If he did, however, he had the good fortune to miss his man. Jones, seeing the fellow fall, guessed the cause of his fright, at which he could not forbear smiling, not in the least reflecting on the danger from which he had just escaped. He then passed by the fellow, who was still continued in the posture in which he fell, and entered the room where Northerton, as he had heard, was confined. Here, in a solitary situation, he found an empty quart-pot standing on the table, on which some beer had been spilt. It looked as if the room had lately been inhabited, but at present it was entirely vacant. Jones then apprehended it might lead to some other apartment, but upon searching all around he could perceive no other door than that at which he entered, and where the sentinel had been posted. He then proceeded to call Northerton several times by his name, but no one answered, nor did this serve to any other purpose than to confirm the sentinel in his terrors, who was now convinced that the volunteer was dead of his wounds, and that his ghost was come in search of the murderer. He now lay in all the agonies of horror, and I wished with all my heart some of those actors who are hereafter to represent a man frighted out of his wits had seen him, that they might be taught to copy nature, instead of performing several antic tricks and gestures for the entertainment and applause of the galleries. Perceiving the bird was flown, at least despairing to find him, and rightly apprehending that the report of the firelock would alarm the whole house, our hero now blew out his candle, and gently stole back again to his chamber, and to his bed, whither he would not have been able to have gotten undiscovered, had any other person been on the same staircase, save only one gentleman who was confined to his bed by the gout. For before he could reach the door to his chamber, the hall where the sentinel had been posted was half full of people, some in their shirts, and others not half dressed, all very earnestly inquiring of each other what was the matter. The soldier was now found lying in the same place and posture in which we just now left him. Several immediately applied themselves to raise him, and some concluded him dead, but they presently saw their mistake, for he not only struggled with those who laid their hands on him, but fell a-roaring like a bull. In reality, he imagined so many spirits or devils were handling him, for his imagination, being possessed with the horror of an apparition, converted every other object he saw or felt into nothing but ghosts and spectres. At length he was overpowered by numbers, and got upon his legs, when, candles being brought, and seeing 2 or 3 of his comrades present, he came a little to himself. But when they asked him what was the matter, he answered, "I am a dead man, that's all. I am a dead man. I can't recover it. I have seen him." "What hast thou seen, Jack?" says one of the soldiers. "Why, I have seen that young volunteer that was killed yesterday." He then imprecated the most heavy curses on himself, if he had not seen the volunteer, all over blood, vomiting fire out of his mouth and nostrils, pass by him into the chamber where Ensign Northerton was, and then seizing the ensign by the throat, fly away with him in a clap of thunder. This relation met with a gracious reception from the audience. All the women present believed it firmly, and prayed heaven to defend them from murder. Amongst the men, too, many had faith in the story, but others turned it into derision and ridicule, and a sergeant who was present answered very coolly, "Young man, you will hear more of this, for going to sleep and dreaming on your post." The soldier replied, "You may punish me if you please, but I was as broad awake as I am now, and the devil carry me away, as he hath the ensign, if I did not see the dead man, as I tell you, with eyes as big and as fiery as two large flambeaux." The commander of the forces and the commander of the house were now both arrived, for the former being awake at the time, and hearing the sentinel fire his piece, thought it was his duty to rise immediately, though he had no great apprehensions of any mischief, whereas the apprehensions of the latter were much greater, lest her spoons and tankards should be upon the march, without having received any such orders from her. Our poor sentinel, to whom the sight of this officer was not much more welcome than the apparition, as he thought it, which he had seen before, again related the dreadful story, and with many additions of blood and fire, but he had the misfortune to gain no credit with either of the last mentioned persons. For the officer, though a very religious man, was free from all terrors of this kind. Besides, having so lately left Jones in the condition we have seen, he had no suspicion of his being dead. As for the landlady, though not overly religious, she had no kind of aversion to the doctrine of spirits, but there was a circumstance in the tale which she well knew to be false, as we shall inform the reader presently. But whether Northerton was carried away in the thunder or fire, or in whatever other manner he was gone, it was now certain that his body was no longer in custody. Upon this occasion the lieutenant formed a conclusion not very different from what the sergeant is just mentioned to have made before, and immediately ordered the sentinel to be taken prisoner, so that by a strange reverse in fortune, though not very uncommon in military life, the guard became the guarded. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the foregoing adventure. Besides the suspicion of sleep, the lieutenant harboured another and worse doubt against the poor sentinel, and this was that of treachery; for as he believed not one syllable of the apparition, so he imagined the whole to be an invention formed only to impose upon him, and that the fellow had in reality been bribed by Northerton to let him escape. And this he imagined the rather, as the fright appeared to him the more unnatural in one who had the character of as brave and bold a man as any in the regiment, having been in several actions, having received several wounds, and in a word having behaved himself always like a good and valiant soldier. That the reader therefore may not conceive the least ill opinion of such a person, we shall not delay a moment in rescuing his character from the imputation of this guilt. Mr Northerton then, as we have observed, was fully satisfied with the glory which he had obtained from this action. He had perhaps seen, or heard, or guessed, that envy is apt to attend fame. Nor that I would here insinuate that he was heathenishly inclined to believe in or to worship the goddess Nemesis, for in fact I am convinced he had never heard her name. He was, besides, of an active disposition, and had a great antipathy to those close quarters in the castle of Gloucester, for which a justice of peace might possibly give him a billet. Nor was he moreover free from some uneasy meditations on a certain wooden edifice, which I forbear to name, in conformity to the opinion of mankind, who, I think, rather ought to honour than to be ashamed of this building, as it is, or at least might be made, of more benefit to society than almost any other public erection. In a word, to hint at no more reasons for his conduct, Mr Northerton was desirous of departing that evening, and nothing remained for him but to contrive the quomodo, which appeared to be a matter of some difficulty. Now this young gentleman, though somewhat crooked in his morals, was perfectly straight in his person, which was extremely strong and well made. His face, too, was accounted handsome by the generality of women, for it was broad and ruddy, with tolerably good teeth. Such charms did not fail making an impression on my landlady, who had no little relish for this kind of beauty. She had, indeed, a real compassion for the young man, and hearing from the surgeon that affairs were like to go ill with the volunteer, she suspected they might hereafter wear no benign aspect with the ensign. Having obtained, therefore, leave to make him a visit, and finding him in a very melancholy mood, which she considerably heightened by telling him there were scarce hopes of the volunteer's life, she proceeded to throw forth some hints, which the other readily and eagerly taking up, they soon came to a right understanding; and it was at length agreed that the ensign should, at a certain signal, ascend the chimney, which communicating very soon with that of the kitchen, he might there again let himself down, for which she would give him an opportunity by keeping the coast clear. But lest our readers of a different complexion should take this occasion of too hastily condemning all compassion as folly, and pernicious to society, we think proper to mention another particular which might possibly have some little share in this action. The ensign happened to be at this time possessed of the sum of £50, which did indeed belong to the whole company, for the captain, having quarrelled with his lieutenant, had entrusted the payment of his company to the ensign. This money, however, he thought proper to deposit in my landlady's hand, possibly by way of bail or security that he would hereafter appear and answer to the charge against him. But whatever were the conditions, certain it is that she had the money and the ensign had his liberty. The reader may perhaps expect, from the compassionate temper of this good woman, that when she saw the poor sentinel taken prisoner for a fact of which she knew him innocent, she should immediately have interposed in his behalf. But whether it was that she had already exhausted all her compassion in the above-mentioned instance, or that the features of this fellow, though not very different from those of the ensign, could not raise it, I will not determine. But far from being an advocate for the present prisoner, she urged his guilt to the officer, declaring with uplifted eyes and hands that she would not have had any concern in the escape of a murderer for all the world. Everything was now once more quiet, and most of the company returned again to their beds. But the landlady, either from the natural activity of her disposition, or from her fear for her plate, having no propensity to sleep, prevailed with the officers, as they were to march within little more than an hour, to spend that time with her over a bowl of punch. Jones had lain awake all this while, and had heard great part of the hurry and bustle that had passed, of which he had now some curiosity to know the particulars. He therefore applied to his bell, which he rung at least 20 times without any effect, for my landlady was in such high mirth with her company that no clapper could be heard there but her own, and the drawer and chambermaid, who were sitting together in the kitchen, for neither durst he sit up nor she lie in bed alone. The more they heard the bell ring, the more they were frightened, and, as it were, nailed down in their places. At last, at a lucky interval of chat, the sound reached the ears of our good landlady, who presently sent forth her summons, which both servants instantly obeyed. "Joe," says the mistress, "don't you hear the gentleman's bell ring? Why don't you go up?" "It is not my business," answered the drawer, "to wait upon the chambers. It is Betty chambermaid's." "If you come to that," answered the maid, "it is not my business to wait upon gentlemen. I have done it indeed sometimes, but the devil fetch me if I ever do it again, since you make your preambles about it." The bell still ringing violently, their mistress fell into a passion, and swore if the drawer did not go up immediately, she would turn him away that very morning. "If you do, madam," says he, "I can't help it. I won't do another servant's business." She then applied herself to the maid, and endeavoured to prevail by gentle means, but all in vain. Betty was as inflexible as Joe. Both insisted it was not their business, and they would not do it. The lieutenant then fell a-laughing, and said, "Come, I will put an end to this contention;" and then turning to the servants, commended them for their resolution in not giving up the point, but added he was sure if one would consent to go, the other would, to which proposal they both agreed in an instant, and accordingly went up very lovingly and close together. When they were gone, the lieutenant appeased the wrath of the landlady, by satisfying her why they were both so unwilling to go alone. They returned soon after, and acquainted their mistress that the sick gentleman was so far from being dead, that he spoke as heartily as if he was well, and that he gave his service to the captain, and should be very glad of the favour of seeing him before he marched. The good lieutenant immediately complied with his desires, and sitting down by his bedside, acquainted him with the scene which had happened below, concluding with his intentions to make an example of the sentinel. Upon this, Jones related to him the whole truth, and earnestly begged him not to punish the poor soldier, who, I am confident, says he, is as innocent of the ensign's escape as he is of forging any lie, or of endeavouring to impose upon you. The lieutenant hesitated a few moments, and then answered, "Why, as you have cleared the fellow of one part of the charge, so it will be impossible to prove the other, because he was not the only sentinel. but I have a good mind to punish the rascal for being a coward. Yet who knows what effect the terror of such an apprehension may have, and to say the truth, he has always behaved well against an enemy. Come, it is a good thing to see any sign of religion in these fellows, so I promise you he shall be set at liberty when we march. But hark, the general beats. My dear boy, give me another buss. Don't discompose nor hurry yourself, but remember the Christian doctrine of patience, and I warrant you will soon be able to do yourself justice, and to take an honourable revenge on the fellow who hath injured you." The lieutenant then departed, and Jones endeavoured to compose himself to rest. End of Book 7. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 8, containing about 2 days. Chapter 1. A wonderful long chapter concerning the marvellous, being much the longest of all our introductory chapters. As we are now entering upon a book in which the course of our history will oblige us to relate some matters of a more strange and surprising kind than any which have hitherto occurred, it may not be amiss, in the prolegomenous or introductory chapter, to say something of that species of writing which is called the marvellous. To this we shall, as well for the sake of ourselves as of others, endeavour to set some certain bounds; and indeed nothing can be more necessary, as critics of different complexions are here apt to run into very different extremes. For while some are, with M. Dacier, ready to allow that the same thing which is impossible may yet be probable, others have so little historical or poetic faith, that they believe nothing to be either possible or probable, the like to which hath not occurred to their own observation. First, then, I think it may very reasonably be required of every writer that he keeps within the bounds of possibility, and still remembers that what is not possible for man to perform, it is scarce possible for man to believe he did perform. This conviction perhaps gave birth to many stories of the ancient heathen deities, for most of them are of poetical origin. The poet, being desirous to indulge a wanton and extravagant imagination, took refuge in that power, of the extent of which his readers were no judges, or rather which they imagined to be infinite, and consequently they could not be shocked at any prodigies related of it. This hath been strongly urged in defence of Homer's miracles, and it is perhaps a defence; not, as Mr Pope would have it, because Ulysses told a set of foolish lies to the Phaeacians, who were a very dull nation, but because the poet himself wrote to heathens, to whom poetical fables were articles of faith. For my own part, I must confess, so compassionate is my temper, I wish Polypheme had confined himself to his milk diet, and preserved his eye. Nor could Ulysses be much more concerned than myself, when his companions were turned into swine by Circe, who showed, I think, afterwards, too much regard for man's flesh to be supposed capable of converting it into bacon. I wish, likewise, with all my heart, that Homer could have known the rule prescribed by Horace, to introduce supernatural agents as seldom as possible. We should not then have seen his gods coming on trivial errands, and often behaving themselves so as not only to forfeit all title to respect, but to become the objects of scorn and derision. A conduct which must have shocked the credulity of a pious and sagacious heathen, and which could never have been defended, unless by agreeing with the supposition to which I have been sometimes almost inclined, that this most glorious poet, as he certainly was, had an intent to burlesque the superstitious faith of his own age and country. But I have rested too long on a doctrine which can be of no use to a Christian writer; for as he cannot introduce into his works any of that heavenly host which make a part of his creed, so is it horrid puerility to search the heathen theology for any of those deities who have been long since dethroned from their immortality. Lord Shaftesbury observes, that nothing is more cold than the invocation of a muse by a modern. He might have added, that nothing can be more absurd. A modern may with much more elegance invoke a ballad, as some have thought Homer did, or a mug of ale, with the author of Hudibras; which latter may perhaps have inspired much more poetry, as well as prose, than all the liquors of Hippocrene or Helicon. The only supernatural agents which can in any manner be allowed to us moderns are ghosts; but of these I would advise an author to be extremely sparing. These are, indeed, like arsenic, and other dangerous drugs in physic, to be used with the utmost caution. Nor would I advise the introduction of them at all in those works, or by those authors, to which, or to whom, a horse laugh in the reader would be any great prejudice or mortification. As for elves and fairies, and other such mummery, I purposely omit the mention of them, as I should be very unwilling to confine within any bounds those surprising imaginations, for whose vast capacity the limits of human nature are too narrow, whose works are to be considered as a new creation, and who have, consequently, just right to do what they will with their own. Man, therefore, is the highest subject, unless on very extraordinary occasions indeed, which presents itself to the pen of our historian, or of our poet; and, in relating his actions, great care is to be taken that we do not exceed the capacity of the agent we describe. Nor is possibility alone sufficient to justify us; we must keep likewise within the rules of probability. It is, I think, the opinion of Aristotle, or if not, it is the opinion of some wise man, whose authority will be as weighty when it is old, that it is no excuse for a poet, who relates what is incredible, that the thing related is really matter of fact. This may perhaps be allowed true with regard to poetry, but it may be thought impracticable to extend it to the historian, for he is obliged to record matters as he finds them, though they may be of so extraordinary a nature as will require no small degree of historical faith to swallow them. Such was the successless armament of Xerxes, described by Herodotus, or the successful expedition of Alexander, related by Arrian. Such of later years was the victory of Agincourt, obtained by Harry the Fifth, or that of Narva, won by Charles the 12th of Sweden; all which instances, the more we reflect on them, appear still the more astonishing. Such facts, however, as they occur in the thread of the story, nay, indeed, as they constitute the essential parts of it, the historian is not only justifiable in recording as they really happened, but indeed would be unpardonable should he omit or alter them. But there are other facts not of such consequence, nor so necessary, which, though ever so well attested, may nevertheless be sacrificed to oblivion in complaisance to the scepticism of a reader. Such is that memorable story of the ghost of George Villiers, which might with more propriety have been made a present of to Dr. Drelincourt, to have kept the ghost of Mrs. Veal company, at the head of his discourse upon death, than have been introduced into so solemn a work as the History of the Rebellion. To say the truth, if the historian will confine himself to what really happened, and utterly reject any circumstance which, though never so well attested, he must be well assured is false, he will sometimes fall into the marvellous, but never into the incredible. He will often raise the wonder and surprise of his reader, but never that incredulous hatred mentioned by Horace. It is by falling into fiction, therefore, that we generally offend against this rule, of deserting probability, which the historian seldom, if ever, quits, till he forsakes his character and commences a writer of romance. In this, however, those historians who relate public transactions have the advantage of us who confine ourselves to scenes of private life. The credit of the former is by common notoriety supported for a long time, and public records, with the concurrent testimony of many authors, bear evidence to their truth in future ages. Thus, a Trajan and an Antoninus, and a Nero and a Caligula, have all met with the belief of posterity, and no one doubts but that men so very good and so very bad were once the masters of mankind. But we who deal in private character, who search into the most retired recesses, and draw forth examples of virtue and vice from holes and corners of the world, are in a more dangerous situation. As we have no public notoriety, no concurrent testimony, no records to support and corroborate what we deliver, it becomes us to keep within the limits not only of possibility, but of probability too, and this more especially in painting what is greatly good and amiable. Knavery and folly, though never so exorbitant, will more easily meet with assent, for ill nature adds great support and strength to faith. Thus we may, perhaps, with little danger, relate the history of Fisher, who, having long owed his bread to the generosity of Mr. Derby, and having one morning received a considerable bounty from his hands, yet, in order to possess himself of what remained in his friend's scrutor, concealed himself in a public office of the Temple, through which there was a passage into Mr. Derby's chamber. Here he overheard Mr. Derby for many hours solacing himself at an entertainment which he that evening gave his friends, and to which Fisher had been invited. During all this time no tender, no grateful reflections arose to restrain his purpose, but when the poor gentleman had let his company out through the office, Fisher came suddenly from his lurking place, and walking softly behind his friend into his chamber, discharged a pistol ball into his head. This may be believed when the bones of Fisher are as rotten as his heart. Nay, perhaps it will be credited that the villain went 2 days afterwards with some young ladies to the play of Hamlet, and with an unaltered countenance heard one of the ladies, who little suspected how near she was to the person, cry out, "Good God! if the man that murdered Mr. Derby was now present," manifesting in this a more seared and callous conscience than even Nero himself, of whom we are told by Suetonius, that the consciousness of his guilt, after the death of his mother, became immediately intolerable, and so continued. Nor could all the congratulations of the soldiers, of the senate, and the people, allay the horrors of his conscience. But now, on the other hand, should I tell my reader, that I had known a man whose penetrating genius had enabled him to raise a large fortune in a way where no beginning was chalked out to him; that he had done this with the most perfect preservation of his integrity, and not only without the least injustice or injury to any one individual person, but with the highest advantage to trade, and a vast increase of the public revenue; that he had expended one part of the income of this fortune in discovering a taste superior to most, by works where the highest dignity was united with the purest simplicity, and another part in displaying a degree of goodness superior to all men, by acts of charity to objects whose only recommendations were their merits, or their wants; that he was most industrious in searching after merit in distress, most eager to relieve it, and then as careful, perhaps too careful, to conceal what he had done; that his house, his furniture, his gardens, his table, his private hospitality, and his public beneficence, all denoted the mind from which they flowed, and were all intrinsically rich and noble, without tinsel or external ostentation; that he filled every relation in life with the most adequate virtue; that he was most piously religious to his Creator, most zealously loyal to his sovereign, a most tender husband to his wife, a kind relation, a munificent patron, a warm and firm friend, and a knowing and cheerful companion, indulgent to his servants, hospitable to his neighbours, charitable to the poor, and benevolent to all mankind. Should I add to these the epithets of wise, brave, elegant, and indeed every other amiable epithet in our language, I might surely say, Quis credet? Nemo Hercule, nemo, vel duo, vel nemo. And yet I know a man who was all I have here described. But a single instance, and I really know not such another, is not sufficient to justify us, while we are writing to thousands who have never heard of the person, nor of anything like him. Such rara aves should be remitted to the epitaph writer, or to some poet who may condescend to hitch him into a distich, or to slide him into a rhyme with an air of carelessness and neglect, without giving any offence to the reader. In the last place, the action should be such as may not only be within the compass of human agency, and which human agents may probably be supposed to do, but they should be likely for the very actors and characters themselves to have performed; for what may be only wonderful and surprising in one man may become improbable or indeed impossible when related of another. This last requisite is what the dramatic critics call conversation of character, and it requires a very extraordinary degree of judgment, and a most exact knowledge of human nature. It is admirably remarked by a most excellent writer, that zeal can no more hurry a man to act in direct opposition to itself, than a rapid stream can carry a boat against its own current. I will venture to say, that for a man to act in direct contradiction to the dictates of his nature is, if not impossible, as improbable and as miraculous as anything which can well be conceived. Should the best parts of the story of Mr. Antoninus be ascribed to Nero, or should the worst incidents of Nero's life be imputed to Antoninus, what would be more shocking to belief than either instance? Whereas both these, being related of their proper agent, constitute the truly marvellous. Our modern authors of comedy have fallen almost universally into the error here hinted at. Their heroes generally are notorious rogues, and their heroines abandoned jades, during the first 4 acts, but in the 5th, the former become very worthy gentlemen, and the latter women of virtue and discretion; nor is the writer often so kind as to give himself the least trouble to reconcile or account for this monstrous change and incongruity. There is, indeed, no other reason to be assigned for it, than because the play is drawing to a conclusion; as if it was no less natural in a rogue to repent in the last act of a play, than in the last of his life, which we perceive to be generally the case at Tyburn, a place which might indeed close the scene of some comedies with much propriety, as the heroes in these are most commonly eminent for those very talents which not only bring men to the gallows, but enable them to make a heroic figure when they are there. Within these few restrictions, I think, every writer may be permitted to deal as much in the wonderful as he pleases. Nay, if he thus keeps within the rules of credibility, the more he can surprise the reader, the more he will engage his attention, and the more he will charm him. As a genius of the highest rank observes in his 5th chapter of the Bathos, The great art of all poetry is to mix truth with fiction, in order to join the credible with the surprising. For though every good author will confine himself within the bounds of probability, it is by no means necessary that his characters or his incidents should be trite, common, or vulgar, such as happen in every street or in every house, or which may be met with in the home articles of a newspaper. Nor must he be inhibited from showing many persons and things, which may possibly have never fallen within the knowledge of great part of his readers. If the writer strictly observes the rules above mentioned, he hath discharged his part, and is then entitled to some faith from his reader, who is indeed guilty of critical infidelity if he disbelieves him. For want of a portion of such faith, I remember the character of a young lady of quality, which was condemned on the stage for being unnatural, by the unanimous voice of a very large assembly of clerks and apprentices, though it had the previous suffrages of many ladies of the first rank, one of whom, very eminent for her understanding, declared it was the picture of half the young people of her acquaintance. Chapter ii. In which the landlady pays a visit to Mr Jones. When Jones had taken leave of his friend the lieutenant, he endeavoured to close his eyes, but all in vain. His spirits were too lively and wakeful to be lulled to sleep. So having amused, or rather tormented himself, with the thoughts of his Sophia till it was open daylight, he called for some tea, upon which occasion my landlady herself vouchsafed to pay him a visit. This was indeed the first time she had seen him, or at least had taken any notice of him; but as the lieutenant had assured her that he was certainly some young gentleman of fashion, she now determined to show him all the respect in her power; for, to speak truly, this was one of those houses where gentlemen, to use the language of advertisements, meet with civil treatment for their money. She had no sooner begun to make his tea, than she likewise began to discourse. "La, sir," said she, "I think it is great pity that such a pretty young gentleman should undervalue himself so as to go about with these soldier fellows. They call themselves gentlemen, I warrant you; but, as my first husband used to say, they should remember it is we that pay them; and to be sure it is very hard upon us to be obliged to pay them, and to keep 'em too, as we publicans are. I had 20 of 'em last night, besides officers. Nay, for matter of that, I had rather have the soldiers than officers, for nothing is ever good enough for those sparks; and I am sure, if you was to see the bills, la, sir, it is nothing. I have had less trouble, I warrant you, with a good squire's family, where we take 40 or 50 shillings of a night, besides horses; and yet I warrants me, there is narrow a one of those officer fellows but looks upon himself to be as good as arrow a squire of £500 a year. To be sure, it doth me good to hear their men run about after 'em, crying your honour, and your honour. Marry come up with such honour, and an ordinary at a shilling a head. Then there's such swearing among 'em, to be sure it frightens me out of my wits. I thinks nothing can ever prosper with such wicked people. And here one of 'em has used you in so barbarous a manner. I thought indeed how well the rest would secure him, and they all hang together; for if you had been in danger of death, which I am glad to see you were not, it would have been all as one to such wicked people; they would have let the murderer go. Laud have mercy upon 'em! I would not have such a sin to answer for the whole world. But though you are likely, with the blessing, to recover, there is law for him yet; and if you will employ lawyer Small, I darest be sworn he'll make the fellow fly the country for him; though perhaps he'll have fled the country before, for it is here to day and gone to morrow with such chaps. I hope, however, you will learn more wit for the future, and return back to your friends. I warrant they are all miserable for your loss, and if they was but to know what had happened, la, my seeming, I would not for the world they should. Come, come, we know very well what all the matter is; but if one won't, another will. So pretty a gentleman need never want a lady. I am sure, if I was you, I would see the finest she that ever wore a head hanged, before I would go for a soldier for her. Nay, don't blush so, for indeed he did to a violent degree. Why, you thought, sir, I knew nothing of the matter, I warrant you, about Madam Sophia. How, said Jones, starting up, do you know my Sophia? Do I? Ay, marry, cries the landlady, many's the time hath she lain in this house. With her aunt, I suppose, says Jones. Why, there it is now, cries the landlady. Ay, 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 I know the old lady very well, and a sweet young creature is Madam Sophia, that's the truth on't. A sweet creature, cries Jones. O heavens! Angels are painted fair to look like her. There's in her all that we believe of heaven, amazing brightness, purity, and truth, eternal joy, and everlasting love. And could I have ever imagined that you had known my Sophia? I wish, says the landlady, you knew half so much of her. What would you have given to have sat by her bedside? What a delicious neck she hath! Her lovely limbs have stretched themselves in that very bed you now lie in. Here!" cries Jones, "hath Sophia ever laid here?" "Ay, ay, here, there, in that very bed," says the landlady, "where I wish you had her this moment; and she may wish so too, for anything I know to the contrary, for she hath mentioned your name to me." "Ha!" cries he, "did she ever mention her, poor Jones? You flatter me now, I can never believe so much." "Why then," answered she, "as I hope to be saved, and may the devil fetch me if I speak a syllable more than the truth, I have heard her mention Mr Jones, but in a civil and modest way, I confess. Yet I could perceive she thought a great deal more than she said." "O my dear woman!" cries Jones, "her thoughts of me shall never be worthy of me. O, she is all gentleness, kindness, goodness. Why was such a rascal as I born, ever to give her soft bosom a moment's uneasiness? Why am I cursed? I, who would undergo all the plagues and miseries which any demon ever invented for mankind, to procure her any good? Nay, torture itself could not be misery to me, did I but know that she was happy." "Why, look you there now," says the landlady, "I told her you was a constant lover. But pray, madam, tell me when or where you knew anything of me, for I never was here before, nor do I remember ever to have seen you." "Nor is it possible you should," answered she, "for you was a little thing when I had you in my lap at the squire's." "How, the squire's?" says Jones. "What, do you know that great and good Mr Allworthy then?" "Yes, marry, do I," says she, "who in the country doth not?" "The fame of his goodness, indeed," answered Jones, "must have extended farther than this; but heaven only can know him, can know that benevolence which it copied from itself, and sent upon earth as its own pattern. Mankind are as ignorant of such divine goodness as they are unworthy of it, but none so unworthy of it as myself. I, who was raised by him to such a height, taken in, as you must well know, a poor base born child, adopted by him and treated as his own son, to dare by my follies to disoblige him, to draw his vengeance upon me. Yes, I deserve it all, for I will never be so ungrateful as ever to think he hath done an act of injustice by me. No, I deserve to be turned out of doors as I am. And now, madam," says he, "I believe you will not blame me for turning soldier, especially with such a fortune as this in my pocket." At which words he shook a purse, which had but very little in it, and which still appeared to the landlady to have less. My good landlady was, according to vulgar phrase, struck all of a heap by this relation. She answered coldly, that to be sure people were the best judges what was most proper for their circumstances. "But hark," says she, "I think I hear somebody call. Coming, coming, the devils in all our folk. Nobody hath any ears. I must go downstairs. If you want any more breakfast, the maid will come up. Coming." At which words, without taking any leave, she flung out of the room, for the lower sort of people are very tenacious of respect; and though they are contented to give this gratis to persons of quality, yet they never confer it upon those of their own order without taking care to be well paid for their pains. Chapter iii. In which the surgeon makes his second appearance. Before we proceed any farther, that the reader may not be mistaken in imagining the landlady knew more than she did, nor surprised that she knew so much, it may be necessary to inform him that the lieutenant had acquainted her that the name of Sophia had been the occasion of the quarrel; and as for the rest of her knowledge, the sagacious reader will observe how she came by it in the preceding scene. Great curiosity was indeed mixed with her virtues, and she never willingly suffered any one to depart from her house without inquiring as much as possible into their names, families, and fortunes. She was no sooner gone than Jones, instead of animadverting on her behaviour, reflected that he was in the same bed which he was informed had held his dear Sophia. This occasioned a thousand fond and tender thoughts, which we would dwell longer upon, did we not consider that such kind of lovers will make a very inconsiderable part of our readers. In this situation the surgeon found him, when he came to dress his wound. The doctor, perceiving upon examination that his pulse was disordered, and hearing that he had not slept, declared that he was in great danger, for he apprehended a fever was coming on, which he would have prevented by bleeding, but Jones would not submit, declaring he would lose no more blood. "And, doctor," says he, "if you will be so kind only to dress my head, I have no doubt of being well in a day or two." "I wish," answered the surgeon, "I could assure your being well in a month or two. Well, indeed! No, no, people are not so soon well of such contusions. But, sir, I am not at this time of day to be instructed in my operations by a patient, and I insist on making a revulsion before I dress you." Jones persisted obstinately in his refusal, and the doctor at last yielded, telling him at the same time that he would not be answerable for the ill consequence, and hoped he would do him the justice to acknowledge that he had given him contrary advice, which the patient promised he would. The doctor retired into the kitchen, where, addressing himself to the landlady, he complained bitterly of the undutiful behaviour of his patient, who would not be blooded, though he was in a fever. It is an eating fever, then, says the landlady, for he hath devoured 2 swinging buttered toast this morning for breakfast. Very likely, says the doctor, I have known people eat in a fever, and it is very easily accounted for, because the acidity occasioned by the febrile matter may stimulate the nerves of the diaphragm, and thereby occasion a craving which will not be easily distinguishable from a natural appetite, but the aliment will not be concreted, nor assimilated into chyle, and so will corrode the vascular orifices, and thus will aggravate the febrific symptoms. Indeed, I think the gentleman in a very dangerous way, and if he is not blooded, I am afraid he will die. Every man must die some time or another, answered the good woman. It is no business of mine. I hope, doctor, you would not have me hold him while you bleed him. But hark ye, a word in your ear. I would advise you, before you proceed too far, to take care who is to be your paymaster. Paymaster? said the doctor, staring. Why, I've a gentleman under my hands, have I not? I imagine so as well as you, said the landlady. But, as my first husband used to say, everything is not what it looks to be. He is an arrant scrub, I assure you. However, take no notice that I mentioned anything to you of the matter, but I think people in business ought always to let one another know such things. And have I suffered such a fellow as this, cries the doctor, in a passion, to instruct me? Shall I hear my practice insulted by one who will not pay me? I am glad I have made this discovery in time. I will see now whether he will be blooded or no. He then immediately went upstairs, and flinging open the door of the chamber with much violence, awaked poor Jones from a very sound nap, into which he had fallen, and, what was still worse, from a delicious dream concerning Sophia. Will you be blooded or no? cries the doctor in a rage. I have told you my resolution already, answered Jones, and I wish with all my heart you had taken my answer, for you have awaked me out of the sweetest sleep which I have ever had in my life. Ay, ay, cries the doctor, many a man hath dozed away his life. Sleep is not always good, no more than food, but remember, I demand of you for the last time, will you be blooded? I answer you for the last time, said Jones, I will not. Then I wash my hands of you, cries the doctor, and I desire you to pay me for the trouble I have had already. 2 journeys at 5 shillings each, 2 dressings at 5 shillings more, and half a crown for phlebotomy. I hope, said Jones, you don't intend to leave me in this condition. Indeed, but I shall, said the other. Then, said Jones, you have used me rascally, and I will not pay you a farthing. Very well, cries the doctor, the first loss is the best. What a pox did my landlady mean by sending for me to such vagabonds? At which words he flung out of the room, and his patient, turning himself about, soon recovered his sleep, but his dream was unfortunately gone. End of section 28. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on October 25th, 2007. Section 29 of Tom Jones. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Chapter 4, in which is introduced one of the pleasantest barbers that was ever recorded in history, the barber of Bagdad, or he Don Quixote, not excepted. The clock had now struck 5, when Jones awaked from a nap of 7 hours, so much refreshed, and in such perfect health and spirits, that he resolved to get up and dress himself, for which purpose he unlocked his portmanteau, and took out clean linen and a suit of clothes. But first he slipped on a frock, and went down into the kitchen to bespeak something that might pacify certain tumults he found rising within his stomach. Meeting the landlady, he accosted her with great civility, and asked, what he could have for dinner. For dinner, says she, it is an odd time of day to think about dinner. There is nothing dressed in the house, and the fire is almost out. Well, but, says he, I must have something to eat, and it is almost indifferent to me what, for to tell you the truth, I was never more hungry in my life. Then, says she, I believe there is a piece of cold buttock and carrot which will fit you. Nothing better, answered Jones, but I should be obliged to you if you would let it be fried. To which the landlady consented, and said, smiling, she was glad to see him so well recovered, for the sweetness of our hero's temper was almost irresistible. Besides, she was really no ill-humoured woman at the bottom, but she loved money so much that she hated everything which had the semblance of poverty. Jones now returned in order to dress himself while his dinner was preparing, and was, according to his orders, attended by the barber. This barber, who went by the name of Little Benjamin, was a fellow of great oddity and humour, which had frequently let him into small inconveniences, such as slaps in the face, kicks in the breech, broken bones, etc. For every one doth not understand a jest, and those who do are often displeased with being themselves the subjects of it. This vice was, however, incurable in him, and though he had often smarted for it, yet, if he ever conceived a joke, he was certain to be delivered of it without the least respect of persons, time, or place. He had a great many other particularities in his character, which I shall not mention, as the reader will himself very easily perceive them, on his farther acquaintance with this extraordinary person. Jones, being impatient to be dressed, for a reason which may be easily imagined, thought the shaver was very tedious in preparing his suds, and begged him to make haste; to which the other answered with much gravity, for he never discomposed his muscles on any account, "Festina lente" is a proverb which I learned long before I ever touched a razor. "I find, friend, you are a scholar," replied Jones. "A poor one," said the barber. "Non omnia possumus omnes." "Again," said Jones, "I fancy you are good at capping verses." "Excuse me, sir," said the barber, "non tanto me dignor honore." And then proceeding to his operation, "Sir," said he, "since I have dealt in suds, I could never discover more than two reasons for shaving. The one is to get a beard, and the other is to get rid of one. I conjecture, sir, it may not be long since you shaved from the former of these motives. Upon my word, you have had good success, for one may say of your beard that it is tondenti gravior." "I conjecture," says Jones, "that thou art a very comical fellow." "You mistake me widely, sir," said the barber. "I am too much addicted to the study of philosophy. Hinc ille lachrymae, sir, that's my misfortune. Too much learning hath been my ruin." "Indeed," says Jones, "I confess, friend, you have more learning than generally belongs to your trade; but I can't see how it can have injured you." "Alas, sir," answered the shaver, "my father disinherited me for it. He was a dancing master, and because I could read before I could dance, he took an aversion to me, and left every farthing among his other children. Will you please to have your temples? Oh la! I ask your pardon, I fancy there is hiatus in manuscriptus. I heard you was going to the wars, but I find it was a mistake." "Why do you conclude so?" says Jones. "Sure, sir," answered the barber, "you are too wise a man to carry a broken head thither, but that would be carrying coals to Newcastle." "Upon my word," cries Jones, "thou art a very odd fellow, and I like thy humour extremely. I shall be very glad if thou wilt come to me after dinner, and drink a glass with me. I long to be better acquainted with thee." "O dear sir," said the barber, "I can do you 20 times as great a favour, if you will accept of it." "What is that, my friend?" cries Jones. "Why, I will drink a bottle with you, if you please, for I dearly love good nature; and as you have found me out to be a comical fellow, so I have no skill in physiognomy, if you are not one of the best natured gentlemen in the universe." Jones now walked downstairs neatly dressed, and perhaps the fair Adonis was not a lovelier figure; and yet he had no charms for my landlady, for as that good woman did not resemble Venus at all in her person, so neither did she in her taste. Happy had it been for Nanny the chambermaid if she had seen with the eyes of her mistress, for that poor girl fell so violently in love with Jones in 5 minutes, that her passion afterwards cost her many a sigh. This Nanny was extremely pretty, and altogether as coy, for she had refused a drawer, and 1 or 2 young farmers in the neighbourhood, but the bright eyes of our hero thawed all her ice in a moment. When Jones returned to the kitchen, his cloth was not yet laid, nor indeed was there any occasion it should, his dinner remaining in statu quo, as did the fire which was to dress it. This disappointment might have put many a philosophical temper into a passion, but it had no such effect on Jones. He only gave the landlady a gentle rebuke, saying, since it was so difficult to get it heated, he would eat the beef cold. But now the good woman, whether moved by her compassion, or by shame, or by whatever other motive, I cannot tell, first gave her servants a round scold for disobeying the orders which she had never given, and then bidding the drawer lay a napkin in the sun, she set about the matter in good earnest, and soon accomplished it. This sun, into which Jones was now conducted, was truly named, as lutus a non lucendo, for it was an apartment into which the sun had scarce ever looked. It was indeed the worst room in the house, and happy was it for Jones that it was so. However, he was now too hungry to find any fault, but having once satisfied his appetite, he ordered the drawer to carry a bottle of wine into a better room, and expressed some resentment at having been shown into a dungeon. The drawer having obeyed his commands, he was, after some time, attended by the barber, who would not indeed have suffered him to wait so long for his company, had he not been listening in the kitchen to the landlady, who was entertaining a circle that she had gathered round her with the history of poor Jones, part of which she had extracted from his own lips, and the other part was her own ingenious composition, for she said he was a poor parish boy, taken into the house of Squire Allworthy, where he was bred up as an apprentice, and now turned out of doors for his misdeeds, particularly for making love to his young mistress, and probably for robbing the house, for how else should he come by the little money he hath? And this, says she, is your gentleman, forsooth. A servant of Squire Allworthy, says the barber. What's his name? Why, he told me his name was Jones, says she. Perhaps he goes by a wrong name. Nay, and he told me too that the squire had maintained him as his own son, though he had quarrelled with him now. And if his name be Jones, he told you the truth, said the barber, for I have relations who live in that country. Nay, and some people say he is his son. Why doth he not go by the name of his father? I can't tell that, said the barber. Many people's sons don't go by the name of their father. Nay, said the landlady, if I thought he was a gentleman's son, though he was a bye-blow, I should behave to him in another guess manner. For many of these bye-blows come to be great men, and as my poor first husband used to say, never affront any customer that's a gentleman. Chapter V. A dialogue between Mr Jones and the barber. This conversation passed partly while Jones was at dinner in his dungeon, and partly while he was expecting the barber in the parlour. And as soon as it was ended, Mr Benjamin, as we have said, attended him, and was very kindly desired to sit down. Jones, then filling out a glass of wine, drank his health by the appellation of Doctissime Tonsorum. Ago tibi gratias, domine, said the barber. And then, looking very steadfastly at Jones, he said with great gravity, and with a seeming surprise, as if he had recollected a face he had seen before, Sir, may I crave the favour to know if your name is not Jones? To which the other answered, that it was. Pro deum atque hominum fidem, says the barber. How strangely things come to pass! Mr Jones, I am your most obedient servant. I find you do not know me, which indeed is no wonder, since you never saw me but once, and then you was very young. Pray, sir, how doth the good Squire Allworthy? How doth ille optimus omnium patronus? I find, said Jones, you do indeed know me, but I have not the like happiness of recollecting you. I do not wonder at that, cries Benjamin, but I am surprised I did not know you sooner, for you are not in the least altered. And pray, sir, may I, without offence, inquire whither you are travelling this way? Fill the glass, Mr Barber, says Jones, and ask no more questions. Nay, sir, answered Benjamin, I would not be troublesome, and I hope you don't think me a man of an impertinent curiosity, for that is a vice which nobody can lay to my charge. But I ask pardon, for when a gentleman of your figure travels without his servants, we may suppose him to be, as we say, in casu incognito, and perhaps I ought not to have mentioned your name. I own, says Jones, I did not expect to have been so well known in this country as I find I am. Yet for particular reasons I shall be obliged to you if you will not mention my name to any other person till I am gone from hence. Pauca verba, answered the barber, and I wish no other here knew you but myself, for some people have tongues, but I promise you I can keep a secret. My enemies will allow me that virtue. And yet that is not the characteristic of your profession, Mr Barber, answered Jones. Alas, sir, replied Benjamin, non si male nunc et olim sic erit. I was not born nor bred a barber, I assure you. I have spent most of my time among gentlemen, and though I say it, I understand something of gentility. And if you had thought me as worthy of your confidence as you have some other people, I should have shown you I could have kept a secret better. I should not have degraded your name in a public kitchen, for indeed, sir, some people have not used you well, for besides making a public proclamation of what you told them of a quarrel between yourself and Squire Allworthy, they added lies of their own, things which I knew to be lies. You surprise me greatly, cries Jones. Upon my word, sir, answered Benjamin, I tell the truth, and I need not tell you my landlady was the person. I am sure it moved me to hear the story, and I hope it is all false, for I have a great respect for you, I do assure you I have, and have had ever since the good nature you showed to Black George, which was talked of all over the country, and I received more than one letter about it. Indeed, it made you beloved by everybody. You will pardon me, therefore, for it was real concern at what I heard made me ask many questions, for I have no impertinent curiosity about me, but I love good nature, and thence became abundantia erga te. Every profession of friendship easily gains credit with the miserable. It is no wonder, therefore, if Jones, who, besides his being miserable, was extremely open-hearted, very readily believed all the professions of Benjamin, and received him into his bosom. The scraps of Latin, some of which Benjamin applied properly enough, though it did not savour of profound literature, seemed yet to indicate something superior to a common barber, and so indeed did his whole behaviour. Jones therefore believed the truth of what he had said, as to his original and education, and at length, after much entreaty, he said, Since you have heard, my friend, so much of my affairs, and seem so desirous to know the truth, if you will have patience to hear it, I will inform you of the whole. "Patience," cries Benjamin, "that I will, if the chapter was never so long; and I am very much obliged to you for the honour you do me." Jones now began and related the whole history, forgetting only a circumstance or two, namely, everything which passed on that day in which he had fought with Thwackum, and ended with his resolution to go to sea, till the rebellion in the north had made him change his purpose, and had brought him to the place where he then was. Little Benjamin, who had been all attention, never once interrupted the narrative, but when it was ended he could not help observing that there must be surely something more invented by his enemies, and told Mr Allworthy against him, or so good a man would never have dismissed one he had loved so tenderly in such a manner. To which Jones answered, he doubted not but such villainous arts had been made use of to destroy him. And surely it was scarce possible for any one to have avoided making the same remark with the barber, who had not indeed heard from Jones one single circumstance upon which he was condemned; for his actions were not now placed in those injurious lights in which they had been misrepresented to Allworthy, nor could he mention those many false accusations which had been from time to time preferred against him to Allworthy, for with none of these he was himself acquainted. He had likewise, as we have observed, omitted many material facts in his present relation. Upon the whole, indeed, everything now appeared in such favourable colours to Jones, that malice itself would have found it no easy matter to fix any blame upon him. Not that Jones desired to conceal or to disguise the truth; nay, he would have been more unwilling to have suffered any censure to fall on Mr Allworthy for punishing him, than on his own actions for deserving it. But in reality so it happened, and so it always will happen; for let a man be never so honest, the account of his own conduct will, in spite of himself, be so favourable, that his vices will come purified through his lips, and, like foul liquors well strained, will leave all their foulness behind. For though the facts themselves may appear, yet so different will be the motives, circumstances, and consequences when a man tells his own story, and when his enemy tells it, that we scarce can recognize the facts to be one and the same. Though the barber had drank down this story with greedy ears, he was not yet satisfied. There was a circumstance beyond which his curiosity, cold as it was, most eagerly longed for. Jones had mentioned the fact of his amour, and of his being the rival of Blifil, but had cautiously concealed the name of the young lady. The barber, therefore, after some hesitation and many hums and ha's, at last begged leave to crave the name of the lady, who appeared to be the principal cause of all this mischief. Jones paused a moment, and then said, "Since I have trusted you with so much, and since, I am afraid, her name is become too public already on this occasion, I will not conceal it from you. Her name is Sophia Western." "Pro deum atque hominum fidem! Squire Western hath a daughter grown a woman?" "Ay, and such a woman," cries Jones, "that the world cannot match. No eye ever saw anything so beautiful; but that is her least excellence. Such sense, such goodness! Oh, I could praise her for ever, and yet should omit half her virtues." "Mr Western a daughter grown up!" cries the barber. "I remember the father a boy. Well, tempus edax rerum." The wine being now at an end, the barber pressed very eagerly to be his bottle; but Jones absolutely refused, saying, he had already drank more than he ought, and that he now chose to retire to his room, where he wished he could procure himself a book. "A book!" cries Benjamin. "What book would you have? Latin or English? I have some curious books in both languages, such as Erasmi Colloquia, Ovid de Tristibus, Gradus et Parnassum; and in English I have several of the best books, though some of them are a little torn; and I have a great part of Stow's Chronicle, the 6th volume of Pope's Homer, the 3rd volume of the Spectator, the 2nd volume of Eckart's Roman History, the Craftsman, Robinson Crusoe, Thomas a Kempis, and 2 volumes of Tom Brown's works." "Those last," cries Jones, "are books I never saw; so if you please lend me one of those volumes." The barber assured him he would be highly entertained, for he looked upon the author to have been one of the greatest wits that ever the nation produced. He then stepped to his house, which was hard by, and immediately returned; after which, the barber having received very strict injunctions of secrecy from Jones, and having sworn inviolably to maintain it, they separated. The barber went home, and Jones retired to his chamber. Chapter VI. In which more of the talents of Mr Benjamin will appear, as well as who this extraordinary person was. In the morning, Jones grew a little uneasy at the desertion of his surgeon, as he apprehended some inconvenience or even danger might attend the not dressing his wound. He inquired of the drawer what other surgeons were to be met with in that neighbourhood. The drawer told him there was one not far off, but he had known him often refuse to be concerned after another had been sent before him. "But, sir," says he, "if you will take my advice, there is not a man in the kingdom can do your business better than the barber who was with you last night. We look upon him to be one of the ablest men at a cut in all this neighbourhood. for though he hath not been here above 3 months, he hath done several great cures." The drawer was presently dispatched for little Benjamin, who, being acquainted in what capacity he was wanted, prepared himself accordingly, and attended, but with so different an air and aspect from that which he wore when his basin was under his arm, that he could scarce be known to be the same person. "So, tonsor," says Jones, "I find you have more trades than one. How came you not to inform me of this last night?" "A surgeon," answered Benjamin, with great gravity, "is a profession, not a trade. The reason why I did not acquaint you last night that I professed this art was, that I then concluded you was under the hands of another gentleman, and I never love to interfere with my brethren in their business. Ars omnibus communis. But now, sir, if you please, I will inspect your head, and when I see into your skull, I will give my opinion of your case." Jones had no great faith in this new professor. However, he suffered him to open the bandage and to look at his wound, which as soon as he had done, Benjamin began to groan and shake his head violently. Upon which Jones, in a peevish manner, bid him not to play the fool, but tell him in what condition he found him. "Shall I answer you as a surgeon or a friend?" says Benjamin. "As a friend, and seriously," said Jones. "Why then, upon my soul," cries Benjamin, "it would require a great deal of art to keep you from being well after a very few dressings, and if you will suffer me to apply some salve of mine, I will answer for the success." Jones gave his consent, and the plaster was applied accordingly. "There, sir," cries Benjamin, "now I will, if you please, resume my former self; but a man is obliged to keep up some dignity in his countenance whilst he is performing these operations, or the world will not submit to be handled by him. You can't imagine, sir, of how much consequence a grave aspect is to a grave character. A barber may make you laugh, but a surgeon ought rather to make you cry." "Mr Barber, or Mr Surgeon, or Mr Barber Surgeon," said Jones. "O dear sir," answered Benjamin, interrupting him, "infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem. You recall to my mind that cruel separation of the united fraternities, so much to the prejudice of both bodies, as all separations must be, according to the old adage, vis unita fortior, which to be sure there are not wanting some of one or of the other fraternity who are able to construe. What a blow was this to me, who unite both in my own person!" "Well, by whatever name you please to be called," continued Jones, "you certainly are one of the oddest, most comical fellows I ever met with, and must have something very surprizing in your story, which you must confess I have a right to hear." "I do confess it," answered Benjamin, "and will very readily acquaint you with it, when you have sufficient leisure, for I promise you it will require a good deal of time." Jones told him he could never be more at leisure than at present. "Well then," said Benjamin, "I will obey you; but first I will fasten the door, that none may interrupt us." He did so, and then, advancing with a solemn air to Jones, said, "I must begin by telling you, sir, that you yourself have been the greatest enemy I ever had." Jones was a little startled at this sudden declaration. "I your enemy, sir?" says he, with much amazement and some sternness in his look. "Nay, be not angry," said Benjamin, "for I promise you I am not. You are perfectly innocent of having intended me any wrong, for you was then an infant; but I shall, I believe, unriddle all this the moment I mention my name. Did you never hear, sir, of one Partridge, who had the honour of being reputed your father, and the misfortune of being ruined by that honour?" "I have indeed heard of that Partridge," says Jones, "and have always believed myself to be his son." "Well, sir," answered Benjamin, "I am that Partridge, and I here absolve you from all filial duty, for I do assure you you are no son of mine." "How?" replied Jones, "and is it possible that a false suspicion should have drawn all the ill consequences upon you, with which I am too well acquainted?" "It is possible," cries Benjamin, "for it is so. But though it is natural enough for men to hate even the innocent causes of their sufferings, yet I am of a different temper. I have loved you ever since I heard your behaviour to Black George, as I told you, and I am convinced from this extraordinary meeting that you were born to make amends for all I have suffered on that account. Besides, I dreamt, the night before I saw you, that I stumbled over a stool without hurting myself, which plainly showed me something good was towards me; and last night I dreamt again that I rode behind you on a milk white mare, which is a very excellent dream, and betokens much good fortune, which I am resolved to pursue, unless you have the cruelty to deny me." "I should be very glad, Mr Partridge," answered Jones, "to have it in my power to make you amends for your sufferings on my account, though at present I see no likelihood of it. However, I assure you I will deny you nothing which is in my power to grant." "It is in your power, sure enough," replied Benjamin, "for I desire nothing more than leave to attend you in this expedition. Nay, I have so entirely set my heart upon it, that if you should refuse me, you will kill both a barber and a surgeon in one breath." Jones answered, smiling, that he should be very sorry to be the occasion of so much mischief to the public. He then advanced many prudential reasons in order to dissuade Benjamin, whom we shall hereafter call Partridge, from his purpose. but all were in vain. Partridge relied strongly on his dream of the milk-white mare. "Besides, sir," says he, "I promise you I have as good an inclination to the cause as any man can possibly have, and go I will, whether you admit me to go in your company or not." Jones, who was as much pleased with Partridge as Partridge could be with him, and who had not consulted his own inclination but the good of the other in desiring him to stay behind, when he found his friend so resolute, at last gave his consent. But then, recollecting himself, he said, "Perhaps, Mr Partridge, you think I shall be able to support you, but I really am not." And then taking out his purse, he told out 9 guineas, which he declared were his whole fortune. Partridge answered, that his dependence was only on his future favour, for he was thoroughly convinced he would shortly have enough in his power. "At present, sir," said he, "I believe I am rather the richer man of the two, but all I have is at your service, and at your disposal. I insist upon your taking the whole, and I beg only to attend you in the quality of your servant. Nil desperandum est toicro duce et auspice toicro." But to this generous proposal concerning the money, Jones would by no means submit. It was resolved to set out the next morning, when a difficulty arose concerning the baggage, for the portmanteau of Mr Jones was too large to be carried without a horse. "If I may presume to give my advice," said Partridge, "this portmanteau, with everything in it, except a few shirts, should be left behind. Those I shall be easily able to carry for you, and the rest of your clothes will remain very safe locked up in my house." This method was no sooner proposed than agreed to, and then the barber departed, in order to prepare everything for his intended expedition. End of Section 29. Recording by Kalinda, in Raymond, New Hampshire, on October 26th, 2007.